Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Friday, November the 25th. It's the weekend. It's the ultimate day of the week, as far as I'm concerned. I love the weekend. Mind you, I like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't have any problems with any of it. Poor Chris Moyles, he's out the jungle. He was the 6th person to be evicted. He's made his predictions for who he thinks is going to win, and I have to concur with him. What else we got? Wayne Rooney talking to his teammates about his tiny willy. I mean, is he really peculiar or something? Why would you tell people that? I mean, nobody ever assumed he had anything more than that anyway. David Williams has quit Britain's Got Talent, so the papers say. This is after his controversial remarks about contestants. Adele refurbishes her £32 million house. Mushroom sales mushroom. And David Hockney turns up to meet King Charles in a pair of bright yellow Crocs. Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't like Crocs at the best of time, but David Hockney has a problem. He's in a wheelchair, and probably one of our greatest living artists in this country. And he turned up wearing this very leery suit. It's normally black tie when you meet the royal family, and they have a dress code, but he was allowed to wear his yellow Crocs, and he actually stood up for the king, which is something he has great difficulty doing, but he did want to stand up, which is good. Big auction, if you're a fan of Only Fools and Horses. They've got a load of items which came from Boise's estate. So that should be quite interesting. And the water myth, 8 glasses a day. Do you remember they say 8 glasses of water? I remember thinking, you'd be in the toilet forever and a day, wouldn't you? And the Star Wars will battle. This is after an astronomer has left his £400,000 estate to his best friend. Problem being, they don't know who his best friend is. He didn't name them in the will. And of course, I mean, I did my will ages ago, and then we did an update of it. And you've got to put everything down, you know, if you want anything in your will, because it isn't just a case of I leave it split between 2 people. You've got to put, you know, I leave 60% to that person, 40% to that person, and it's all you, because you'll be surprised how much it all adds up to. By the time, if you own a property, you know, and you die, the properties nowadays, especially if you live in London, they're worth a small fortune. Seriously, it's big money. So, you know, nothing to have an estate worth 400,000 if you paid off your mortgage. I paid off my mortgage a couple of years ago now, and it was the best thing. It cost me a lot, but it was well worth doing. And then by the time you've added into that your savings, your savings pot and all the rest of it, and a car, you know, all of these things form part of your estate. So before you know where you are, you've easily gone to £1 million. Doesn't take too much nowadays. So, and the advice is, from all the experts, please do a will. It makes it so much easier for people who come on afterwards, because otherwise they don't know what to do with your money. And of course, there are those people who don't leave a will and they've got no money, and that's where the heir hunters come in, and they have to start tracing members of the family, and they make television programs about it. And then have you ever heard of the heir hunters? Oh God, they've been running for about the past 20 years. And it's they're companies, and there'll be a will, and they put an advert in the paper. They're saying the will of the late Mr. Donald Cheshunt is worth £400,000. Relatives, please contact us. And they will trace people. And all of a sudden, a friend of mine went. He ended up with £500,000 for a relative he didn't know. He didn't know the relative, but because he was the only one still living in this small family, he got the £500,000. And that's how these companies work. And it's on the television practically every day. I don't think there's a day goes by on BBC where they don't have the heir hunters. Yeah. It's very interesting to think that people have not made a will, and consequently then somebody's got to come behind, and then they obviously take a fee for doing it. But do a will. If you've got anything if you don't have anything worth leaving, don't bother. Leave it all to the cat's home or the dog's home or the hamster home or a charity or something like that. But now a lot of charities will do your will for you for free, provided, and they don't make it a stipulation, that you make a bequest to them. So in other words, you know, if you were going to go with a particular company, they'll do your will and you say, oh, and I leave to the Cats League or whatever it happens to be £500. And they're quite happy with that, because otherwise you have to pay to have your will done up. And then they send you various copies of it. And I found it very useful. And as I said before, I make a joke about my brother has power of attorney over me. When I get to the Gaga stage, he is in charge of, you know, what they do with me, whether they put me in a home or something like that. I think secretly my godchildren will have to take me in. I don't think there's going to be any two ways about it. They will take me in, and I'll end my days sitting in the beautiful countryside when in 6 acres, just enjoying myself, having a nice time, but just eating food that other people cooked, which is good. The police have seized a cocaine gang's Lamborghini. That's the trouble with these cocaine gangs or the drug gangs. They start flashing their money about. They go onto YouTube and they sort of flash all the 50s, and you think, are you a complete prat? And the answer is yes, they are. Complete and utter prats, and they catch them and then they go to prison, and then they seem to like it. Prunella Scales is still partying at 90, even with Alzheimer's, and we like Prue Scales very much indeed. And a Beatles tape has been returned to a library 44 years late. Somebody kept it for 44. I'm surprised they even bothered to give it back. 44 years. And KFC, Burger King and Pizza Hut facing food shortages as their delivery drivers, are going on strike. Or just fire them. Loads of people want to be delivery drivers. Get rid of them. They're bone idle people anyway. I mean, to be honest with you, have you ever seen them? The people who deliver all this stuff, they look grub. One of them touching my food. No, thank you very much indeed. And they're on the little mopeds. And they go back. I see them in the early hours morning walking up and down the road trying to find an address. And you think, this food is getting colder and colder and colder. Who touches it? I don't know. And the Queen's consort, or the King's consort, scoffs marmalade sandwiches in a special teddy bear's picnic. And the teddy bear's picnic was Paddington, because we love Paddington because he's ace and he's cool as well. Plus, I'm a celeb thickie. They've done a piece on Michael McIntyre's programme, and where do they get these celebrities from? Most of them aren't celebrities, and B, they're as thick as 2 short planks. These people are so dumb. Makes you wonder how they even made it past primary school. And welcome to The Mousetrap. It's an Agatha Christie, and it's in its 70th year. 70th year, I don't know anybody who's ever seen it. It's mainly sold to tourists, Japanese tourists. I'm told the first 3 rows are people asleep. So they fly into London, they're doing, round the world trip, and ticket to a West End show. They think they're going to Phantom of the Opera, but they go to the Mousetrap. And to go to the Mousetrap, you've got to follow the dialogue. It's not like people singing a song and it's all pretty, pretty. You've got to follow the dialogue because it was written donkeys years ago. And it's the vicar. And you have to, they sit there, so they all get a ticket to the Mousetrap. So they go and sit there and they just fall asleep. They just fall as well because they're tired. They've flown in on the aircraft. They go to this because the next day they're back to the aircraft again and flying off to another country. So mainly Japanese and mainly asleep, which actually somebody told me was exactly the same as the Lido in Paris. They get lots of Japanese businessmen who go in there and they have a couple of drinks. The lights dim down. The show starts. They're asleep. I was the same. I was exactly the same when I used to do all my In Conversation interviews. If it was a film star, you have to go and see the film, and they would send you to a private screening room. There's loads of them all over London in hotels, or we'd go to the Odeon, Leicester Square, and you'd sit there. There'd be 6 of you in a cinema that size watching whatever it happened to be. Quentin Tarantino was the last film that I saw in there. The moment the lights go down, the seats are so comfy, I was gone completely. But they have to have security in to check that you're not going to film it and put it on the internet. There's a lot of that going on, unfortunately. So they now check with infrared cameras that they've got in the cinemas. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah. Good stuff in it. Graham says, it's interesting, actually. He says Christmas should be banned. Oh, you miserable devil, honestly. It must be so lonely in your household. Fancy banning Christmas. Boo, bar humbug. No, more Christmas. I mean, I celebrate Christmas and I'm working Christmas, which is even better. I mean, things don't get any better than that. Shane says, I was in the city earlier today. I got $50 off a pair of Bluetooth headphones at the Black Friday sale. Oh, you have it as well. Over in Australia, they have Black Friday as well. He says, I don't have a computer. I listen to you on my mobile phone. Sounding good, Steve. You see, I don't think it should be called Black Friday. I know black means credit, but most of these things, they're no big deal. They're no big deal if you actually read the newspaper things. It's just a way of them shifting crap stock that they've had hanging around for ages. That's what it is. What do we do with it? Put it in a... No, let's call it Black Friday. Why don't they call it Sunshine Friday? Everybody happy. Happy Friday. You can buy these things at a discount if you really want them. Not everybody really wants them, I'm afraid. And Sir Cliff, his latest CD release is in the magazines section. I've got mine arriving. It should be arriving today. In fact, actually, over the next 4 days, I've got loads of parcels arriving. I ordered something a short while ago. I couldn't remember what it was I'd ordered. And it's candles, but they're really cheap candles. 16 quid. 15.99. And they're big and they smell of apricots. And I bought them on Amazon, and I get through candles at quite a rate, actually. Quite a rate. I have a lot of candles and water candles and everything else like that. But these apricot candles, they're big, they're really smart looking. Make an ideal present for somebody for Christmas because they've got beautiful lids that go with them. And 2 of them arrived the other day. So that'll see me over Christmas, which is very nice. So everybody always says to me, Adam said to me earlier on out on our news desk, he said, what are you doing for the weekend? I said, well, actually, this weekend, I've got to go to Costco, buy a halogen oven for a friend of mine who can't get one for love nor money. And they've always got them. And also, what am I doing? Oh, invoices. Invoices. You have to do invoices because you've got to be in by a certain time so we get paid before Christmas. Always, is a nice thing to do. Sit down. I always moan about it and I leave it till the last minute. And yet, really, it doesn't make it. I could still do it in about 5 to 10 minutes. And then you think, oh, I've done it. I remember the other time I used to have to do so many invoices. Now we've condensed it. Just 2 invoices every month. And you have to write down the days you've worked. We don't write it down. I've got a template on the computer. And I love doing it. I have to send off 2 copies to my brother, so he keeps it on file. And then bring the other ones into here for young Hillary. Always with a couple of bars of vegan chocolate. She likes. I've discovered this fabulous shop at Marylebone High Street where they do vegan chocolate, all sorts of things, right? Posh boxes and bars of chocolate. And apparently it's really nice. I've never tried it, but there again, I'm not vegan, so probably wouldn't. Steve says, Monica, we saw The Mousetrap and worked out who did it within the first half an hour. We were very disappointed. Jack in Manchesterford says, I was zoned out and I thought you kept saying air hunters and not air hunters, H-E-I-R, air hunters, people who trace people who've had a will and they can't find the family. So that's what they do. You see them. It's very big business, actually. He said, I thought there was some sort of new trend among the wealthy of dying from lack of air and these people would investigate it. But that's Manchester for you. I used to go to Manchester. Never again. Never again. We stayed in a dreadful hotel, which was just the other side of the gay village there, because it was made famous by Queer as Folk. And then people started going there, but all of a sudden you've got hen parties going there to a gay village. I didn't quite understand where that was coming from. But we stayed in a hotel called Malmaison, which is supposed to be real trendy. But it was all just black furniture. And to be honest with you, I found it really quite depressing. I like to go in an old hotel, which has got, the old-fashioned values, sort of deep sofas and stuff like that. And there is one up in Manchester where all the Man United team go. And they stay there and things like that. So that's what I like. I don't like anything modern, actually. I don't like anything like that. No, I want something with a bit of character, something with a bit of zhuzh, something with a bit of, a bit of pizzazz and a bit of gold. In fact, a lot of gold. A lot of gold. I have lots of gold in my place. Gold and red. I don't know why, actually, because it probably works with blue as well. It's a great combination, red and gold. I bought sconces years ago where you put candles in and they've got mirrors in the back of them and loads of things. Loads of old rubbish, honestly, but it's all good fun, isn't it? Let's take a short break, shall we? 4:15.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We are buzzing. We are cooking with gas this morning. I don't know why. It's because it's the weekend and I'm feeling festive and, things are going really nicely. In fact, they're going even better than nicely. But I do need your help. And I'm going to have to explain this to you again next week. But what I need you to do is download an app. OK, and I'll explain to you because things are changing. In the world of podcasts, things change. So there is a new app that you need to download and I want to explain it to you, but I don't sort of get too complicated because if you listen to my whole show podcast and my little bit extra, you can hear it all over the place. Very shortly, you will hear it on Global Player. OK, at the moment it's on Global Player, but other places as well. And you might get it from those other places, but they're going to disappear. So what you have to do is head to globalplayer.com. Download the Global Player. It's exactly the same. It's free. Won't take you very long at all. And then you can carry on listening to the program on podcast because otherwise you're going to miss it. And I don't, thousands and thousands of people going, where's the podcast gone? So that's why I'm telling you, if you download Global Player for free or head to globalplayer.com, you download it. And then it means it's exclusive to that particular site. The Steve Allen podcast will be exclusively on there. And I know you do not want to miss the whole show. And I think a little bit extra will be on there as well. But there will come the time, and I think it might be next week, where it disappears from other places and it will only be available on the Global Player. So head to globalplayer.com, download it. Once you've got it, you don't need to worry about anything. It'll be easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And because it's free, it's kind of our little Christmas gift to you. Our Christmas gift to you is me. How cool is that? I love it. And we get 1 million hits a month on the download. So I don't want to think that you're missing out. So please go to the website, and it's globalplayer.com. Download it. It'll take but seconds to do. And once you've done that, then you'll be all prepared for next week. OK? I'm only telling you because I know what's going to happen. People are going to write in and go, Steve, I didn't hear you on Friday, but, can we do it? So you will hear it on this podcast today, if you're listening to this as a podcast a little bit later on. Download globalplayer.com, and it's free from your app store. And once you've got that, you can continue listening to the podcast, because I know how many of you download, and I know how many of you listen to the podcast, which is very nice. And my friend Chris said, so the podcast meeting went well. James was right. He says, have you heard how he did on Mastermind? I did hear that, Chris. I did hear that. Do you want to know? Because I can't tell you on air, but I can type back a message to you saying, exactly what happened. Don't want to make a big deal about it. But if you want to know, if you want to know, but I don't want to ruin it for other people, because it's going to be shown, I think, over Christmas. It's like, you don't like to sort of spoil things for people. So if you do want to know, let me know and I can tell you. And his chosen subject, I don't even want to tell you the chosen subject, but I did tell him the other day when I saw James the other day. I said, my producer, tall bloke, and I said he worked out what your chosen subject was on Mastermind. I said, but it took him ages. We had to give him so many clues, barring giving the bloke's address, but he did really well on that. But then I thought he did, because when we were in Scots, he was talking about it a lot. But then, of course, he had copious amounts of alcohol, something that I always refrain. Oh, good. Chris said, no, I'll wait. Oh, good. You should wait. It's worth it to wait for sort of something. I always think it's worth waiting for something exciting. I don't know whether to go to Waitrose today and spend money on booze for Christmas, or to go to John Lewis, or just order online. I do not know. I'm doing this to wind the producer up, and I can't tell you why I'm winding the producer up. It's something that gives me great pleasure, to spot the misery and the little tears in his eyes as they roll down his little cheeks. And he says, what will you be doing for Christmas, Steve? And I go, I'll be here, but thinking of you, Elliot. And because you remember, actually, we didn't know his name yesterday, because I said when he actually arrived in the back of the prison truck, he just had a number emblazoned on his chest. We didn't know what his name was at all. So we managed to link it up. We went through the phone book, and we managed to find him. And he's a credit to the younger generation. He's a credit to his family. He doesn't go home very often. And so that's quite a nice thing, isn't it? And Steve, Christmas living in Australia, says Tim, it's a disappointment. Christmas lunch doesn't hit the same in 35 degrees. No, it doesn't. I've said that before. I said that the other day. I said that's the problem about Christmas Day lunch. It's got to be miserable, cold, and then they bring out the turkey. I mean, if you're vegetarian, I can understand. You're not going to be enjoying that part. No, not Christmas barbecue. No, summer barbecues, anything else apart. And also the people who have gas barbecues. What's that all about, eh? You might as well cook in the kitchen. What's the point of going outside? You spend £700 to £1,000 on something, and you've got to find the gas bottle. You put the gas bottle in, and you go, we're having a barbecue. And you go, no, you're not. You've just moved your oven outside. You might as well just sort of plug in the halogen and sort of take it from there. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Very good morning, Steve, says Ash. I really do load this Black Friday twaddle. I do as well. It's an American tradition that we never needed. In America, it was just one day, 24 whole hours of epic deals and discounts, and we've turned it into something that lasts weeks. Isn't that just normal sale? Yeah, it's a sale. I thought basically they're getting rid of all the rubbish that they had hanging around from last year, so they want to clear the space to put the new stuff in. They do it on the television shopping channels. They do that all the time. Steve, would you able to wish happy birthday to my daughter Scarlett, who is 7 today? She'd love to hear her name said on the radio. Michael? No, I can't do that. I'm really sorry.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Sorry, actually, if I was able to do it, I would have sorted it out for you. But no, we're definitely not doing that. Scarlett, who's 7? Pfft, absolutely not. I mean, what right has she got to be 7? That's what I want to know. Oh, I tell you the other day, hilarious. I go into a shop and I've been there before, and I buy saucepans because they're very cheap. They're saucepans, they're non-stick and they're very nice. And so I go to the checkout, and there's a woman who's filled up the conveyor belt with stuff. I mean, like, I've never seen so much stuff come out of a basket. And there was another basket on the floor, and she said, "Oh, go in front of me. Go in front of me." So I said, "Oh, you sure?" She went, "Yeah." I said, so I looked at it, and I did, what you would do because we're British. I went, "You've gone completely mad, haven't you?" She didn't understand humour. So she thought I meant she'd gone mad. She said, "Listen, I have son at home." And I said, "Don't you get a sense of humour? What is it?" I said, "When I said you'd gone mad, I didn't mean really you'd gone mad, you silly old baggage." But she'd bought, I've never seen baskets full to overflowing with all this stuff. And I'm thinking, God, you're going to have a miserable bloody Christmas, aren't you? No sense of humour at all. Where's they don't get irony. They don't get irony. You've gone completely mad. Completely mad, and they don't understand it. So I'm going to go back today and find her again. I've decided. Mylene's Christmas present to her old man it's a snip. That's what it is. It's going to be the snip. I always think that's a bit of a shame. We had our cat done years ago, and it came back from the vets and then just sat there staring at us. And I remember thinking, you poor little soul. But it calmed it down completely to the state of being comatose. Seriously, it changed it completely. Dogs change as well when they have them done, which is quite nice. A pub once owned by Jim Bowen has torn down his darts board to put another table in so people can sit there. What a bunch of meanies! What a bunch of meanies! Jim Bowen used to host a program called Bullseye. Yeah, super smashing. You've won a motor vehicle. Super smashing. You live on a council estate in Wigan and you've won a caravan. Between two families. It was the biggest pile of dosh, or a speedboat, yeah. Or super spat. Would you like to see what you won? No, not really. That's kind of rubbing your face in it. I could understand. They used to have a Japanese game show. They would take homeless people off the street, and they could come into the studio and compete to win a house and life-changing money. They had to take it off the air for the simple reason that little children were bursting into tears when they would just go, "No, I'm sorry, you haven't won." No, you haven't won anything. So they had to start giving the kids little presents to keep them quiet, little blighters. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Ice Cream Ian says morning to Milo as well. We're all in good moods today. It's Friday. I love Friday. I really do like Friday. I was going to go and get... I managed to actually finally get a place at Waterloo, busiest railway station in the country, Waterloo. 41.4 million visitors a year. Trying to find a train that works, I should imagine. And... McDonald's was free. So they always go, "Hello, can I help you?" They always put their hand up like they want to go to toilet. "Hello, can I help you?" And you go, yeah. So I went over. I said, "Can I have 3 portions of potato waffles?" So she turned around and looked at the deep fryer and she went, "We haven't got any waffles." And I felt like saying, why? Have you got bad management or something? You should definitely have waffles. You're advertising the blooming things. Fancy not having them. Obviously, they've been so popular. They didn't have them. I said, "Well, no." She said, we've got hash browns. And I wanted to say to her, listen, if I'd wanted hash browns, I would have asked for hash browns. I didn't. I asked for potato waffles. Okay? You're advertising it. Why do you not have any? Is this incompetent management not ordering? Is there a worldwide shortage of potatoes? I don't think so. But they just sort of stand there looking at you blankly. And then sort of the moment you walk away, they put their hand away. "Can I help you? Can I help you?" And I thought, no, you can't. You definitely can't help me at all. But they did try, I suppose. Unhappy ending as woke generation spurns fairy tales. Because people like fairy tales. You read the books about the fairy tales, and we like things like that. With the woke brigade, we don't like that. Well, go super glue you around to a train, do us all a favour, and then we'll set it off in motion. Also, I've got a story later on about the sleepy railway station that was only used 40 times in a year. Jim Bowen, having just mentioned, he used to live in a railway station. His house was a converted railway station. They take away the lines, obviously. That would be a bit silly to have trains thundering through. But he lived in a railway station. They convert things. Because in the northern parts of this country, they convert anything. You know, if they found a dustbin, they could turn it into an outside loo. They're very, very clever, very industrious, I think. And Steve, says Roger, it's the irony and humour that us Brits have, and some people who weren't born here find hard to understand. She didn't understand it at all. She did not understand. If I'd said, you're mad, in a sort of menacing kind of way, but I went, you're mad. You know, looking at all this stuff. She didn't understand it at all. And then she started complaining to somebody else in the queue. She said, I'm mad for doing. And you think, oh, God, get over yourself, love. It's too difficult to explain to anybody. Look at the time. Look at the time, 4:30. And what happens at 4:30? We have the latest LBC News headlines with Serena Farrow.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, trust you well. Trust you're looking forward to the weekend. Mind you, if you work the weekend, you're probably not looking forward to the weekend. But if you don't work the weekend, well, then you're probably looking forward to this weekend and praying that we don't get rain. Can't rain again. We don't want it, yeah. It'd be nice just to have, because I'm determined to get the car washed at some point. I mean, it looks clean, don't get me wrong. My car colour is amazing for staying clean, which is lovely. David Walliams, according to the front page of The Sun, is to step down after a decade judging Britain's Got Talent. This comes after the comedian was forced to apologise for foul-mouthed comments about contestants. I mean, I thought that was quite normal. If he did say these things, which apparently he did, then quite rightly he should step down. Because I don't really know how they can sort of get away with it. And he, over the years, you know, he's had a good time on there. He's earned a lot of money. 10 years he's been doing it. So now there's a hunt for a replacement, like it's some big deal. Why do they have to replace him? I mean, how many people do you need on that bloody panel? You know, I'd be useless on it because I'd be having to tell people the truth. I'm sorry, you think you can sing? I'd be the one that they put at the beginning of the programme where they tell two sort of lardies that you can't sing because somebody... And I remember Cowell saying to their family came storming in when he was doing the auditions and said, look, she's won prizes. And he said, yeah, but not for singing. She can't sing. You know, and other people who stand there and argue, well, let me sing another song. You can't sing. You can't hold a tune. I mean, lucky I am blessed with being tuneful. You know, I am able to sing. Yeah, I can do a good renditioning of just about anything in any one of a number of keys. But the people who go up on the television, they are delusional people. They are people who have no friends. They are people who probably don't even have a job. And they go up. There was one on there. He had the worst attitude I'd ever seen. And he'd already been on there and thrown down the microphone and has a bit of a scene. He couldn't sing. He was so stupid and so dumb that when they said, listen, you said that you've improved. In what area do you think you've improved? I mean, they actually, what they shouldn't have done is put him back on the television because they hear these people. It's a contrived programme. Entertaining and very interesting. But, you know, if you can't sing, you can't sing. And then so he went off and he said, oh, what do you know, and all the rest, and then started effing and blinding and threw the microphone down, like £1,000 worth of microphone. You know, you really want to get up there and go, don't ever do that again, mate. You have no talent. There's something the matter with you. You know, dropped on your head. But David Walliam, as the papers say, buzzes off. Buzzes off. I mean, whether it's immediate, I've got no idea, and I don't know who they would put on it. Who do we want on it? It would have to be another bloke, wouldn't it? Why don't they bring back Louis Walsh? No, you know, Louis knows more. He's had more number one hits than anybody else. All the groups that he's managed. You know, he looked after Girls Aloud. He looked after, was it Boyzone? Or one? No, I don't think he did One Direction. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No, I think that was Psycho who looked after One Direction. I think you'll find, which is Simon Cowell's company. I mean, I might be wrong. Am I wrong? Oh, right. Show me the thing where it says that Louis Walsh managed One Direction. I don't remember him managing them at all, actually. I thought it's a Psycho company that looked after them and had all the hits. Here we go. Oh, he was partially responsible for helping to form One. Yeah, but he didn't manage them. He was partially responsible for saying, why don't we put you with you and you with you? He didn't manage them at all. So I think just the normal obligatory letter with a £50 note saying, I am sorry, Steve, that I got it wrong. Okay? WRONG. I love it when a plan comes to fruition and you can turn around to him and say, he didn't manage them. He just was, you know, responsible for saying you go with him and you go with him. They've got a COVID outbreak in the jungle. My God, it's running rife, isn't it? Running rife out there. And Mike Tyndall revealed the royals were allowed to dress down at Buckingham Palace. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? They go around all the time in tiaras or something like that. Does he think we're really stupid? This from a man from a career that finished God knows how many years ago. He says, speaking about the regal residence, he said, a lot of it is staterooms. There's only a little bit... I'm sorry, you must think we're really daft, mate. We have seen documentaries on Buckingham Palace. Owen says, in the morning, could you go down in your joggers and T-shirt, or do you have to get dressed up again? No, you can go down. There's nobody else there. The Queen's not sitting at the head of the table with a jewel-encrusted gown on and a crown and a sword and sceptre. Have you seen the place where they sit? Of course the Queen has a dressing gown. Oh, how ridiculous. The producer's gone mad round the bend, as usual. As usual, he thinks he's right. The Queen does have a dressing gown, definitely. Paul O'Grady, my friend Chris says, for Britain's Got Talent, he might be too honest. He might be too honest. And also, I think he might clash with Simon Cowell. I don't know why. I've just got that feeling, Chris, that there might be a little bit of friction, because Paul's been his own presenter. He's fronted his own shows for such a long time. So, I don't know. Yeah, Amanda does her own show, but she's girly. Girly's different. Girlies are sort of, hair, makeup, Botox, and boobies. And, mind you, I suppose in a certain way, Paul O'Grady is hair, makeup, and boobies. There was a bloke on the train next to me yesterday. I'm going home, minding my own business, and this schoolboy gets on. And, you look at people, he looks sort of fairly young, but he did look very camp. Okay, what does he do? He gets out his phone, and obviously there is a feature on the phone, I've not fathomed it, where it's a mirror. Okay, and... Oh, you can look at yourself, can you? Okay, and he gets out an eyeliner pencil, and he starts doing eyelining. I mean, I remember sitting there thinking, you are out and proud, mate. You are out and proud. I've never seen anybody do it. I've seen women doing it on the train, I've never seen a bloke doing it on the train. You do your nails? Yes. Yes, well, we're not surprised. And, one step away from heaven, as they say. But, yeah, he was doing it. And then he was looking at himself and playing with his hair. And I thought, to be honest with you, he wasn't really even attractive. So it wasn't going to make any difference doing eyeliner. And I didn't understand, why do people put eyeliner on? Boy George has spent the whole time in the camp for the past 3 weeks with no makeup on at all. So he's got to come back, he's got to shave, and then start putting the makeup on. Because there's very rarely a time where he goes out where he doesn't look immaculate. John Barrowman goes out wearing foundation and stuff like that. And, it suits some people. I remember the first time I met John Barrowman, I remember thinking, God, you've got great skin, until I suddenly realised that it was makeup. But it was really, really, really well done. I felt sort of, quite sort of lacklustre. We put him on Five's Company and he was immaculate all the time. Whatever he wore, he looked immaculate. Me, I just looked like a sack of potatoes or an unmade bed. With a duvet from John Lewis. I love it. I love it. Chocolate lovers face shortages because apparently there's industrial action in the cocoa bean producing country. Good, but it'll stop people eating it. Boycott chocolate. Don't eat chocolate anymore. But of course, some people cannot resist eating chocolate. Dale would have a meal. We then have to drive round to find a sweet shop that was open to get chocolate. Whereas me, I don't know why I never took to chocolate. I mean, I've eaten chocolate. Don't get me wrong. I have eaten it. But I'm not particularly wild about it. Steve, my favourite entertainers on the radio at the moment are you and Nick Abbott, and from yesteryear, Tommy Boyd and Ian Lee. Oh, who or what was your favourite on the radio, past and present? I've no idea. I don't do things like that. I've never known, actually. People are radio presenters, then sometimes, in fact, we were looking at a radio presenter today. I said, I wonder what happened to so-and-so. And my former producer Joe, found him and said, oh, he's working in charity now. And I went, oh, that seems quite a normal thing, actually. A lot of presenters who sort of decide to come out of the business, they go and work for charities because they, either they find the radio stressful or they, but it just seems to work. But I was delighted to know this person, A, was still alive, because you worry about it in this business. I have to check with my friends over in Spain, Chris and Steve. I go, is so-and-so still alive? And they'll write back and go, yes, still alive. So I don't really have favourite radio presenters. I mean, the first one I ever listened to on the radio was Jeremy Beadle on LBC. I remember listening to him and thinking, I just imagined him wearing shorts. Because he came over as an overexcitable schoolboy, and he used to play pranks on the radio, and he was very successful. He would sort of talk to the person in the queue. So if it was Mary, he would pretend to be another caller waiting in line, and he'd say, "Oh, I'm still waiting to go on air. Have you spoken to him before?" And Mary would go, "No, I haven't." He said, "I haven't either." He said, "I'm really nervous about it." And he would carry on this dialogue with these people in the queue to talk to Jeremy Beadle, and it was Jeremy Beadle they were talking to, which was very good. He did another one. He had just had a tape. In those days, we had a tape loop, and it was of a tube train pulling into a station, doors opening, doors closing, and he pretended he was broadcasting from the tube train, and you could follow him throughout London, until in the end we ended up with all these cars piling into Gough Square to be the first ones to greet him when he got off the tube train. He was in the studio. There was no tube train. It was just a sound effect. It was good. I mean, I was very disappointed. We used to have sound effect records years ago. I think the BBC brought out a whole series of them, and one of them was head being cut off, execution, and it turned out it was only a cabbage. I mean, really, what a swizz. They didn't even have the real thing going on. Those vegetables made the sound. It was like when they were doing walking up a garden path. It would be a trough you were in with stones, and it sounded like that, and they'd have door buzzers and bells and everything else. But I always remember the head being cut off at an execution being a cabbage. I mean, what a swizz, eh? They could have done it for real. If they'd been able to record things at Charles I's execution, I mean, come on, for goodness sake. Steve. We've got to take a break, actually. It's semi-breaks. But do please go to the globalplayer.com, and download that new app, because you're going to need it. Okay, I want to make sure that we move you all over. At the moment, you can get it there as well, but there might be other avenues that might be denied you, and you don't want to miss it. So if you download the programs on a regular basis, as I know thousands upon thousands of you do, you need to go to globalplayer.com, download the app, and then it'll just be exactly the same as it was before, except it's only going to be in the one place, okay? And I want to take you all with me. It's 4:45.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Interestingly enough, Johnny says, I prefer listening to you live if I'm up, which is only about once a week. It's disgraceful. He says, I'm sorry, I haven't purchased a mug yet. I will when I have spare cash. I did donate to the Global Charity the other day. And Steve in conversation, seems like a lifetime ago. Well, they're all there to download, which is good. Tony reckons Stephen Mulhern would be a very good judge. But he would be very, very good. Very nice person. And John in Croydon says, I was at Croydon Fairfield Halls last night. Rick Wakeman brought back memories. Oh, he's fab. I went to Hampton Court when he was there. And Donna and the Camberwell driver says, I've got a day off. Have a great weekend. Oh, day off. How lovely. And another one here. Christine says, you didn't wish me a happy 70th birthday. Well, nobody told us about it. I'm not psychic. How am I supposed to know that? Did you forget? I'll remember your 69th in March. Yeah, whatever. 69. Where do people get these ridiculous numbers from? 69, this woman thinks I am. Coming up 69. I mean, it's unheard of.
You're nowhere near that.
Nowhere near 69. Yeah. 34. I don't know why people say 69. Probably just being rude, I should imagine. Steve, I think you answered your own question. John Barrowman would be a perfect replacement for Britain's Got Talent. Yeah, he would be. Because let's face it, he knows singing. He's been singing in the West End for God knows how long. He's good looking. He fits the. What's that? Oh, look, bless his heart. He's brought in his food in a Tupperware box. Is that your lunch? What is it today? It's so exciting. Come on. You made a lamb curry. No, you didn't. Your mummy made a lamb curry and then put some in a Tupperware box just for you. That was it. You didn't make anything at all. I shouldn't imagine you even know where the oven is. You're not going to eat lamb curry in here. Oh, we'll never get the smell out of the studio. That'll be dreadful, isn't it? Should you be eating that outside with the windows open? Goodness sake, honestly. Do you ever think about Dan sitting there? You're happily chomping your way through a lamb curry and he's got nothing. He doesn't care. He's shamefaced about the whole thing. You know, you're as bad as David Beckham, you are. You're as bad. Fancy eating a lamb curry in front of somebody who doesn't have a lamb curry to eat. Are you eating it cold, or have you just heated it up? Can't believe it, honestly. It's dreadful. These people, they don't care. So, John Barrowman. I think that would be a good choice, actually. Susie says, when you were a teenager, I don't think I was ever a teenager, who was your favourite singer and what band? I didn't really have it because we just listened to the music of the 60s. You know, The Sweet, Dave D. Dozy, Beaky, Mick and Titch, Peter Noon, Herman's Hermits, all those sort of, any of the groups who were around. You know, a lot of Tamla Motown I listened to. Loved Tamla Motown, Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, Smokey Robinson, Junior Walker and the All Stars, the Jacksons, everything. I liked all Tamla Motown and soul. I grew up. I'm a soul boy. A soul. Oh, that's interesting. What was that? I'm looking at the rotors. Loving the show, says Jonathan. He says, I'm wide awake preparing to get all the lighting for the British Airways cabin crew panto of Aladdin loaded into the Beck Theatre today. Still time to get your tickets. They open on Wednesday next week. Brilliant show, raising money for charity. Most shows nearly sold out because it does very well. Gets great reviews, doesn't it? Great reviews. So well done, Jonathan. How lovely. I like the Beck Theatre. I like the Beck Theatre in Hayes. I've done that about 3 times, actually. It's a 600-seater. It's very nice. Big dressing room. And I needed a big dressing room. And I just thought it was great. There was so much room on the stage. So much... Oh, you really are eating that in that? Oh, that is absolutely outrageous. I thought it was a joke. Oh, goodness sake, honestly. I mean, if we get indigestion sitting there eating it in front of us, it's not good enough, is it, really? The first peek at Channel 4's 2-part TV drama based on the Wagatha Christie libel case. And they've got... I mean, Rebecca Vardy is the most ungrateful old baggage I've ever met, I think, actually. Never met her. But it's just moaning. A court of law found that she had to pay $1.5 million. This is after the social media libel suit brought by Rebecca after Colleen accused her of leaking stories. It's just, you know, it was so ridiculous and it dragged on. They should have settled it ages ago out of court. Otherwise, poor little Rebecca, whose career, I don't know what career she has, but, you know, trying to get that money back, dear. Don't know where you're going to go with it. Maya Jama, apparently she's so successful, she's so wonderful, she's almost godlike. She's been deified in the paper, but she's going to go to America and crack America. I don't think so, dear. I don't think so. You know, if you're going to go to America, you can't just pop in, do work, and then become an instant star. You've got to go and live there for ages. That's why Harry Styles is very successful in America. I'll tell you this now because loads of people have tried to crack America and failed, and you don't offer anything that they don't have. Why would they want you in America? You've got nothing more than anything. You don't juggle, you don't whistle, you can't play the banjo. What's the point of having you? You're just another presenter, and presenters they've got 1 million of, thank you very much indeed. You know, better looking, more versatile, everything going on. They can probably cook as well, dear. So don't embarrass yourself. It's not worth it. I'm delighted to say that Johnny Irwin, remember Johnny Irwin? Place in the country, has been swamped by love. He was ditched after telling producers he was dying of cancer. And there's been various stories saying, well, perhaps they thought that he would want to spend more time with his family. But then why would he, you know, want to carry on with the programme? He wanted to carry on with the programme. It was the first programme he'd ever had. And then somebody said, oh, maybe they couldn't get insurance. And you think, well, then you pay for insurance. You know, to get him over there, because obviously for medical reasons, if he's filming abroad, you've got to have the insurance. And one of the columnists today, and I'll read it to you a little bit later on, has said basically this production company need to reconsider. They're obviously incredibly... If the story is true, that they dropped him because he told them he had terminal cancer, then shame on them. Shame on them. The one thing you should be doing is supporting. That's the difference between a good company and a bunch of cowboys. That's the difference. They look after you. You tell them, listen, I'm not very well. And they look at, when I was off ill, I got flowers, food, everything. Medical treatment, you know, really, really well looked after. And, you know, Johnny had been doing it for such a long time. And he deserved to be looked after. He absolutely deserved to be looked after. But they failed to renew his contract. I mean, isn't that... I mean, I just feel it must be the most awful company under this... If it's true. Ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. What a horrible company. You know, to deny somebody like that. Interestingly, there's... oh, no, I can't do that one. There's so many trials going on at the moment involving, people who've done dreadful things. And, oh, lovely. Look at this. 12 pigs in blankets from Aldi, £1.99. I've yet to find them in Greggs. They do apparently a pot of pigs in blankets. And you never find it. I don't know where they go to. But they're only about £1.99, £2 or something like that. And I absolutely love pigs. So I could you get them in a mug, like a sort of a plastic paper cup, and you could just eat the whole lot of them. Aren't they delicious? Pigs in blankets. They're now part of their festive menu. But the trouble is you go in there and they're not there. And you go, why are they not there? I'm sorry, if you advertise something, it should be there. What, Greg's here? No, I need to get home early today. Yeah, because once the sun comes up, become like that. It's terrible. Oh, that looks nice. Blankets, pigs, blankets, baguette. I might have to go for that as well, actually. Might have to go for that. I do like their sausages in there. They're very nice and just the right size. They're about, what's that, Elliot? Is that anything you recognise? I mean, they're only about sort of 3 or 4 inches long, but very tasty. In the baguette, very nice. And now they do the pigs in the blankets in the baguette. I might have to get off the train at Richmond today. I might have to push the boat out and go for it, because that would. But the trouble is, you get on the bus and there's no way you have to stand up trying to eat a baguette. It's not easy. Falling into people, mainly school children. Get out of the way. I do hate it. It's like people who sit down and put their bag on the seat next to them so you can't sit there. I make a move here. I kick it off onto the floor. Don't try that thing with me. Bernard Bland, 92. He's been going to his pub for the past, God knows how long, 68 years. The same pub. What a boring man. The same pub he goes to. Since 1954, he started going to the same. It's like people who go back to Spain. They go to the same hotel, the same caravan site, the same. They don't see any further than that. And they go, because they know it's in the hotel. Manuel looks after us. And you go, why don't you go somewhere different? But they don't. Johnny in Brighton says, why are so many of you listeners called John, Johnny, or Jonathan? I'm considering changing my name to Eric. I thought it was Sheila. I do beg your pardon. I mean, I'm not supposed to know these things, but there you go. And I'm going to message you on January the 10th. To wish me a happy birthday, as I've tried many times on the radio to get my message read out. Yeah, but you didn't put money in. There needs to be money in the car. I've got people to pay round here. I can't just sort of say, oh, we'll do it, but I have to pay for it. The producers are on a cut of the show. I have to at the end of each month. It's like Elvis Presley. You sit there with your money in a tin, and they line up in front of you, and they tell you who they are, because you don't know. I've got no idea. And then you give them money. And then they go and they go, thank you very much indeed, Steve. It's a bit like watching Scrooge at work, So you're expecting me to pay you for Christmas Day off? I don't think so. But I do it out of the goodness. I mean, it's out of the goodness of my heart, because I remember when I was little, we didn't have very much at Christmas. We didn't have anything, We didn't have a tree. We used to be taken out on our bicycles, and we'd stop outside a house which had the windows open, and we'd look at the tree and pretend it was ours. And that's how it worked. Presents? I don't think so. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday, November the 25th. We love the weekend. We love a weekend. And apparently the recommended 8 glasses of water a day, 2 litres, is too much, scientists have decided. I mean, to be honest with you, slosh around all over the place. Who wants to drink 8 glasses of water a day? Although, actually, I don't think I'm far off it. I generally get through 2 bottles of that pure water, which I quite like. And because I'm a bit particular about bottled water. I like, there are some waters I've tried, I don't like that. And then I've tried other ones, which are really fantastic. I like the idea, only going to prove how lax our prisons are. There is HMP Portland, which is in Dorset. And they went through, as they do every so often, and in a prisoner's cell, they found a drone. In a prisoner's cell. It's that lax there. Seriously, just wander in, help yourself to whatever you want. It was flown in from the outside, probably carrying drugs or phones. Oh, not the Quality Street, maybe? No, of course it's drugs. It's flying in, and phones, little tiny one. They also found 97 mobiles in this prison. They're secure. You might as well leave the front door open. 97 mobiles. Yeah, 69 SIM cards and 27 weapons. Just as long as they've downloaded the global player, I'll be more than happy, actually. The Independent Monitoring Board said seizures are up 58%, because it's easy. because they've got the front doors open. And also you've got, bearing in mind, it does happen, bent police officers who are working in the prisons, and smuggling in these phones. These phones are tiny. I've shown them to you before. In fact, we took pictures of them, put them up on the website years and years ago. They're tiny little things, less than an inch tall. Less than an inch tall. I bought loads of them because, they were literally about that big, Dan. Tiny little phones that light up. They've got memory card. Seriously, amazing. And so they wonder, why the prisoners get them. And as I say, they're in every prison. I don't believe that there is a prison that we've got in this land where they don't have corruption and you can get booze. And you've seen prisoners standing there with their drugs in prison. I mean, the people who run these places, God knows what they're doing. But the other story that upset me greatly, traditional fairy tales are in danger of dying out as young parents deem them inappropriate for kids. So it means tales like Hansel and Gretel, Little Red Riding Hood by the Brothers Grimm could vanish. Apparently 90% of under 30s believe the tales are old-fashioned and perpetuate outdated gender stereotypes. What was the gender stereotype in Hansel and Gretel or Little Red Riding Hood? Apparently they believe they're offensive. Are these people stupid? The Brothers Grimm story of Hansel and Gretel was deemed most inappropriate. I mean, I don't quite see it, Hansel and Gretel, but there you go. Followed by Little Red Riding Hood and then Rumpelstiltskin. 86% in the poll by a Christmas lights firm said there was something magical and fun about fairy tales. Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs were the favourite. Absolutely. But also, we grew up with fairy... I'm not interested in these woke parents. Who cares what they think? They probably can't afford to buy them anyway. They probably wouldn't understand it. They go, somebody who's under the age of 30. Well, I shouldn't imagine they even know what Rumpelstiltskin is. They say, oh, have you ever read Little Red Riding Hood? No. She goes into this place in the woods by herself with her little basket, and there's some bears living there. Is that Little Red Riding Hood, the little bear? And they've got... That's Goldilocks. Is it Goldilocks and the Three Bears? What did Little Red Riding Hood do? Oh, that was the big bad wolf. Oh, that's right. The wolf pretended to be the grandmother who was going to huff and puff and blow the house down. No, it wasn't, a different one. That's the Three Little Pigs. Oh, my God, there's a whole abattoir. There is a whole abattoir. What other animals have we got? Anything? Billy Goat's Gruff. Oh, yes. And the boy with his finger in the dike who cried... Who was that one in Holland? He was the one who basically stopped the place from flooding. Very famous because the whole of Holland is dikes all over the place and windmill and tulips everywhere, and cheese. My favourite cheese of all time, Edam, my favourite cheese. I'm not supposed to eat it because they've said it's actually quite fattening, but no, I love it. But if you can't have traditional fairy stories, that's what we've grown up on. You'd be telling me next the Bible's out of date. Who's seriously going to believe that there was one bloke called Jesus? Everybody's going to believe it. I've seen the stage play. In fact, actually, it's one of my favourite things to watch on YouTube, Jesus Christ Superstar. I've watched a little bit with the tall boy, and it's very good. Very good in Amsterdam and all other places where they go and take this show to. And it was just fabulous. It was just fantastic. And it brought back such great memories because I remember seeing it at the Shaftesbury Theatre, I think, when they did Jesus Christ Superstar. It used to be picketed. The film was picketed by a group called the Festival of Light, who thought it was blaspheming because it was Jesus Christ Superstar. But to people who are Christian, they think he is a superstar. Of course he is. He did all sorts of things. They didn't like it at all. And the stage play I went to see, and when they did the crucifixion, it was really powerful stuff. Really, really powerful stuff. And then I've seen various other versions around the world, and the music is brilliant. Everything about it. Ted Neely, love Ted Neely. I love him. He's just great. They brought him back. He was the one who made the film of Jesus Christ Superstar, and he's still working. And they brought him back, and he went on and it was just amazing. Just amazing. It really was. I get quite emotional. And the nice thing is that they've got cameras there and they go into the wings and there's all the cast watching him singing. I think it was Gethsemane. And he can hit falsetto at his age, and they stand there and there's tears running down their faces. It's so emotional. I don't get affected by anything like that, as you can well imagine. Water off a duck's back, as far as I'm concerned. 10 to 5, Steve Allen's early breakfast. The remains of a 3,000-year-old Bronze Age man have been found during work in a house in Somerset. I don't know what they make a big deal about that. I work with a 3,000-year-old man who was found in a cave in Somerset. Certainly can't be human, I'll put it that way. The funny thing is, you work with people and you sort of think, I wonder what their house looks like. I never think that. I couldn't really care less. I'm not bothered whether they've got sort of, 2 bathrooms, 3 bathrooms, a Christmas tree and an outhouse. But people will say, so what sort of place do you live in? And I've got friends who are very rich and I've got friends who are very poor. And those are the people I like to help. If they're poor. I like at Christmas, I always bring them in some sort of chocolate. Mind you, I bring chocolate in every day. The newsreader said to me the other day, she said, do you think people know where these chocolates and the Satsumas come from? I said, yes, I tell them. I'm not backward at coming forward. So what else? So Cliff Richard's got that thing out now. Also, the best way to get your toddler to sleep is a cuddle. Works on the producer as well. Give him a cuddle and he's like, shh. He's off, and it's the best time for us here. I can't bear it when he sort of wakes up. Oh, goodness me. Yeah, the screaming, the shouting, the whole bit. What about Michael McIntyre as a judge on Britain's Got Talent, says Roger. I don't think that Michael McIntyre could be as honest as you would want him to be. He's too nice. And you've got to be brutally honest with these people. What is the point of telling somebody that they've got talent when they haven't? That gives them false hope, and then they go, in the years to come, they're going to be suing left, right and centre. I was told I've got great potential. And I'm thinking, but you haven't. I mean, what do you think you can do? I won prizes. Like they had these girls on and their parents came on and said, they won prizes in holiday camps. I thought, listen, they give away prizes to everybody in holiday camps. It's like, is your little girl here? Here you go, Ruby Sue. There you go. There's your prize. And they give them cups and medals and everything else like that. It doesn't mean anything. They're never going to have a career. I think half of these people go into it and think, I'll be filling stadiums inside a year. And it just doesn't happen like that. Anybody who asks Simon Cowell, ask Louis Walsh, the people who would know exactly. Ask anybody in Global Talent. Here, the people that we book for all the summertime balls and the Jingle Bell Ball and all these other places, they're people who can go out and perform on stage. That's what they do. You can't put anybody from Britain's Got Talent on unless they've made it into the charts. And even then they go, sing live. They go, yes, sing live. Is that so difficult? And they find it very difficult, some of them, because they're so used to having everything done for them. Gary says, decided to make a cup of tea with Asda almond milk. Oh, I don't think I've ever had almond milk. I know they do all these different milks and things like that. But the container, he says, is designed in such a way it's impossible to pour without more ending up on the kitchen worktop than in the cup. Don't they test products? Well, they do, but I also do the same. I put normal milk in and I do spill some of it. But then I just take a paper towel and wipe it up. As simple as that. I take the paper towel and I wipe it up and then throw the paper towel in the bin. But everybody makes mistakes, don't they, of sort of pouring cups of tea. I didn't make my last cup of tea. The producer made it, a tall one. And I thought that was quite normal. I wouldn't trust him. I would want him to be filmed on the journey from here to the kitchen and just to make sure that he doesn't do anything odd with the cup of tea. Yeah. Always have to check these sort of things, which is very nice indeed. So tens of thousands of homes are in an unsafe condition, says Michael Gove. Was it the other day? Was it Suella who said, we're not getting to grips with this immigration thing? I thought, you're bright. You're really bright, aren't you? We were telling you this for weeks and weeks. And a dress worn by Vivian Lee. Big film for Vivian Lee was Gone with the Wind. You ever seen Gone with the Wind? No, I shouldn't think so. But anyway, it was all... No, he goes, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. But this honeymoon gown is among 150 plus items. They reckon this one could fetch £125,000. It's cream and beige silk bengaline with embroidered sleeves created by the costume designer Walter Plunkett. Wow. There's also a straw hat which Vivien Leigh wears at the start of the film, set to fetch £50,000. And a bonnet she wore could reach £25,000. Bonhams are selling them. How wonderful. How wonderful. All these sort of costumes that people have hung on to. You know, at the time, when they used to do cartoon films, they would all be drawn by hand. And they would look and then draw and page over and then draw. And they would throw them away afterwards. What was the point of keeping them? They didn't need to keep them once the film had been made. And so you could go and raid these bins in Disney and places like that, and you could pick up a book full of sketches of whoever it happened to be. I knew somebody who did that, actually. They've got the sketches, which I don't think they really should have, but they threw them out. I think if somebody throws something out, they're fair game. Fair game. 5:15. What do we do at 5:15? Come on. LBC Travel Headlines with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Actually, the more I think about Michael McIntyre as a judge, the more I think no. Because he's too nice. I know he does a bit of risque stuff on stage, but I think that's okay, actually. Not Jimmy Carr again. No, Jimmy Carr's on every programme under the sun. Much as I love Jimmy Carr, we couldn't do that. I'd like to see Jack D on it. He'd be good. Jack, comedian, very deadpan face. Deadpan face. He's very good. Very, very good. Yeah, he'd be nice because he'd be saying, "Oh, they're not very good, are they?" But bearing in mind, as I keep saying to people, when people have criticised, the programme, I said they're making a television programme. It's like when you watch I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. What you're watching is the edited highlights of the programme. And as Chris Moyles said, he said, if you don't have a Bush Tucker trial to do, and you've done your washing the day before, when you wake up in the morning, you've got 15 hours before you go to bed to do nothing. He said, and it's the boredom factor. He said, so you...
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Basically, you either go back to sleep again or you just potter about. He said, but you don't have anything to do. The Bush Tucker trials take up most of your day when they're filming them, and the other bits of... He said, if you haven't got that to do, he said, all you're thinking about is, I've got 15 hours to go before I climb back into bed again, which must be terrible. I like to occupy most hours of the day. Sometimes if I go home, like I probably will today, and have a little sleep for about, half an hour, it tends to be half an hour, and I seem to be quite good on half an hour. And then I feel, oh no, don't waste the day. Get out there and do things. So go out shopping, do little bits and pieces. I've got to sort out a Christmas tree. And got to do invoices and stuff like that. But it's all sort of stuff that fits in. But everybody's got the same things to do. Unless you're going into work today. But I'm in work. It's funny. This woman who's in this place. That's where you are. You're in work. Wait a minute. I'm back in the room. There you go. Woo. Lovely. And the woman who went, when I said, are you quite mad? When she put all this stuff on the conveyor, because she didn't understand humour at all. And then she said, oh, I had to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And so I said, fell on deaf ears, I was up at 1 o'clock in the morning, dear. I'm working at 4, okay? For hours and hours and hours. You, nothing. But it's the lack of sense of humour. Steve, Wild Bean Cafe at the BP petrol station have a festive slice. Oh, it's quite nice, actually. I've had a festive slice, but it's a festive slice. It's a pasty. It's a festive slice. Oh, you just don't get out, do you? Don't you have festive... No, it's not. It wouldn't be festive slice, would it? It's known as a festive slice. It's a festive slice because it's like a pasty with festive things in it, like turkey bits and cranberry and stuff like that. And it's not for you. It's too expensive. It's over £1. All right? Might go and order 10, I think, actually. See if I can swap them for a voucher. Steve, another one here, says, new judge for Britain's Got Talent, Donny Osmond. Yeah, he's too nice. He is too... I have to tell you, Donny would be too nice a person. That he doesn't do criticism. But I think you have to be honest with people. I know it doesn't work. That's why they've got to pick the person carefully. And it's got to be somebody who can have an opinion. And it's got to be somebody who, the audience like. And they respect it. You don't want to sit there giving an opinion and the audience boo you. boo, boo, which they've done before when sort of people have said something, and you think, no, they know what they're talking about. I remember seeing one of these Britain's Got Talent things, and the girl on the stage said to Danny Minogue, "Who are you?" And I thought, you're that thick, aren't you, that you really don't know who Danny Minogue is? And I remember seeing it and thinking, do you know, you're either pretending to be stupid or you really are stupid, because you're certainly talentless. Who are you, she said. And Danny laughed, because she's had loads and loads of hits, whereas this girl, stage, she hit her in the face on the stage. It's on YouTube. And that's where they went, oh, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Then they brought the parents on. And they started doing it. But no, she actually physically punched her, and everybody's going, what are you doing? Why would you want to do that? Not very good at all, actually. Not very good. Chocolate lovers face this shortage because of the world's biggest cocoa bean producing company has got industrial action. Dockers in Ivory Coast have refused to load thousands of tons of the raw ingredient. I'd be careful, actually. They'll buy it from somewhere else, and then you'll have no work. That won't be very good, will it? Steve, I bought myself a handheld clothes steamer in the Black Friday sale on Amazon, said Sarah. I was going to buy the same one a couple of weeks ago, but waited for the sale, and glad I did. It had 18 quid knocked off the price. What you have to ask yourself is, so they're selling it 18 quid off and they're still making a profit. There's no big deals out there at all. It's like, they say, buy one, get one free. And you go, okay. And they go, the cheaper item you get for free. Or failing that, buy two, get one free. Who the hell wants 3 packets of condoms? I mean, I ask you, that would just be ridiculous. That would be a lifetime out there. But they think that we fall for it. But now the papers are very keen to expose these things and say, actually, it's not such a bargain. It's not the big bargain you think it is, because all they're trying to do is get rid of stock. They do it on the television programmes. There used to be, there was some classic programme on the television, I can't remember its name, and I can, and they would put up the retail price of something, and they'd go £3,690 for this diamond ring, and then they go, and we're going to slash the price. The next time it was £299, and you think, you're taking the Michael. You're taking the Michael. And so then they had to adjust it, because it became illegal to overhype the price of something and try and pretend that it was worth, you're getting this real good value. And it turned out not to be. Mind you, there is one of the channels, it claims to just sell jewellery, but in fact they sell candles, they sell scarves, they sell all handbags, they sell all sorts of stuff. So obviously there's not enough rubbish. And the way that they sell it to you, it's quite clever. They will spend 20 minutes saying, this is the rarest, the mine is closed down, $6.99, and you go, manager's special, and you go, it's a pile of rubbish. It's a pile of, you can tell by the sort of people who buy it. It's a case of they go, oh, I've never seen anything so attractive for $6.99. I can't believe it. I think I might buy 2 pairs of earrings. And you think, I wouldn't bother. But if you really want to watch people losing their rag and people trying to cheat the owners of a shop, type in pawn shop, P-A-W-N. The shop has closed, I have to tell you, in America. But they have a lot of people. It's a family. The Gold family owned it. And they had people coming in and they thought that they could hoodwink them, because every time you do a pawn. So in other words, if you take something, if I took the producer in there, I'd be wanting to offload him. I wouldn't want to, take a loan out. You want to get rid of it completely. And they then say, right, well, there's a different price. If we're going to buy it, we'll give you $60, or failing that, you can pawn it to us and then you can buy it back, but you have to pay a premium. And people come in, and these 2 women turned up at the window, the cash window. And you could tell from the moment they started, they had an issue. And the issue was, I want my $10,000 ring back that we pawned. And he goes, yeah, do you have the ticket? They're all given a ticket with it. Whether you've pawned it or you've sold it, you get a ticket. I want my $10,000 ring back. You knew that they were compulsive liars and they were crooks. And it was very interesting, because they took it as far as they could go. And as far as they could go was, he said, listen, I'm more than happy to look for your ring, because there's nothing on the computer. Nothing on the computer. And if it's in your name, there ain't nothing there at all. Bring me in the slip and I'll happily look for it. I want my $10,000 ring back. You thought you're just a pair of crooks. So anyway, he said, you bring the thing in. So away they go. And she said, I'm bringing my lawyer back. So he goes, fine, we'll be here. We're waiting, because you can't get anything back out of porn unless you got your ticket. Even people who've been separated, the other person did it, and they said, I want it back because I own it. And he said, it's theirs. I can't sell it to you. If they come in and ask for it and it's given to you, no. Anyway, these two women come back with the receipt. Here it is, the receipt for a $10,000 ring. And so the girl behind the counter looks at it and goes, this is not our receipt. And so she goes, yes, it is. Look, it says American jewellery and blah, blah, blah. She says, this is a fake. And so they went, no, it isn't. Give me my $10,000 ring. And they push it as far, making themselves look even more stupid by the minute. And he goes, no, it's not. Next thing, they bring a lawyer in. They're so determined that they can hoodwink people because they're crooks. And the bloke who runs it says, no, it's not, this is fake. And he says to the lawyer says, I represent these two ladies, they want their £10,000 ring back. And the bloke who owns the shop said, there is no £10,000 ring. He said, look, this is one of our receipts, and this is their receipt. He said, our one on the back has all the rules. You have to have somebody's name and address to pawn something and everything else. On the back of theirs, nothing. He said, the number is just made up. He said, ours are in rotation. And so the bloke turned around and said, well, I can see from that it's fake. It's fake. And they really thought that they could get away with it. And they went off shouting the odds and all the rest of it. And I love it. I'm fascinated by the people who will argue because they're crooks. It's as simple as that. I caught somebody stealing years ago in a shop. So I told the bloke behind the counter. She was nicking giant candles and putting them in her bag to go and sell. And so I said to the bloke behind the counter, she's nicking your stock. Because I think, if I had a business, I'd expect somebody to tell me if somebody was nicking. You see it all the time now. So I was more than happy to shut the door so they were locked in there. We pinned her to the ground. And so he said, can I have a look in your bag? And so she said, I was just going to pay for it. And he said, right, we'll have them back. She said, well, I shan't buy them now. And like, yeah, right, whatever. And she was nicking to order. She was nicking to order. But they what they do is bluff it out. And it's the bluffing out. But then if you see somebody... little shops have gone bust before now because people thieve. They don't think anything of it. They have no shame. They couldn't care less. They really couldn't care less. They're not bothered about the person who owns the shop. They're not bothered about them. They will steal, like people who steal your phones. Like Amir Khan's wife the other day got her phone nicked. Yeah, if you're standing by the side of... I've said to people, if you're standing by the side of the road at a bus stop, put your phone in your pocket. They're there, they're doing selfies, and somebody just goes past on a bicycle and grabs it. They make... admittedly, the phones are useless because you can't reopen them again, but they take them for the parts. That's what they want. And they can get 100 phones a day, because people are stupid, because they don't realise. Anybody on a bicycle, as far as I'm concerned, don't come near me. I steer well back. And also, hardly ever use my phone. It's ringing away feverishly, people saying, oh, you've just won this money, Stephen, and the National Lottery and everything. And I'm going, yeah, I can't talk to you right now. Somebody's about to nick the phone. I love it. 5:30 is the time. Let's get the LBC News headlines for you this morning with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. It's nice to have your company. Let's have a quick look. Greg's Pigs in Blankets Baguette, which sounds delicious, says Kim. It does, doesn't it? They don't call it Pigs in Blankets Baguettes. They call it Pigs Under Blankets because it's just their normal sausages with the bacon. So they do a sausage and bacon baguette. So they've called it Pigs Under Blankets. But you can get a cup full of pigs in blankets, which sounds very nice, doesn't it? Check-in times in the telly for the shows I like this weekend, and I saw on Channel 4 tomorrow starring Christopher Plummer as Scrooge, who helps Charles Dickens write A Christmas Carol. I thought of you, says Kathy. Oh, it's got me written all over it, hasn't it, really? Christopher Plummer. That was a man who couldn't sing in The Sound of Music. They had to dub his voice. So when he sang Edelweiss, it wasn't him singing because he couldn't sing. I don't think he enjoyed the experience of doing The Sound of Music at all, actually. But then there were loads of other people who couldn't sing in films. The little boy who played Oliver, he couldn't sing. His voice was dubbed by a girl. Really? I didn't know. I just said, who will buy this wonderful... I just assumed that he was singing Mark Lester, but it turns out he wasn't, really. Darryl in Eastbourne says, Steve, we had the steam train Christmas bell come through Eastbourne yesterday. Quite special. Oh, I love stuff like that. And how about Matt Hancock, says Tony. to do Britain's Got Talent. Don't start. Don't start. I refuse to be wound up on a Friday. It's one of my favourite days. Johnny says, this is Eric of Brighton. Come on. It's really Sheila. It's really Sheila. We know. We know. He says, I have never managed to watch an entire episode of Britain's Got Talent. It winds me up more than a baby crying on an aeroplane. Oh, I love babies crying on aeroplanes. Oh, I love it. I think it's the best thing ever, especially if they're not sitting next to you and it's somebody else. That's fantastic. Normally, they actually go to sleep fairly quickly. I mean, I'm asleep before the babies. I sleep through everything on an aeroplane. I wouldn't know. Seriously, I don't like when they go, it's, put your seatbelt back on. I sleep with the seatbelt on, actually. Kathy reckons Ashley Banjo for Britain's Got Talent to replace David Walliams. That would be a good choice. He's been in their shoes and won, and he's incredibly talented. Not bad to look out either. Oh, Kathy, will you stop it? They're holding a torch for Ashley. Instead of says Ash, a new judge on Britain's Got Talent, how about just no more Britain's Got Talent? Very bitter. Frankie Boyle to replace David Walliams, says Darren in Perth, Western Australia. They have to be very precise. Have you noticed? Perth, Western Australia. There you go, which I quite like. Sue in Sidcup says, my mum, Pat Bailey, went to the Kew Christmas lights last night. Have you been? I have seen them. I have seen them in previous years. They're lovely. I love Kew Gardens. It's just so expensive to go. It really is. Happy listener here in Japan, says Fielding. Time difference makes you perfect to listen to during the workday here. Would you please repeat the name of the music industry book by a manager you mentioned a little while back? Oh, this is... can't remember the name of the book. It was Simon Napier Bell, wasn't it? Can you find out what the title of the book is? I'll tell you. You can find it on Amazon. You can find it on Amazon. Simon Napier Bell, who looked after more groups, and there was more skullduggery and all sorts of other exciting things at the time. And I remember thinking, it's got a very odd title. Mine arrived the other day, and I know that Jonathan Shalit, the professor, he's also ordered a copy. I think he's going to take it away for Christmas. Bit of a light read for him, I should imagine. And do you know what it's called? It's on that. He has written a lot of books. Yeah, well, it'll be on Amazon. It'll be the first one at the top of the page. Okay. No more clues. Just helping you out, Yes, Sourmouth Sweet Bottom. Yeah, it's a very odd title, isn't it? Or probably not. But that's available on Amazon. So now you know, Fielding. Steve, how about Jack Whitehall or his dad as a judge? Now, you can't put his dad on there. He's a bit too old for it. But I think definitely Jack Whitehall. You could definitely put him on there. And I also think to have longevity, says Chris, you have to have stage presence and charisma, or bloody catchy or well-written songs that stand out. Robbie Williams or Ollie Murs may give the best voices, but have stage presence. Have you noticed the majority of voice winners and runners-up in the UK version have got nowhere except Becky Hill? I couldn't even tell you who Becky Hill is. It doesn't really help me, does it, actually? But the new judge should be Jason Donovan. Yep, he would be good. Britain's Got Talent ratings would go through the roof, but I doubt he'd do it, says Roger. Harry Styles? He would be good. Because he's worked his... He is too big for it, I know. He is too big. I don't know. Sure be somebody, won't there? Steve, David Walliams was a judge on Australia's Got Talent. He went on stage and took his shirt off to participate in an access show. I know. The trouble is it got a little bit irritating and he started sort of playing up. Ken says the child actor who played the son of Olivia de Havilland and Leslie Howard in Gone with the Wind passed away recently at the age of 90. He was the last of the cast of the film still with us, appeared in many movies during his long life. See, I love people like that. I think, they've had a life. They've done something which is so monumental. You'll never see the like again. Natalie says, I went to see Blood Brothers last night and it was fantastic. I've no idea who the actress playing Mrs. Johnston was, but she was amazing. I cried all the way home. Tell me it's not true. Say it's just a story. That was a story that we had years ago. We were very friendly with Bill Kenwright. And there were 4 of us out on the town. And for some, I don't know why, actually, we went, let's go see a show. Let's go see a show. And so we phoned up Bill in his office and said, can we go and see Blood Brothers? Because we were standing outside the theatre. And he went, yeah, I'll leave tickets at the box office. So he phoned the box office. We went in and watched Blood Brothers, and it blew me away. It's the story of a Liverpool housewife, a very average, down-to-earth, working-class woman who has 2 children, but she can't afford to keep 2 children, so she gives one away. under the proviso that the person who has looking after this person, who is very well heeled, very rich and everything else, never told. But the boys met when they were playing. One very working class, one very upper class. And they meet and they play, but they don't know that they're brothers. They don't know. And Mickey wants to be friends with him. He wants, I want to be your brother. And it's great. Con O'Neill was just sensational in it. And various other people have done it over the years. And it's always been brilliant. And in the end, unfortunately, Mickey, the one, he goes off the rails. He goes off the rails on drugs and everything else. And he kills his brother. But he doesn't know it's his brother, that he's killed him, and the police fire and they kill him as well. And then, I mean, you could hear a pin drop. The only place the show never worked, America. They don't do crying. Whereas the British audiences, they were like, ooh. I mean, we walked out of that theatre in London having thought, that the manipulation has been so good. So good, because you try not to be taken over by something that's happening on stage. Live band, some great shows. There's a narrator in it, and he starts off by saying, "Have you heard the story of the Johnson twins?" And it was best show I've ever seen. And I've heard it in Chinese as well. I used to go round and buy different languages, and I think I've got it in Chinese, which was hilarious. Natalie, thank you. Love the show, as you can well imagine. Steve. There is only one contender for the new judge on Britain's Got Talent. It's you. No, I'd be too honest. I'd have to say to them, listen, it's very sweet that you made an effort to come here today, but frankly, you wasted everybody's time. You cannot sing. You have no talent. You're unattractive. Goodbye. They would have to go. Why lie to somebody? Why do we not tell the truth to people? It's like I have to look through the glass at these people, and you have to sort of be honest. If you fib to somebody, it gives them false hope. And the amount of people on Britain's Got Talent who they were determined not to give them false hope. I've seen people sitting there. Gary Barlow sat there and said, I'm sorry, said, you can't sing. But they're totally under this illusion that they can sing. But they can't. How about Ozzy Osbourne for Britain's Got Talent, says Richard. Yeah, whatever. Ricky Gervais, I don't think he'd find the desk. Ricky Gervais for judge, too big. Lawrence says, ever tried a potato dog? It's a sausage coated in potato waffles, perfect on a crisp morning. Oh, I quite like the sound of that. Is there a place that does it round the corner? Is there? What do they call it? It's a Japanese place. Really? Oh, we might have to do that at Christmas, mightn't we? Should we go there for... No, not you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not taking you anywhere. The only place I'm taking you to is social services. Steve, Sheila is in Brighton. Hello, Sheila. I think we should be a judge on Britain's Got Talent, or I should be. I'll act out like Brian Blessed, but much louder. Somebody else has come up, Lawrence, with Julian Clary with his dog. He defo brings some colour to the proceedings. He certainly would. In a minute, I've got the Hertfordshire Police review of the incident. Do you remember where our reporter was arrested and put in a cell for how many hours? 5 hours. 5 hours. Anyway, they've done a review of the incident. The actual review was 9 pages long, but the main points were... I'll tell you in a moment. And we take more of your texts and emails, 84850. And incidentally, just while we're on that, a couple are pictured with their donut cake. They tied their nuptials in a Krispy Kreme drive-thru. I didn't even know such a thing existed. Krispy Kreme drive-thru. Caroline and Elliot. Look, how funny. The same name. Only this one got married. Both 28. Switched to the venue in Enfield to avoid a clash with today's England game. The wedding also featured an Elvis impersonator and a donut bouquet. Oh, God. Sounds absolutely ghastly, doesn't it, really? Not my sort of thing at all. But no, good luck to them. 6:45 is the time. Nice to have your company coming up 5:50 on this. I don't know if it's chilly out. Oh, please, God, it doesn't rain again today. I'd rather have a dry day just for once. Make sure and the leaves are still falling off the trees and the counts are out. They don't know what to do with them. Why can't we make disposable leaves? It'd make it so much easier. You sweep them up, you sprinkle something on there, and they disappear before your eyes because they clog up the drains, they get up the side of the cars, they look absolutely dreadful. So, The Hertfordshire Police review of the incident where our reporter got arrested and was shoved in a cell. She was handcuffed, if you please, shoved in a cell for 5 hours. They've done a review of the incident, 9 pages long, but I've pasted it down for you. Pasted it down, so we've gone from 9 pages to less than 9 lines. Okay, but the gist of it is the arrests that they made were not justified. No surprise there. The officers lacked the understanding of the role of the press. She said, "I've got a press card. I'm a journalist." They'd never seen them. 2 officers involved hadn't done compliance training. So what were they doing out there? What were they doing? Police powers weren't used appropriately. The direction to arrest was given and no alternative, so the arrest was likely regardless. Whatever we said or did, it was going to happen. But I've never seen people being handcuffed left, right and centre. I'm a reporter. You know, what I want to know is, who are these officers? Who are they? Who are they? Because there's another report in the paper today that the scandal hit Met has 100 officers, they say, who cannot be trusted to speak to the public. Sir Mark Rowley, boss of the London Force, described the situation as completely mad. Overall, 1 in 10 officers, that's around 3,000, are not available for full-time duties because of misconduct cases. Misconduct. Wow. Around 500 are suspended or on restricted duties. Charlotte was the 4th journalist to be arrested by the police. I mean, to shove somebody in a... Can you imagine if that had been me? I'd have been going, I need my insulin. I need my tablets. You can't just shove somebody in without checking their medical condition. Really terrible. Really terrible. But Sir Mark demanded a change in misconduct rules on sacking officers. He says, it's completely mad. I have to employ people like that as police officers who you can't trust to have contact with the public. It is ridiculous. I mean, we've had police officers now who have committed murder. I mean, there is a case which I think is coming up shortly. A police officer committed murder. Of course we do. He's in prison. Have you read the news? No, but he was a police officer and he committed murder. He's in prison. No. He's in prison for murder. He was in the police when he committed the crime. There's another police officer at the moment, 53 charges, including rape. I mean, and you look at them and you think, why did you ever become a police officer? What would be the point of becoming a police officer? I thought the whole idea, police officer, in fact, we've seen them on the television, the police officer saying, I came into the police force to try and restore order, and I'm dealing with family domestics. That's what he said, I'm not enjoying being in the police force. He said, I have to come round and deal with drunk people. He said, who've had an argument. He said, there's this woman who phoned up the other day. He said, this is the 100th time we've been to her house. He said, she thinks we're the social services. He said, we're not. We have to go round there and stop her, you know, wrecking the house and doing all sorts of things. He said, I didn't join the police force for that. He said, I joined the police force to try and chase baddies. You know, people who rob banks and things like that. But they're becoming few and far between because it's now all cyber attacks. There's police in the paper today who've confiscated a drug dealer's Lamborghini. There's so much money in drugs, they don't care whether they get caught because somebody else will just carry on dealing with it. You know, you can see it all the time. In fact, it's more open than you could ever imagine. We used to have it in Twickenham. We've still got it in Twickenham. And I remember saying to the policeman that I knew down there, I said, why do you not do something about it? He said, because it's contained. He said, we know where it is. He said, if it moves out of that particular pub or venue, he said, then we can clamp down. He said, but at the moment we know where it is. And so they allowed them to carry on. I couldn't believe it. But there's so much money in it. Didn't they? My favourite was, didn't the police in Spain raid a drug dealer's place, which was like an armed fortress? And they got him in the early hours of the morning. They jumped over his wall and they dragged, and he had a safe room in the house, which was hidden. So that in the event of the police coming in or ringing his doorbell, he could get away with it. But they got him before he managed to get to the safe room. And that's what happens. You know, people get involved in crime. Children are getting involved in crime now. Little children, because they know that they won't be prosecuted. You know, it is amazing. I mean, I can see drug dealers almost on a daily basis. I mean, I was saying to somebody earlier on, thank God I never got into drugs. Nearest I got into was Halib Orange tablets, and they were quite nice, actually. Or Anodin Extra, which was okay. Anything above that, definitely not. Steve, Con O'Neill, the best ever Mickey and Blood Brothers. The production you saw was transferred from Queen's Theatre Hornchurch. We had Kiki D as Mrs. Johnson. I never recovered. We'll be singing my way through the show all day thanks to your rendition. Oh, Kiki D. Con O'Neill was very good. Somebody says, what about Ruby Wax? Yes, but then the trouble is you're top heavy on the panel with women. You don't need women. We've already got 2 on there, so I think you need to balance it with another man or a popsicle star or somebody who's in the business. That's what you've got to find. Somebody who's in the business and has an opinion on people who are learning to sing. Because you can get singing teachers. They do exist, but these people seem to think that they can sing, which they can't. Tina from Stoke-on-Trent says, oh, Steve, afternoon tea on the Dalloway Terrace at the Bloomsbury was so fabulous a few months ago. I've come down on the train to take my granddaughter Jemima for her 10th birthday tomorrow. They seem to like an experience these days. Have a super day. Yeah, people like an experience. And having afternoon tea in a hotel in London is an experience. Mind you, of course, if you really want to make a 10-year-old's day, why don't you go to Winter Wonderland as well? That's open. Loads of things to keep you amused. I mean, seriously, it's so big. Makes the normal little fun fairs that you get look tiddly. This is vast. You can see it as you drive down Park Lane. In fact, I'm very lucky to sort of be here in one piece, as you have to avoid crashing into the car in front because you're looking at all these huge rides. They're absolutely enormous. So you could do that as well. And afternoon tea. Whoa, what a treat. And then finish the day with a hot dog. Whoa! With onions and ketchup. Stella says, don't you just love a Yule log? No, it's chocolate. I'm not big onto... I'm sure you must be able to get other ones as well, but the only ones I've ever seen are sort of chocolate. They're covered in chocolate, aren't they? It also looked like Colin the Caterpillar and a train. So I was never sort of big into... I like Swiss roll. Swiss roll is very nice, and they do them in Marks and Spencer. They're like £2 each. So cheap. So cheap. I've had the mini ones, but they do a big size one for £2, which I think is remarkable value. You couldn't make it yourself for that. It's great. Mark in Windsor, how lovely, says weather for London is dry until Sunday. He says great show this morning. What do you mean this morning? What do you mean great show this morning? It sounded like they sort of come along once every so often. So listen, I'm going to tell you this again. I'm going to have to keep reminding you every day. You get to the point of boredom. You're going to hate me at the end of it. I promise you. But you do need to download the Global Player app onto your phone from the App Store or the Google Play Store. Okay, you do need to do that, because what's going to happen is my podcasts, like loads of others, the special ones, are going to be moving to a different place. At the moment, they are on this place and you can access them. But if you've only got the old app, you're going to need the new app so that you can then just listen to them, because the other ones might disappear from where you hear them at the moment. So download the Global Player app. Doesn't cost anything. It's free. It's my Christmas gift to you. There you go. It's my gift to you. I'm not going to wrap it. I'm just going to tell you it's free. And then you can do all the same things that you're doing at the moment. It's just that you'll be, on a better place. Better place. And you'll like it more. So download the Global Player app onto your phone from the App Store or the Google Play Store. Okay? Good luck with that one. What was the other one? Oh, a big thank you to the NHS staff, says Mandy. I met yesterday. I was diagnosed with an eyelid tumour. What in God's name is that? That's an unusual one, isn't it? Everybody went over and above. They do. They do. I was going to tell you a story, actually, but I realised that I know a story about the police. It's a really nice story, but I can't tell you what it is. I cannot tell you what it is. It's secret. It's very secret. Diane Morgan would be brilliant as a judge, Steve. Who's Diane Morgan? Oh, is she the ex-Blue Peter girl? Is that Diane? It's trouble is we need a man. We need a man, and we haven't. I think Diane is it Diane Morgan? No, it might not be Diane Morgan. Who? Oh, she wasn't Blue Peter. Oh, she's a comedian. Oh, right, I might reckon. I'm not very good with recognising comedians. They put one on 8 out of 10 Cats the other day. I had no idea who he was. Not a clue. Steve, on James O'Brien's Mystery Hour yesterday, Milo rang in to answer a question. Mr. O'Brien finally recognised the voice. It was Chris Evans, who called you a national treasure, with Mr. O'Brien saying how much he laughed at the lunch you three had last week. Mary says, have you decided 2,000 or 3,000 lights? At the moment it's 2,000. But then I've realised if I get 3,000, that is equivalent to the amount of lights on the Christmas tree at Windsor Castle. And I don't want to start rivalling them, thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to the... Oh, I just dribbled. The weekend. I don't know why I dribbled, actually. There's no reason for it. It's only because I've just seen what somebody was eating earlier on. 4 minutes past 6. I'm with you till 7 this morning. And Bosch says, how are you, mate? We are buzzing. It's Friday. Only a shorter day of mattresses delivery tomorrow. I broke the internet yesterday when I posted a video of me eating a chicken curry with chips at 6:30 in the morning. Oh, a chicken curry with chips. That sounds quite nice. Today, me, Colin, and Big Collins are going to the cafe again this morning. Honestly, you're going to be as big as a house. You really are. But I like the idea of chicken curry and chips. Provided they're good chips. They've got to be good chips, but I like stuff like that. So, Milo is the new name for Mr. Evans, I believe. Honestly. How these people do these things. Meant to tell you, Steve. Meant to tell you. Says Kim. In the past fortnight, twice, I've nearly been run over by cyclists on the pavement. Pet hate. Oh, me too. Cyclists on the pavement, really annoying. I always shout at them. Get off the pavement. I'll tell you what's really more annoying. Cyclists doing delivery of food, no lights on their bikes at night. Not one light. They should have lights on, and I keep checking them. There seems to be one particular company that doesn't have lights on their bikes. And I'm thinking... You know, if you have an accident, you kind of brought it on yourself. They literally cycle up and down the roads, no lights on, and on the pavement. Dreadful. But anyway, so it's a pet hate of Kim's, and a close call again on the pavement with a micro scooter. If they touch my boy's paws, her little dogs, I swear I'd have pulled them up big time. I can tolerate the little uns or the oldies like myself, but the young whippersnapper's a major treacherous pain in the rear end. Yes, I know. I know what you mean. It is very annoying. And the scooters on the thing, and especially the ones that are unlicensed. You know, if you rent a scooter, it's got insurance coverage. If you see people on other scooters, there's no insurance coverage. They're not supposed to be riding the things, but the police are far too... Oh, there we go. Police are far too busy to actually go out and start arresting these people. They just don't have the time. And the paperwork, you know, goes on forever and a day. If only they could make it simpler, then life would be an awful lot quicker. Steve, I'm chilling, listening to the programme with homemade cornbread. I've heard of cornbread, but I don't know what it is. It doesn't sound very exciting. It's like sourdough bread. I hate it. Why can't they just do proper bread? That's cornbread. Oh, dear. It looks... Well, I don't know. What sort of bread is it? So, cornflour, right. Well, they're getting rid of cornflour, aren't they? That was the problem. They were saying there's a lack of interest with cornflour, so their Tesco's have stopped selling it already. Looks very American, doesn't it? So they put butter on it. It's creamed corn. I don't know about that, actually. Not too sure. Tanker driver Phil says, Steve, back in 1985, Willie Russell put Blood Brothers on stage for the first time at the Liverpool Playhouse. We went along not knowing what to expect, but having enjoyed Willie Russell's earlier plays, we took a chance. We left the theatre in silence. I should try to take it all in. I know. His other one, which is good, is Stags and Hens. Stags and Hens by Willie Russell. But you're right, we walked out the theatre in silence as well, trying to bring ourselves together through watching something that had such a powerful effect. And it was always brilliant, and I've seen it with so many people. Steve, my best afternoon tea ever was taken at the Winter Palace in Luxor. It was where Agatha Christie wrote Death on the Nile. Howard Carter stayed there too. There is a big place... a big feature in one of the papers today on the 100 years of Tut, and the drawings and the photographs and the death mask and everything else. When you think about it, it just blew everybody's socks away. Mark in Norwich says Gordon Ramsay would say what he thinks about any songster. He probably would, actually. He probably would. That'd be the kind of thing. He doesn't change, does he? I like the idea Camilla has been pictured eating a marmalade sandwich. Whether she actually ate it or she just pretended to eat it, I don't know. With Paddington there as well, because we like big fans of Paddington. We like Paddington. He's cool dude. The Royal Mail has dished out 1.9 billion to shareholders since it was privatised, but they're refusing staff a decent pay rise. This is the Mirror. Surprise, surprise. And there's also the World Cup fans wearing their hearts on their sleeves. People like dressing up, don't they, for World Cup? I don't know why. I don't quite understand what the dressing up bit is, but I'm sure they enjoy it. Plus King Charles roaring with laughter after catching David Hockney wearing yellow Crocs to a lunch at Buckingham Palace. He doesn't really care. He doesn't care. But they will be at Sandringham for the first Christmas on the throne for the King. The Monarch and the Queen Consort will be joined by the wider family as they mark their poignant first Christmas since the death of the Queen in September. Apparently, they've said Charles will invite his nearest and dearest, including Harry and Meghan, but the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, who remain engaged in a bitter war of words, have decided that they wanted to snub the invitation. Good, well, you snub it, dears. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cares. You stay in America. Okay, bye. See you. Don't want to be you. The King praised it. Charles had never seen Crocs before. He thought they were Wellingtons. He had no idea. Yeah, but he's never seen anything like that. He's Prince Charles. He's got no idea. But it was quite nice to see David Hockney, who I think must be in his 90s. He must be. He's been around for ages and ages and ages. As I say, one of our sort of most famous living artists. And very good. I just bought the film about a year ago, actually, called A Bigger Splash. He's how old? 85. 85. I'm wearing Crocs. I've never worn them, so I can't really comment on whether they're comfortable or they're not comfortable. I just know that it's not really for me, I don't think. Tory P. What am I talking about? Tory peer Michelle Moon posted videos of her and her billionaire husband clapping the NHS at the same time as she was lobbying for PPE deals from which it is claimed she received millions of pounds. Leaked documents suggest that an offshore trust linked to Baroness Moon received 29 million. The money seems to have originated as profits from more than £200 million in PPE deals. Good Lord above. HSBC Bank documents leaked to the newspaper allegedly show 65 million in profits from the PPE deal was paid into a trust benefiting Moon's husband, Doug Barrowman, in 2020. I get confused with all these monies. They move things around here. I know loads of people got money at sort of one time during COVID, and then only now is it emerging exactly what it is. Here we go. A crook who conned a couple out of £200,000. 200,000 before one of them was murdered with a crossbow has now admitted fraud. Richard Wynne Lewis took cash from Gerald Corrigan and Marie Bailey, which he claimed was for land sales development of their property and horses. The 51-year-old from Holyhead, Anglesey, changed his plea to guilty on the third day of the trial. The prosecutor says Wynne Lewis is a con man. He is a fraudster. Mr. Corrigan was killed with a crossbow outside his Anglesey home in 2019. His death had nothing to do with the fraud, and Terence Wall was jailed for 31 years in 2020 over the murder. But that it doesn't mean 31 years, does it? They don't. They say now, if they give you life, which is apparently supposed to be 25 years, you can get out in less. An awful lot less. Thousands of Russian convicts are being press-ganged to fight in Ukraine with threats of longer sentences, crippling beatings, or even worse if they refuse. Yeah, because it's easy for the Russians. They take out convicted murderers and prisoners, put them on the front line, they get killed. It saves them having to feed them ever again. They don't care about these people. Russia's prison colony population fell 23,000 in 2 months as Moscow desperately tried to fill the huge gap in its regular assault troops. You imagine you're a regular assault bloke, and then all of a sudden they bring out somebody who's been convicted for mass murders, and if you don't go there, then they guarantee more beatings in prison. Why would, in God's name, you ever want to go to Russia? What a dump. What a dump. Overseen by a complete megalomaniac. Batatunde has told how he spent his time on I'm a Celebrity passing on relationship advice to Owen Warner. Owen Warner, who went out with somebody from Geordie Shore. I'm tempted to say I don't think he needs any advice on dating. Thank you very much indeed. So Prunella still partying at 90. Prunella Scales, 90. She went Greek island hopping, and there was her and her husband, of course, who is Timothy West, because next year marks their 60th wedding anniversary. Unbelievable. I love them. Love them to pieces. And Liz Truss. I've had a Liz Truss story for a while, have we? She's painted over Boris Johnson's £840 a roll gold wallpaper, and now it's peeling off the walls of the Downing Street flat. The revelation was made by Jeremy Hunt, who inspected the ex-Prime Minister's pad before moving in. What on earth did Truss do that for? 840 quid a roll, and she painted over it. God, blimey. Learn to live with it. Learn to live with it. And here, victims of a £50 million fraud targeting 70,000 Britons have told how they lost their life savings to scammers. I always thought it would be fairly difficult to be scammed. I've never been scammed. I've never been scammed. You wouldn't know where to begin on scamming. Listen, you can't even help me with things that go wrong on my telephone, so what would be the point of trying to scam me? Although I'm convinced I saw you on one of those programmes on YouTube where they hacked into the cameras in the scammer's place. You know, that was your old job, was it? Yeah. Your language was atrocious in the films. I was quite horrified, actually. But it's easy to do because you just tell people, oh, you've won this. We get them in Leicester Square. Over the other side of Leicester Square, where McDonald's is, there used to be a building years ago, and we would see people queuing up there at various times throughout the day. And we all used to wonder, what is that? What are they doing over there? And these were people who'd been contacted by a company who told them that they'd won a prize in a raffle. And basically what they were doing is they were selling timeshare. But to get your prize, you had to turn up and listen to the presentation. And it would be everything from a grandfather clock to a boat. A boat, I ask you. But it was a boat that you put together. It was plastic and bits of wood. And it was really sad. And people would queue up there and they'd think you could just walk in, pick up the prize and walk out. Well, you couldn't. You had to sit through their presentation. And if you went to the presentation, they're hard selling you timeshare. Now, we don't have as much problem with timeshare because basically, why would you want to go back to the same place for 30 years? You know, and you're sharing it with everybody else. So a flat that was worth basically 40 grand now turns out to be £500,000 because so many people have bought different weeks and different months. And so they had companies everywhere saying, would you like to sell your timeshare? We can sell it for you because it makes it an awful lot easier. And that's what they were all doing. They were queuing. But I remember one particular person, and I think, I might be wrong, I think it was a former Prime Minister called Ted Heath. And I think they told him he'd won a car. So he went along with his people and he said, want the car. And they went, oh, you need to do it. He said, I want the car. And he ended up with the car. He ended up with it because they were basically trying to hoodwink people into buying. And it was, you know, people who seriously thought they had won something, but they hadn't. Provided, unless you sat through this whole presentation. Very difficult. 6:15 and a tiny bit. LBC News headlines from Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 6:21 is the time. Luxury cars with crime pays number plate apparently are among £6 million worth of assets seized from dealers who flooded the UK with cocaine. They trafficked 50 kilos of cocaine. I don't know what that looks like. Is that a lot? 50 kilos? Oh, that's a lot. Okay. Police confiscated the assets, including a yellow Lamborghini with a crime pays number plate and a Range Rover, as well as luxury caravans and cash. I mean, what the dickens are you going to do with luxury caravans? Seems a bit naff, doesn't it, really? But anyway, last year, Leon Lay, Dale Martin and Daniel Harris were given nearly 40 years in jail time. That's not very good, is it, really? Swansea Crown Court heard that the men were ordered to pay almost $268,000 in assets and cash so far. So well done to the Economic Crime Unit for coming up with that one. So wait a minute, let's have a quick look. That Victoria Cross that I mentioned, I got it wrong the other day because I was sort of saying that a Victoria Cross is worth about 100,000. Well, not this one. This was awarded to one of Britain's bravest soldiers during the First World War. It sold the other day for £300,000. So you can understand when families inherit these and they see, you know, that it's worth this much. I don't think they realised it was going to be worth this much money. This was owned by a 27-year-old. He died from shelling by British comrades that fell short. And it was really lovely. But obviously the family is sitting on something that's worth £300,000. It only goes, you know, back as far as I can say. Why don't they make a different set, which are just sort of cheaper but it's something for the family to keep so they can say, look, he got these, and then sell these other ones on. Because most families, if they're estimated to fetch around, £30,000 or £300,000, which they did go for yesterday, most families would rather have the money. It comes down to the fact that, money better. Money, but you'd rather have the money. Yeah, absolutely. What use are the medals? Much as though, you love the person that earned them, but they're not here anymore. None of the family are here anymore, so you're sitting looking at them in a drawer. There's nothing you can do with them, really, unless you get them sort of mounted. And, as I say, they should definitely give people other medals as well, so you can keep them. So I'm wandering a bit because I've had sugar. I'm not supposed to have sugar, but the producer is determined to make sure that we see what it's like when I go gaga. So we're sort of helping him out at the moment. So he got the wrong tea. So consequently, I did have a mouthful. Knock me sideways. Knock me sideways. Seriously. I wouldn't joke about getting the meds in. I might be having a hypo any minute. I haven't had sugar for 20 years. I know you get sugar in everything else, but when you take sugar, what did you just pour it in there? There you go. You won't have a weekend. You won't be able to do anything. Michael McIntyre, and this is Ian Hyland's TV diary, has been much facing of fears, vanquishing of demons and leaving a comfort zone on I'm a Celeb. However, in terms of watching a famous person squirm, nothing in the jungle will ever come close to the bit in the wheel where Michael McIntyre reveals which celebrity is the thickest. Oh, sorry, says Ian. I mean, which celebrity hasn't got as many questions right as the other? Hands down to the most dramatic and satisfying 30 seconds of television in a week. Because I don't know why people expect that celebrities are supposed to know everything. Why would you think that they would know everything? They don't. It doesn't work like that, And what was the other one, actually? People talk about Strictly Come Dancing predictions between now and the end of the series. I can't believe it's still going. I mean, in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, they whiz through them. They've got rid of 6 people already. They reckon that something will happen between now and the end of the series. They think top of the list is Craig Revel Horwood gluing Shirley Ballas and or Motsi Mabuse and or Anton Dubek to their seats. Or secondly, Hamza and Jawita will win. He said, I'd happily accept any of the above. I like the idea of supergluing Tony Beak to his seat. That'd be quite a nice idea. Quite a nice. And what else do we have in the paper? Most annoying character in a TV advert right now. No contest, the I Scoot Off Now woman in the latest IONOS campaign. What's that? IONOS? I don't even know what that is. IONO. You have to try and read the code on these things. Oh, there we go. It's a web hosting company. Oh, right. I don't think I've seen this advert. I mean, assuming it is this, is it? It says IONOS. It's a web hosting company founded in Germany. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. So, honestly, he says, I'd rather watch all the Very Sure ads on a loop for 24 hours than ever see her again. You do get characters like that in advertisements on the television, where you sort of, it becomes annoying. You don't like the character. Don't you like the Go Compare Man? I like him. Didn't like the last one, Howard. He was very irritating. But I like the Go Compare, especially when you saw what he looked like without the wig on and the moustache and everything else. He just looks like, a singer. Yeah, he's just a bald Welshman. But I thought he was very good. I quite like the idea when they sort of, opened him up a little bit so people could see what he was. And now he talks about all sorts of things. And it seems quite pleasant. Hope they pay him enough. I bet they don't. I bet he doesn't earn as much as he could. They say, oh, you could do this. You could do this. It would be lovely. Colleen Nolan opens up about how she's dealt with grief. Go on Loose Women, I should imagine, and share the experience. And there's various... This seems to be it's an advertisement feature, so I'm not really sure, actually, about how much grief notice I should take. Because you can visit this particular store who do funerals, and they say you can deal with grief. Everybody deals with grief in their different way. Some people don't cry at funerals. Some people do cry at funerals. Some people don't know how to deal with it, and they write to me and they say, how long is it going to last? How long do you feel like this? And I go, well, it does fade a little bit, but you never forget the person. That's the good thing. The good thing is that you've still got your memories. You've still got those thoughts. You've still got those happy times. You've got photographs and hopefully videos and stuff like that, and memories of hotels that you went to and little things that bring comfort to people. So they've got a whole list of people, who was sort of here, and including Debbie McGee, about her husband with Paul Daniels. Well, Debbie's idea of getting back into it was to throw herself back into work. And that's what she did. And that's for some people. My mother was fine after my dad died for the week. The weekends, not so good, because she was by herself. When she was at work, it was great. She had people there she could talk to. And if she became a little bit teary, they were very good. But it was the weekend. So she decided that she would go away every weekend. So she'd phone up a sister or a brother and she'd go and stay with them for the weekend. She'd drive up on a Friday night and stay there for the weekend, then come back and then get ready for work on the Monday. So during the week, fine. But everybody's got a different way of dealing with it, And Colleen talks about Linda Nolan losing her husband of 26 years, because you have to accept the fact that it does happen. For some people, it's natural. It's a natural ending to their life. And for other people, it could be cancers, it could be leukemia, it could be all sorts of a number of things. And what we all have to do is help each other through it, because at some point we're all going to reach that stage. We're going to get to that stage where somebody's going to say, well, perhaps you need to slow down, perhaps you need to make sure you can do this. And then people panic. Have they got enough money to get them through however many years they've... I mean, look at Prunella Scales. She's 90 and she's still going. And she's got her dementia and she's dealing with it. But it can't be much fun for the family at all, because you see somebody who, 1 minute you're having a laugh with and everything else, and then the next minute they just go. But we have the memories. That's the best thing. And, if they're in film or stage or anything like that, that's the memory you've got. If it's somebody on the radio, you've got podcasts. Podcasts you can download and listen to the person, and it's almost as if they're still there. Somebody will download this programme and go, do you know, it sounds like he's really here. As opposed to the fact I probably expired years ago. I've been puzzled lately, says Dawn, over why Burger King seems to be vanishing. Yeah, I mean, I can't explain it. It puzzles me, because we've just got a brand new Burger King in Ruislip High Street. It's been open since around the beginning of November. I was surprised because we already have a McDonald's and a Wimpy. All three are only about a minute so apart. I know. Why are all the other ones closing? At the stations, Waterloo Station is the busiest station in the country. More than 41.5 million people use Waterloo Station, and Burger King closes. Why does that happen? Why does it close? I don't know. And then we discovered all the other ones. Charing Cross Station, Burger King, gone. Twickenham, Burger King, gone. Mind you, I never saw anybody in there. Seriously, I never saw... I mean, you'd think it'd be open for breakfast. Well, they struggled to open by 11. And now, funny thing is, they've stripped it out completely. There's nothing in there at all. And there's a sign on the window that says, closed permanently. I thought, like we never worked that one out for ourselves. Let's get the news headline, shall we? At 6:30 with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have you. Is there a train strike today? We're trying to find out. Oh, tube strike. Well, that doesn't count. Who uses... And the bus strike. Well, who uses those? No, I don't. And there's a bus strike as well. Is there? When did that happen? Honestly. They keep doing... What do they do? And tomorrow as well? Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I shall have to go. So there's no tubes either today. So can we just confirm that all of the lines are out? Well, you need to check whether they're all out or not. I don't want people sort of setting off, standing at a bus stop looking like divots. That would be a disaster. And so buses... So here we go. Bus strike. Strikes on Abellio. Routes affected mostly in West and South London. Oh, it's not in Central London. It's West and South London. Don't care about that. I couldn't care less what happens to them out there. So strikes taking place Friday 25th, Saturday 26th, Thursday 1st, Friday 2nd, Saturday 3rd, Friday 9, Saturday 10. And there you go. On the days after the strike, good service are running by approximately 0600. We will aim to run as many services as possible. So that's the bus. So that's West London and South London, not Central London, which is where we are. Circle Line. Well, I don't use the Circle Line. So you've got here these well, they might be, but I don't know who's got it. So I'm telling you what's affected. These stations are likely to be affected. Euston, Green Park, Heathrow Terminals 2 and 3, Heathrow Terminal 4, Heathrow Terminal 5, Hatton Cross, Hounslow West, King's Cross, St Pancras and Victoria. So everything else seems to be okay. It seems mainly the airport, isn't it, really? And that's just for today. They say if you're travelling to and from Heathrow, which many of you probably will be, use the Elizabeth line where necessary. National Rail strike Saturday. Oh, don't worry about Saturday. Couldn't care less about Saturday. I've got a car. No, Saturday. They always say we're doing it on Saturday. And I think, well, the only people it's affecting is probably people coming in from outside. So you just make alternative arrangements. I think actually on the days they have the strikes, the mayor should show a little bit of contrition and say you can park for free anywhere. But of course, as they want to milk the motorists for just about everything, that ain't going to be happening anytime soon, is it? So it's West and South London. So that means when I get off the train in Twickenham, there's no buses. Or perhaps there might be one of the buses I got on the other day. It was packed. I've never known so many people on a bus. And I remember thinking, what are they all doing? All sitting on the bus. It was very good. Feeling good, says Viv in Suffolk, practising face yoga this morning, listening to you and trying not to laugh between the exercises. Well, happy Friday. And to you as well. Will in Essex says, if Matt Hancock wins I'm a Celebrity, I'm going to chain myself stark naked to the gates of Parliament with nothing but a Labour flag covering my nether regions. What a very small flag, I should imagine. I mean, I don't believe in this weather. You can go out there and be impressive. Philip says, I always remember the Sunday night Richard Nixon was on LBC. The great American voice impersonator Rich Little was on with Pete Murray, and he did voice requests. Rich is still around, probably. Oh, I'm always very jealous of people who can do impressions. I mean, I'm not very good at things like that, but at least I make the effort. You know, I could do I could do all the people who aren't as well known as they probably should have been. Greetings from Ireland for Christine. How are you? Our little dog Gucci. Oh, please tell me you didn't have a dog called Gucci. Only you died yesterday. I've sent a cute picture. It was a heartbreaking day. She was a Bichon Frise. Oh, I like them. A friend of mine used to have 2 or 3. Have we got the picture? 15 years old, 2007, 2022. Did the pictures come through? Oh, how cute. Oh, they're like basically balls of cotton wool, aren't they? I think they're really cute. Very cute. People become so attached to little dogs, don't they? And they seem to know. They sense things. But I mean, I love the idea, Christine, that you called the dog Gucci. I think that is sensational. But 2007, you had how lovely. Heartbreaking day. It is for so many people. It is for so many people when they lose an animal, especially if you've got an animal that is just. I mean, I was watching somebody the other day walking through Twickenham. He had this dog, quite a big dog, but it wasn't on a lead. But it knew when it got to the traffic lights, it sat down. I think we're going to get a very cold bottom. And then it crossed the road with him. And I thought, that's the sort of dog I want. I don't know if you train them to do that or they just learn. Dean says you can get duplicate medals. I've got copies of my grandfather's after my uncle put the original ones down a drain when he was playing with them. I have them proudly on display. Oh, yeah. I told you before that I've got my parents' furniture. Between me and my brother, we've got all our parents' furniture. I wouldn't dream of getting rid of it. Absolutely not in a million years. That's my link with the past. And they bought well. Not expensive at the time, but not in today's terms. Earlier on, you mentioned, says Catherine, Krispy Kreme drive-through. There's one in New Malden. Also regarding Simon Napier Bell, I've just finished listening to you. You don't have to say you love me on audio. Brilliant, read by the author himself. Yeah, there's a new one. There is a new one. Phil the Farmer. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't do that. I don't know why I do that. I'm so sorry. Says, have you seen the film about the Go Compare Man's Family? Oh, Phil is a West Wales farmer. There's a film about his. Oh, is it really good? Producers very excited now. Very, very excited. Oh, it's great. So what's the date today? I've just realised. Friday, 25, 26. Oh, Monday. I don't want you to go anywhere apart from this programme on Monday. I really don't. Monday is a very important day. Isn't Monday an important day, tall boy? Yeah? You know what it is, don't you? You know what it is. And so, are we doing it from 4? We're doing it from 4. You've got to be with me on Monday morning. I do not want you to make excuses and go, you've got to be there at 4. I know we're pushing the boat out a little bit, but I know that you will want to be there. You don't want to miss this. And I would advise you to download the Global Player app onto your phone from the App Store, because it's all going to change, okay? I will be available on Global Player app, but it disappears from somewhere else. So if you download it, you download the app exactly the same as you did before, but it means that you can then carry on getting all the podcasts for free. The Go Compare Man's family film, Save the Cinema. British drama directed by Sarah Sugarman, based on the true story of Liz Evans, a hairdresser and leader of a youth theatre in Carmarthen in Wales, who began a campaign in '93 to save the Lyric Theatre from closure. The film stars Jonathan Pryce, Samantha Morton, Tom Felton, Adil Akhtar and Susan Wokoma. Liz Evans was the mother of Wyn Evans, who's the Go Compare. He's the mother. That's his mum. How fab! How fab! I love that idea. And he's also appearing in the film in a minor cameo role. Oh, that sounds good. I like that idea. Saving a youth theatre. Yeah, that reminds me of Cliff Richard films. He was like that. Let's put on a show. Let's put on a show. And everybody jumped up and down and went, yeah, let's. Yeah. Oh, that sounds great fun. Can you buy it? Is it available? Oh, I'd like a copy of that. Save the Cinema. Find out if Amazon do Save the Cinema. I mean, I don't want to have to sort of, write down on my sort of wish list that I'm going to be buying the film, because it sounds like my sort of film. I like little films like that. That sounds great fun. Just while he's doing that, Steve, one of two Burger Kings at Victoria Station suddenly vanished. Like you, my partner loves the little hash browns they do for breakfast, says Marco. I didn't, to be honest with you, I don't know why they closed. One minute they were there, the next minute they started vanishing. And they go, oh, don't worry, we're coming back. I always thought Gillian Anderson and David Duchovny should have made a Coca-Cola advert. David could hold a glass of Pepsi and Gillian a glass of Coke. There you go. Thank you. The truth is out there. Which one has the Coke? The slogan could go. That's a thought, isn't it? Cass, the novice spiker, but advanced. Great shows. Love what you have said about Lost. So true. You've kept me going over this last 2 years, having lost my beloved grandmother. 41st birthday today, and this year no parents' evening, so very happy about that. I used to dread parents' evening. When your parents you take the letter home. You take the letter home from school and they go, we're having a parents' evening, and you think, oh, perhaps my form teacher won't know who I am. And they all said the same. He dreams. He dreams. My mum, says Alison, never cried in public for my dad when he died. She said she'd cried in private for him and was very calm at his funeral. I didn't cry much at her funeral. I did it all in private. Yeah, I didn't cry at my mother's funeral. But I did when we got back to her sister's house, which is where we were all sort of based for the duration. And she said, there's a letter for you. And my mum had written a letter before she died, one for me, one for my brother, basically saying, thank you for being there. Which, of course, I mean, you can imagine, can't you? You're sort of reading something about somebody you've just been to their funeral. And it kind of knocked me sideways. And she said, I hope that you're good to each other. I thought, well, I have to be. I'm stuck with my brother. You can't pick your family. Can't pick the family, thank God. But that really didn't upset me. I just sort of cried. I cried for the futility of it all. I cried for the futility of not being able to control something. Not being able to control cancer, and knowing that she was dying and she'd done as best as she could. And she just said, I hope you continue doing well. She obviously hadn't heard the programme, as you can imagine. Hope you're still doing well. Yeah, still doing well, Mum. Let's take a short break, shall we? 14-7, the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. This time next year, we won't quite be millionaires, but the auction of Only Fools and Horses memorabilia could be a very good start. Iconic props from the sitcom are for sale, alongside items from the estate of the late John Challis, who played Boycie. Among the memorabilia up for grabs is Del Boy's ceramic lion cigar pot, seen on his minibar in every series, which is tipped to fetch up to 12 grand. £12,000. Trigger's inflatable dolphin could sell for up to 8,000. Del Boy's signed brick phone is among dozens of lots going under the hammer, including there's 100 items from the estate of John Challis, including a vintage Washburn electric guitar, originally owned by the late Rick Parfitt of Status Quo. And they say John Challis was a son of Bristol, so we're completely honoured to offer items from his personal collection. People like that, don't they? They like memorabilia. That's why you must be here on Monday. You must be here on Monday. I can only impress on you that we need you more than ever. on Monday. John in Burnley in Lancashire says, I ordered my food at the Burger King drive-thru in Burnley. When I got to the payment window, they said they didn't accept cash. No signs to say they didn't take cash. Wasted my time. Went to Mackie D's instead. Not surprised they're closing down. Yeah, I don't know what this obsession is with all these different companies now that you go and you offer cash and they go, we don't do cash. And you think, has cash become obscene or something? It always makes me sort of slightly disturbed about, things, because I use cash all the time. Budding comedians can get joke-telling lessons from, guess who? Sir Billy Connolly. 48 quid. He's fronting a BBC online comedy course, which has been cut in price from 88 quid in a Black Friday deal. And he talks about, to be honest with you, I don't think you're going to get an awful lot. He's not going to sort of propel you from, telling a couple of jokes at Christmas around the table to actually sort of filling the Royal Albert Hall or anything like that. What else we got? Footy mad ex-boozer Adrian Charles believes fans don't need alcohol to enjoy the beautiful game. Oh, nothing worse than the sanctimonious. Just because he doesn't do booze anymore, he doesn't want anybody else to do booze anymore. Hate people like that. Dominic Raab used his personal email account for government business at 2 different departments, it's claimed. I get that I did something on my telephone. I bought something on a computer, and all of a sudden it pinged up and went, wait a minute, this isn't the normal place where you order these things, so we need to check it's you. So they send you this number, and you have to put the number in, and then it takes a photograph. God in heaven. It was ridiculous. Jason Manford is to release a school assembly charity single to raise funds for food banks, because he does sing, actually. He does sing, apparently. He's been performing the track titled Assembly Bangers at the finale of his Like Me tour. So there you go. And KFC, Burger King, Pizza Hut and Pizza Express are facing food shortages after drivers who deliver their supplies voted to strike. Apparently almost 400 drivers for Best Food, which also delivers to the likes of Wagamama and Zizi, are to walk out of what they call real-term pay cuts. Oh, right. I thought these were people delivering the cooked food. It's not. These are the people delivering food to these different places. I'll just find another company. Can't be that difficult, can it? And what else we got here? It's all sort of David Bowie, Peter Noon features as well, actually, because after that Oh You Pretty Things, which was very popular. And Charlie says he still does drink. This is Adrian Charles, she says, just mindfully, so not as much. And I never know what is supposed to be a decent amount of, not decent amount of drink, but what is supposed to be the amount of drink that you drink before somebody says you've got a bit of a problem. You think 2 drinks a day? I don't know what responsible drinking is. Well, I suppose when you sort of sit on the bar stool and then you fall off. That's what, although actually you don't find bar stools, do you now? Because people, excuse me, can I get in, mate? I'm trying to get a pint here. That's not me saying. I wouldn't be asking for a pint. Mad Vlad is bloated and blotchy. They're doing this sort of thing. And here are all these wonderful things from the Only Fools and Horses auction. You will enjoy it. And the Queen Consort arrives at a nursery to donate a picnic basket full of Paddington bears, left in tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth. That's lovely, isn't it? I do like Camilla, actually. I don't know, perhaps it's not fashionable, but I think she's done really well. And Charlie Mullins has got his column. He said, what's going on in Cornwall? He said, first we learned that its tourism chief had complained that tourists during the pandemic didn't want to be there and would rather have been abroad. Now we're told locals are up in arms because Greggs wants to open a store in the county due to their worries about Cornish pasty shops. Well, buy something else. I'm going to go to Greggs today. I might go for the pig's underblankets, which is quite nice. Lorry drivers will benefit from improved and safer rest areas and roadside facilities. It's about blooming time, isn't it, actually? Most of them have to sleep in their wagons. Cabs, don't they call them cabs, I think? And somebody says, let bygones be bygones. David Walliams has apologised for derogatory, disrespectful remarks made to contestants. Yeah, but he's stepped down. So we say. We say, because I repeated it from the papers, that he's decided to step down. I don't really know how he can go back after what he said. So even though he's apologised, which is fine, I don't have a problem with him apologising. It's just that it kind of made it a bit difficult for him to go back onto the programme. Also, people have rows in front of on the sofa. in front of the... I don't know why people have rows on a sofa. I love a sofa. Mainly for lying down on. I don't want to share. Absolutely not. So 8 glasses of water a day, too much. You don't want to be drinking as much as 8. That's what the other people say. And Cliff Richard's latest CD release, it's in the magazine section. And Cliff, at the ripe old age of 82, has got this festive album, and he's going to appear in a special on the television at Abbey Road Studios, performing a mix of Christmas classics, new song, and his best-loved hits. It will be for Cliff fans and everybody else because he's absolutely wonderful. And then the Stargazer. This is astronomers locked in a court fight over £400,000 will of a celebrated colleague who left everything to his best mate and then didn't tell anybody who his best mate was. I mean, it's like the ultimate whodunit kind of thing. Apparently, Roy Panther found fame in 1980 when he discovered a comet with a homemade telescope. Interviewed on the Sky at Night, he died in 2016, had planned to leave almost all his worldly goods to the British Astronomical Association, but then they found a deathbed will, leaving it to his best friend. And now there's people coming forward going, I think I was his best friend. And other people are going, no, I think I was his best friend. Nobody knows. He didn't write down in the will who his best friend was. And however, if you've got £500,000, which you could nearly have if you managed to get the money for the will, I've got a Jurassic predator that ruled the deep. It's the perfectly fossilised remains of a prehistoric marine creature. Very nice. You're going to absolutely love it. Oh, I've just realised I have to go. So please make sure you're with us on Monday. I don't want you not to be there or to miss anything that we might have for you. Big announcement on Monday at 4 a.m. I know it's ridiculous. We're thinking about it on Friday, but I promise you will not be disappointed. And if you download the Global Player app, then things will change next week. So I'd very much like you to download that, and then we'll all be happy. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday. I know traditionally it's not the day we like the most, is it? Because you go, the weekend should have been longer. But at least we didn't get any snow. As far as I know, we didn't get any snow. Not down in London, we didn't. We had the train strike, the bus strike. We had all sorts of striking. And then there was an incident on Richmond Bridge. So they closed that off, so they had to divert all the buses. Ellie Taylor exited Strictly. So she's gone. Although, I don't know, the faintest idea who she was. I'm a bit worried by these things. They go, it's a celebrity version. And I go, yeah, who is she? They go, she's a comedian. I go, I've never heard of her. Doesn't really help. The lady's role is axed as 6 friends help out Camilla, which is very nice. So they're not having the ladies in waiting. They've decided to dispense with them. They're just going to have friends helping out. Prince Andrew is fuming because they've taken away his police protection. So in other words, when the poor boy goes out riding, he can go by himself, because the police will not be there for him unless he's paying. And you begin to wonder if he's actually got any money left. He had to borrow 12 million from the Queen to pay off Virginia Giuffre. And so 3 million quid a year, as I just told Darren, it was costing us 3 million a year. Well, as far as I'm concerned, he can fend for himself. I don't get police protection. Producer didn't get nobody gets police protection. Why should he get police protection? What's he frightened of? Apart from everybody, I should imagine. Tonight's the British Curry Awards. I could eat a curry right now, but it's never going to be happening, is it, anytime soon? And the good news is Jack going to get some milk? Good. I need my milk, Jack, preferably today. You know, if we bring the cow in, that'd be quite a nice idea. And do you remember? God, it seems ages ago. We were talking about Make Some Noise, and we sold out the show at the Leicester Square Theatre. That went very quickly, which always sells out. But we didn't have an item. We didn't have an item to sell to you to raise money. And we have it this morning. We have it right now. I have it practically in front of me. And if you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk... What are you up here for? You're after something, aren't you? I can tell. You're after sweeties. Is he after sweeties or something? Is he looking at the picture? Oh, you got sweeties already? Honestly. Oh, and you too? Where's my milk? I love the way you're standing there eating my sweets and you don't go and get my milk for my cup of tea. It'll be stone cold if you're not careful. Move. Are you looking at the picture of the on the website? If you go to lbc.co.uk, I think it's right-hand side, you scroll down and you'll find the tea towel, the Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel, and very nice it is too. And you can finally get it. We've waited ages for it. And if you click on, you can actually get hold of one of them. All the money raised goes to have we got a bigger picture? Have they only got sort of half a picture, or is there a bigger picture of it, do you think? It is only a little picture at the moment, isn't it? But oh, there it is. Look at that. The Make Some Noise shop. And you can pay, you can buy it, and I think we did these pictures the other week. You could tell I'm wearing the same shirt in all of them. And had you not seen the tea? Yeah, it's nice, actually. So it's LBC's Radio Royalty in colour. I might as well be wearing the tea towel. And the idea is I've got a limited number. The artwork is by Robert Lee Hensby. And so it's who did the first one for us. So it's a must-have Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel. And I would love for you to buy one so that we can raise some money for Make Some Noise. All those little charities, which I've told you about over the years, who don't have the funding in place to keep going. Many of them fall by the wayside. And so the idea of setting up Make Some Noise was so that money can improve the lives of disadvantaged people across the UK. And we believe that everybody deserves to feel safe, feel well, feel included and feel prepared. So we deal with mental health. We deal with all sorts of things. And the money raised goes for that charity. And with your help, we raised this year, and this is going to add to it, I think in excess of £2 million in the day to raise money for all these little charities. Now, this royalty tea towel is the perfect gift for the early breakfast LBC fan in your life this Christmas, or as a gift for yourself. It's a must-have. I mean, you don't have to use it as a tea towel. You could just sort of hang it on the wall. You can buy these lovely hangers now, and you just slide it into it, and then you just hang it on the wall, because it's a piece of memorabilia. And as all of our memorabilia, it's in limited supply. So we have a limited number of these tea towels. I mean, we've got a lovely lady who's standing by just to let us know how many we're selling at any one time. And so all the money goes to Make Some Noise. I mean, I know it's taken ages. We've sort of put it off. And finally, it is here, and it goes towards helping all those little charities. And I've told you before some of the heartbreaking stories, you know, dealing with, I think we've supported over 100 brilliant small charities, you know, from charities delivering food banks, mental health programs, domestic violence helplines, carer support, and other vital support programs. So by you just buying this tea towel, and 100% of the money raised goes to the charity Make Some Noise. And I would like to think that we could help out so many little charities. I mean, small charities, as you know, are the unsung heroes at the heart of the communities, and they know firsthand what it's like to live through the toughest of circumstances. And that's why we raise money, raise awareness, and raise the bar for small and local charities, because everybody should feel included. And so we've helped out so many little charities. With your help, you are the people who are the backbone of this organisation. You're the people who go to the LBC website, who go down and who will order 1 or 2 tea towels. I'll be grateful for anything. Grateful for anything where somebody orders a tea towel and you can have it delivered to you, and it'll be there as quickly as we can possibly get it. It's only limited edition. I think it's cute. We've never done one in colour before. If you remember, the other one we did was only in blue and white. So now we've got full colour tea towel, and you end up with something, and the money that you give us for the tea towel goes to the charities. And I would like to think that we shifted quite a few hundred before the end of the programme. But I'm entirely in your hands this morning, as you can imagine, because it's the first time I've seen the pictures that they put. I quite like the pictures, actually. I could quite live with that. The crown is super. So honestly, with just a simple thing like that, we can raise a lot of money with your help. And as always, I say, on behalf of the little people who sometimes don't even get a look in because they don't get national funding or anything, they rely very much on the donations that come from people like you who are generous enough to pick up a telephone or go to a computer at this time of the morning and put in lbc.co.uk and go to the Make Some Noise shop, and you'll find all the stuff on there. So they're there now at this time of the morning. And it's a lovely thing to see, and I hope it raises lots of money for them, because that's what we're in the business of. And if you're very kind and you've bought all the other merchandise that we've had, from the tray to the glasses, all sorts of things, this is something that you can add to the list of memorabilia for the early breakfast show. So just go to the website, lbc.co.uk, click on the shop, and you can then order the tea towel, or 2, or 3. Or even 5. You could order as many as you like. I would be very, very happy with any tea. 50 would be nice. A friend of mine ordered 100 last time. He ordered 100 tea towels. I couldn't believe it either. And when we first did it, you remember, with Corey and with Thomas, and we'd never done anything like this before. When we did the first tea towel, we didn't know what to expect. And we were shifting tea towels like there was no tomorrow. You seriously thought we'd invented the word tea towel. And Thomas was going backwards and forwards, and Corey's going, "We just sold another 100." And I was going, fantastic. You know, and it was the most exciting thing that we'd ever done. And so all the years back, we've come up with all these different items. But I think putting it in colour just tips it over the edge a little bit, so we get radio royalty. So please go to the LBC website. Go to the Global Make Some Noise feature, click on the shop, and you will find it. And you could decide if you like it. I hope you do like it, because we think it's actually really cool. We think it's really, really cool. So please, you know, please sort of go and purchase a tea towel, because all the money raised goes to help the charities. So I'll mention that again a little bit later on, which is fantastic. Ellie Taylor's exited Strictly. I don't know why she did, actually. I mean, to be honest with you, they were sort of moaning about, they thought poor old Shirley Ballas, I think, came in for some stick again. You know, because you get the so-called trolls, which I always love, actually. I love the trolls, because they're so funny and so desperately sad at the same time. Matt Hancock gets all the front pages of the papers, and yet he lost. He didn't win at all, and yet you would think that he'd have won the blooming thing, but he didn't, I'm afraid, which I'm very pleased about. Also, Suella orders the police to get tougher with the eco-protesters, because apparently now they're going to start walking round roundabouts for, you know, obviously nothing better. Well, let's just arrest them. Just arrest them. If they're holding up, if they're walking, you know, in the road, they get arrested. It's as simple as that. Get them in court, shove them in prison, let them bloody well stay there for 6 months. I couldn't care less. You know. You have to go onto the website to find out the prices for the tea towels. They're 15, I believe, but I mean, surely you have the intelligence to manage that, actually. I've just noticed you've only got 10 followers, so obviously not as popular as you thought you were. Are you really? Niall wants to know why they're called tea towels. Because they are for wiping tea things. Tea things. Yes. In fact, really, I always advise people not to use tea towels. Buy it as a souvenir, but you don't need to use it, because then it'll last twice as long. Which is lovely. I mean, I would hang it on the wall. Although somebody said to me the other day, after they'd ordered them, we sold 50 already. Sorry, I nearly swore. I nearly swore then. Nearly made me swear. So we sold 50 already, which is fantastic. Do you want to be in on it? Do you want to miss out on these ones? They're on Global's Make Some Noise website. So go to LBC's website, lbc.co.uk. Scroll down, you'll find the picture, and then it will say how to order. And you can go on Global's Make Some Noise shop, and that's the direct way to get to it. So Global's Make Some Noise shop, and then you can find it as well. You can have a good look, but peruse it. It is a tea towel with a picture of me, a cartoon of me on it. So that's nice. It's very nice. 50 already. Look at that. We've been going 10 minutes. Crikey, honestly. At this rate, we could sell out. Actually, I remember when we did it last time, we sold an awful lot on one programme, and we were sitting here counting, and then the producers going, "We just sold another 100," and we were saying, and it then became a challenge to sell them, because if you'd seen what I'd seen, some of these little charities helping, you know, all sorts of people, we spread the net far and wide, and, you know, to help charities with little children who need help. They need help. Sometimes, you know, this is all they've actually got. They've got their mummies and their daddies, not always. And then they've got these fantastic organisations that go out of their way to to sort of help them. And that's all I can suggest to you. You know, they're the unsung heroes. My friend Chris says, if you just put in Steve Allen tea towel, your own homepage comes up straight away. There you go. There you go. And Mr. Neil says, love it. Love it. I think it's great. It's because it's in colour and because we can raise some money, as I say, to help people.
Here's what I found.
Oh, shut up. Nothing worse than the phone that comes back to life. It's just dreadful. But thank you. 72 we've sold already. It'd be nice if we could sell 100 by 20 past. You know, that'd be pushing it. That'd be pushing it. We'll take a break and then we'll let you know, OK?
This is LBC.
Make this Christmas one to remember with the Royal Mint. Our specially selected Christmas product range features unique gifts that your loved ones can cherish for a lifetime. From collectible coins and heartfelt stocking fillers to bullion bars and exquisite jewellery and tree decorations, our range of premium Christmas gifts is sure to make your loved ones feel precious this festive season. Search the Royal Mint and visit royalmint.com. The Royal Mint, the original maker.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. 18 minutes past 4. So the tea towel's out now in colour. Radio Royalty on the Global's Make Some Noise website. Go to the website, click on the shop, and you find it. And just to remind you again that Make Some Noise, your money, helps us to support 100 brilliant small charities and local communities. Charities delivering food banks, mental health programmes, domestic violence helplines, carer support, community projects, and other vital life support programmes. And you could download the Global Player app onto your phone from the App Store or the Google Play Store. So thank you very much indeed for that. And a lot of people have ordered. And Jan from the Queen's Theatre says, love to the usual Queen's Theatre. She says, morning, bought one. You'll soon sell out. That'd be nice. That would be a bit of an achievement, wouldn't it? But it's very nice indeed. And thank you so far for purchasing, because all the money raised goes to charity. So we'll come back to that. But it's still open, so take your time doing it. I think they take all the credit cards. It's all on there. Not difficult at all. So in I'm a Celeb, believe it or not, the person who won was Jill. And yet all the pictures are of Matt Hancock. You'd seriously believe he came third. That's called losing. But it doesn't matter, because the money that they paid him, he got the most coverage for that programme. Nobody else got as much coverage as he did. I'm a bit disappointed, actually, for poor Jill, baring her teeth, tackling her task. And then Hancock leaves, and then his girlfriend sort of throws herself around him on the bridge, and the fireworks go off and all the rest of it. But she was the winner. She was the winner. Oh, so we've done 100 tea towels already. Keep going at this rate. We're going to be doing very well. Very well, thank you. So 100 sold already. So if you'd like to add to it, I would love for you to spend some money with us this morning for our charity Make Some Noise. A Yorkshire pudding-based beer is on sale in Aldi. It's got half a pudding in each bottle. Not sure about that. Sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? Yorkshire pudding. And the Queen laughed off a threat to her life from a crossbow maniac. There's a new book out. It's by Giles Brandreth. And there's all sorts of things in there. He first met the Queen in 1959. And I think he sort of not became a confidant, but put it this way, if you read something by Giles Brandreth about the Queen, you can pretty much guarantee that what he's telling you is the truth. And so, you know, she was a bit of a royal joker. She also worked very, very hard. And King Charles has raised the price of his watercolour prints. They've gone from 2,500 to 3,500. Princess Charlotte is to become the Duchess of Edinburgh after King Charles not to give Prince Edward the title. The 7-year-old who is third in line to the throne. She's 7. What do you do at 7? And a former head of royal protection has slammed Prince Andrew for demanding to keep armed cops. The King's brother is arguing against having his £3 million round-the-clock police protection removed after being stripped of all official duties. Former top cop Di Davis, that's a good Welsh name, isn't there, said the money used to protect Andrew could be better used solving thousands of crimes in London. He says, why should we pander to this overinflated egotist called Andrew? I couldn't agree more. £3 million a year, that can do a lot of good. My God, if we had that for Make Some Noise charity, that would be fantastic. That would be absolutely, minting us. Absolutely minting us. But it's a case of Prince Andrew is nothing to do with the royal family anymore. He's been sort of deposed together with Harry, so he doesn't get the police protection. Why should he? Why should he? I don't get police protection. I mean, is he a target or something? Does that make it? Why can't he pay for it? Because he's got no money. He had to borrow money from his mother, if you remember from last time. Not so brilliant, was it? Men with big ears are the best lovers, apparently. So I'm just checking. Dear, a bit disappointing, isn't it? A bit disappointing. Apparently, Rachel Emery told how she looked out for a man with huge ears. She said, big ears are more manly, and I must confess I found them a huge turn-on. What? Big ears? I mean, I'm sort of tempted to ask Noddy whether or not, there's anything, that he wants to tell us. And the good news is, for those people who like potatoes, they can help you shed the pounds. Scientists found replacing meat with lower-calorie spuds can boost weight loss with little effort. Well, there you go. That's me sorted out. Thank you very much indeed. I don't mind going for that. And a lot of people buying the tea towels. Somebody says, I've just bought mine to add to my collection. Yeah. And then Ian says, I use tea towels when I'm cooking. You've got to wipe your hands on something. Yes, I mean, I'm a fan of that. Paul Shane says, it looks like you can only buy the tea towel in the UK. What you need to do is find somebody in the UK who can buy it for you and then send it over. That's the way. You obviously can't buy it direct. But, we're all in favour of it. We're all in favour of it. But if you can get hold of one, good. But just put in, Steve Allen Tea Towel, and your own homepage comes up straight away, says my friend Christopher, who went out the other night. I think he went to these Sun Awards. I saw all these people who'd got awards, and there's pictures in all the papers of everybody looking wonderful. Holly Willoughby went off to the BBC the other day, and they went to the Variety Club Show Business Awards, and they say she was the guest of honour. I don't know why she'd be the guest of honour. If they want to, they just go and approach her agent, and she goes over there. But I don't think she wants to. It was at the Hilton Hotel on the Park Lane. The Beeb have had her in mind for several projects. This sounds like an agent putting the feeling. Oh, yes, they're really after you, they're really after her. And she was invited, special guest of honour. Why would she be guest of honour? She's on the blooming television every day. We don't want her on the television anymore, thank you very much indeed. They say she's squeaky clean, family-friendly and fun TV star. She's mad as a broomstick. What are you talking about? She's into all these runes and all sorts of strange stones and crystals and healing and that baloney stuff that they feed you. If you touch this sort of stone, it gives you heat. No, it doesn't. No, it really doesn't. It's a piece of stone. That's all it is. There's a policewoman. She's called herself Officer Naughty, and she is a bit naughty. This is Sam Helena, was suspended and faced a Met Police disciplinary hearing for starting an OnlyFans sex subscription page. Oh, my God, honestly. Apparently, the self-styled good girl gone bad has a cartoon emoji. She'd been given words of advice in 2020 for sharing a raunchy video. Oh, tacky. How could you ever... they're not allowed to do things like that. Believed to be in her late 20s. Yes, I would say very late 20s by the look of it. And she won support from some officers over her previous run-in with the Met over her sexy off-duty antics. However, retired DCI Mick Neville says we're all entitled to a private life, but when you become a PC, you sign up to the code of ethics, not some old tart who appears taking their clothes off for money. How can anybody ever take you seriously? You can't. They said the last thing the commissioner needs is a stripping WPC calling herself Officer Naughty. I mean, what do you bother wasting everybody's time and going into the police for, love? Was there some reason why you decided to waste everybody's time? If you'd wanted to be a stripper and take all your things off and show your bits, well, that's fine. But don't pretend to be a police officer. You're very un-PC. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, it's a bit tacky, isn't it, really? I feel anybody who has to do things like that. There's a picture in the paper of Jordan. So I was trying to think of somebody whose career had disappeared. They say, oh, she's changed her hair again. No, she's just stuck new extensions on. It's not changing your hair. That's called sticking extensions on. What's the matter with these people? They get very worried. And Leanne Pinnock will be getting into hip-hop with her solo career. She's working with one of the genre's biggest producers. Doesn't mean you're going to have success, dear. You could be working with loads of really good people. The Little Mix star has been in the studios with Chauncey Hollis, better known as Hit Boy. But, if it don't work, it don't work. You could be recording with just about everybody you can think of. but it doesn't really mean it. You know, you were probably good in the group. They say she spent time in LA working on tracks earlier this year. They make it sound like it's such a big deal, don't they? Somebody goes, here's the song, love, sing it. What's my motivation? A career, okay? Sing it or you're out. So they go into the studio. Look at that. Who was that one who was in the... she was married to the footballer whose name I now can't remember. And Louise Redknapp. Where did that album go? Whew, vanished. I was offering advice saying, listen, don't go back in the studio. It's nigh on impossible nowadays, unless you've got the backing of big record companies, you know, and management to actually push you forward. You're fighting a losing battle. Yeah, Louise Redknapp, knee nerding. She was a member of Eternal, and she was a member that debuted in '93 with their quadruple platinum studio album Always and Forever. She's 48 now, but the trouble is she ain't no Kylie. Even though she does these, you know, revealing photo shoots where we show a little bit of boob and a little bit of, and you think to yourself, it's a bit naff, isn't it, really? You think, yeah, but the trouble is fun ain't going to sell records. Fun, you know, all she'll get is an appearance on Loose Women, you know, and I'm not sure how many records they sell, you know, promoting people. Tea towel sales count, 154. Be nice to push it to 200 by past. I'd be very happy with 200 by past. I'd be very, very happy. Thank you very much indeed. So all you have to do is, because they're on the Global's Make Some Noise website, go to the website, click on the shop, and you find it. It's as simple as that. 170, what did I say it was a minute ago? Just gone up again. This is so exciting. I get quite excited by this. You have no idea, because I know the good that this money can do for little charities, for little children. And if ever you've seen children who are quite seriously ill, you know, you'd be reaching into your pocket immediately and producing a credit card, because they don't have anybody to fight for them apart from their parents and these fantastic little charities, 100 that we've discovered, small, brilliant charities in local communities all over the country, all doing their very best to help people, be it through food banks, be it through anything at all. Some of these children are very seriously ill. I told you I went to one place where I met a little boy who was in a wheelchair, and he wanted to be a pilot. That's what he wanted to be. And his mum said, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen, because he was getting iller as the weeks went by. There was no chance that he was ever going to be a pilot, but it was his dream. That's what his dream was. He was only young. And I remember thinking, you know, you'd give all the money that you ever had to help save somebody's life if you thought it was going to make them, you know, 100 times better, if it was going to make their dream come true, because every child has a dream. And especially at this time of year, at Christmas, you know, for some of these charities who supply presents and things like that for these kids, because their parents can't afford to buy presents. They've got bills to worry about, and I'm afraid presents come a little bit further down the scale than, you know, having to get some heating on. I mean, earlier on, I was listening to Darren. There's a woman who was living in a car. You know, there was a couple earlier on. I read about them over the weekend. They're living on the roof of their house. They're literally living on the roof of their house because they can't afford to do anything. And some of these charities that we deal with, they do so much good to help little people or elderly people or victims of domestic violence or carers. Carers don't even get a look in nowadays on charities. I've seen them on the television. I think there was one, Noel Edmonds did it years ago, and he did his Christmas presents, and it was a little girl, and she had to get up in the morning and get her parents ready because she was their carer. And so he took her away, and they met Jedward and all the rest of it, and she loved it. That was that one moment. With the money that we raise today, hopefully we can help even more people thanks to you. Let's take a look at the news headlines, shall we? This morning with Tim Daly.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. I'll give you an update on the tea towels in a moment, which you can find on Global's Make Some Noise website. Go to the website, click on the shop, and you can find it. And we shall get them out to you as fast as, oh, look, we're doing better. We're doing better. Every time I sort of mention it, we go up another 30 or 40. And now we're up to 202. 202. Woo! Almost rhyming, because all the money raised goes to Make Some Noise and to help out all these little charities, the community projects, and the people who don't get a look in. If you'd seen what I saw, as I say, you'd put your hand in your pocket and just say, take it. I've sometimes done that with people on the street. You see somebody and they just look as though they're at the end of their tether. They look as though they haven't got anything to look forward to, and it's so blooming freezing cold out there. You just sort of, and sometimes I have given £10 to somebody. What they spend it on is really nothing to do with me. But if it makes them feel a bit better, or they get a hot meal or something like that, well, that's great. Marcus in sunny Manchester. Oh, please, not at this time of the morning, it can't be. He says, I bought 2 tea towels, one to use for drying my tears, because you crack me up, and one for the dishes. Hope you sell thousands. Yes, I'm hoping to, which would be quite nice. And Joanne says, I really enjoyed the film Last Holiday with Alec Guinness. Also bought one of the tea towels. Very quirky and colourful. It is definitely quirky and colourful. Definitely. And Mary says, I bought 2, one for me and one for my much-loved Auntie Rose. They make a perfect match to your magical mug. Thank you. And somebody says, I've just bought mine to add to my collection. Yes. Matt says, I know you were in Vienna for a while. I was wondering if you weren't in London, what would be your next best world city to live in? I don't think there is anything as good as London. I mean, I've been to Vienna and worked in Vienna for 9 years. On and off, twice a year. I used to go out there for sort of 3 weeks. So I was doing 6 weeks a year in Vienna. And I do like Vienna. I do like it, but I was out there to work and getting up, in the early hours of the morning to go and do a breakfast show on the ORF. I loved it. I did like Vienna. It's only good in the summer, Vienna. In the winter, it's freezing. I can't tell you. Hotter than here in the summer. Yeah. But in the winter, it's freezing. In fact, over there, it's compulsory to have snow chains to put on your car because there's so many hills in Vienna. I remember going out with a friend of mine, Andrew, ages and ages ago, and we go up this hill and then we start sliding back down again. I remember we're going to crash into cars. And we did. Steve pulled up the Make Some Noise shop in seconds, added the Radio Royalty tea towel to my cart, but on checkout, looks like shipping is only to the UK. He says shipping all the way to Michigan would cut into the charitable proceeds. Yeah, it would actually. It would, but ask a friend, find a friend who in this country, and then they can sort of buy it, and then they can send it out to you, which makes it a little bit easier. There is the problem. Information on it is. Oh, there is information. Oh, right. We're hoping so. We're waiting on international shipping information. Okay, so when we get anything, you will hear it first. You will hear it first. Do you know, every time I open up the paper, Oti Mabuse is sort of there, grinning away, and I'm thinking she must have a new agent, because now she's going to follow in the footsteps of Holly Willoughby and Gwyneth Paltrow, and she's moving her dance studio to a posh part of the city. She's in West London at the moment. She thinks that's not posh, so she's moving to central London. So I'm thinking of a nice lifestyle. Pilates, yoga, spinning. My mindset now isn't only creative, it's business. Yeah, whatever. Who was it who came up the other day with something? Oh, Scarlett Moffat. Because it's taken her 13 attempts to pass her driving test. The BBC, buffoons of the First Order, are now making a programme about passing your driving test. What's the point of asking her? 13 attempts. I mean, that's down in idiot level, isn't it? I wouldn't want her anywhere at all. She finally passed after, and she reveals all sorts of interesting things, like the first place she drove to was McDonald's for chicken nuggets. Hello? Ridiculous. So she went there. She 15 years of attempting to pass her test, but to confess she still cannot park. I wouldn't take any advice for her on a television programme, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you. I mean, honestly, I've seen the but to go and get some chicken McNuggets. Are you sure that's a good idea, love? Barry says, I've just bought 2 tea towels, like the colour. I shall add them to my collection. Yeah, I think the colour's great. We had a long discussion about doing them in colour because they work out more expensive. Obviously, everything does because it's in colour, but we like them. But as usual, I'm the only person who never ends up with these things because before you get round to it, the blooming things have sold out, which actually is brilliant news for Make Some Noise. So the more we sell today, the happier the charity are going to be, and it'll make getting up at 4 a.m. a little bit easier for them because they have to sit there and then sort of push the numbers through. So the more we sell, the happier I will be. Mark in Western Australia said, I was standing by to buy a tea towel. When I went to the page, it won't post to Australia. Not at the moment. It might be. They're looking at international shipping. So, but it takes the price up, which is the problem. As I say, it would be easier if you found somebody who you know in this country who can buy it for you and then pop it in a jiffy bag and send it over to you. That would probably be the easiest thing to do. But apparently they are looking at international shipping. We did it before when we shipped out glasses and stuff like that. You've been warned. You've been warned, I'm telling you now, to break out your big coat. Winter roars in with a beast from the east. Apparently, they say the conditions could leave swathes of the country stuck in up to 4 inches of snow. They fear millions will be caught off guard after one of the mildest autumns on record. But they have also said mild, autumns really means cold winter around the corner. So somebody says current models are moving towards a major pattern change to something much colder during the start of December, which is literally just around the corner. Ladbrokes are offering 6 to 4 on a white Christmas anywhere in the UK. Anywhere in the UK. So 6 to 4 on. So I think we're going to get snow. I don't mind a white Christmas. I mean, I've got to drive a lot and I'm going out into the countryside on Christmas Day, which actually, it doesn't bother me. The trouble is some of the places go down and then up again. And my car's like 2.5 tons. So it's quite, you would think actually something that heavy would sit on the road. It doesn't. It slides more than anything else. In fact, sometimes it starts sliding and you go, whoa, I don't want to do this. Yeah, especially on those little icy country roads that I've got to go on. But, I've done it before. I could do it again. It's no hardship for me. But it's one of those. I had to do my invoice over the weekend, because we submit in advance. I don't know why we ever did that, actually, because other people in the business don't do that. They sort of submit after they've done the work, whereas I submit before I've done the work, because I'm very rarely ill. And so I did that, and then I had to fill in the speeding thing again because I hadn't done that, so I've sent that off. So I'm doing quite well, actually, at the moment. I'm up to date with everything. And then my friend Jordan did a FaceTime yesterday, because I quite like a FaceTime. I do like a FaceTime. It's always good because you look at people, and if you haven't seen them for a little while, I haven't seen my friend Jordan, who's also in the radio business. He produces a little known female presenter on another radio station, and he loves it. He absolutely loves it. So I think we're going to catch up this Saturday afternoon. But I can't remember if there's a blooming train strike again, because we'll have a look. There was also something the other day. I was driving round. I had to deliver something to my friend Alex, who's going to put my third tree up today, actually. There we go. Wait a minute. Just have a check. So strikes next. Oh, we're all right, actually. 13, 14 December, 16, 17 December. So that's okay. So I can take the train into town on Saturday. I don't really want to take the car into town for the simple reason. Trying to find a parking meter is a blooming nightmare. And it's so expensive. I don't know how people afford it. It's so expensive. It really is. I mean, I went to KFC the other day, and I am partial every few months, 6 pieces. And I don't have it with chips. And I said, 6 pieces, no chips. And it's normally about £7 something. £9.90. £9.90. I thought, not be going there for a while, I'm afraid. They keep pushing these prices. These prices are going through the roof. It's outrageous. So I'll have to forego that plate. And one of the pieces of chicken, they put it in there. I mean, seriously, my chicken must have been about 2 inches across, because this piece of chicken was the smallest I've ever seen. I felt like going back and going, sorry, can I have a piece of chicken? I didn't want sort of something that sort of looked as though it wouldn't have survived beyond 2 days if it was out, scavenging around everywhere. But it was so tiny, this piece of chicken. I was really quite surprised, actually. But never mind. We sort of move on. But, so if we have snow and we have it through December, that's okay. But remember, the further north you get, the more chance there is of it sticking, the more chance there is of this settling, and the more chance it is of, jackknifing on the motorways and stuff like that. It's all right if there are cars on the motorway, because they tend to sort of bed it all in, and it's a bit okay. But black ice, of course, is our killer, isn't it? Still people going down the motorway. You can't see it. It's hidden by the layer of snow. And so I always say to people, just be careful. But I've got to drive quite a bit over Christmas. But we're not there yet. Goodness sake, we've got to sell some tea towels to raise lots of money for Globals, make some noise. But thank you for your efforts so far. And as the audience builds on this programme, my busiest hour, believe it or not, is 6 till 7. That's my busiest hour. That's when all of a sudden, because it's obviously the normal time for getting up, you and I get up at 4 a.m, but we are not the norm. We're not even though London is very busy, and you get people delivering and people getting the trains ready and the buses ready and all the rest of it. All the buses were on strike, and yet I got a bus the other day. But I drove on Saturday to go over Richmond Bridge. It was cordoned off by the police with that blue ticker tape, and apparently there was some fight. So for the whole day, no buses went over Richmond Bridge. They had to do a big circuit going back the other way. It was a right pain in the rear end. Yeah, there's always something going on, isn't there? Look at this, 14 to 5.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Shamima Begum, who left London at age 15 to become a jihadi bride and has been begging to return home since the defeat of ISIS. John in Bethnal Green.
She knew what she was doing at 15, but once she's there, she's caught up in the trap.
Trakash, John says bring her back. What do you say?
Absolutely no. It's one person. This is not a racist country. Look at it.
Okay.
Prime Minister. The Home Minister.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Foreign Minister, what else do you want?
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back this morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC. This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to November the 28th. Welcome to We Got Some Tea Towels. In fact, we've got quite a few tea towels. I need to shift a lot. At the moment, we've sold 242, which you are incredibly generous. 242. One can only hazard a guess at how many people are going to be very excited to see Steve Allen sitting on the throne, in colour as well. And if you go to the website, Globals Make Some Noise, you can click on the shop and you can find me demonstrating a tea towel. So we had the pictures taken the other day, and Elliot came down with me and they stuck a crown on my head and all the rest of it. And so we demonstrated the tea towels, because there was only one big picture on the LBC website, and that was sort of like half a tea towel. You need to see the whole tea towel to appreciate the artwork and everything else. Gaza says, I can only afford one this year. Hope it helps. All helps. Believe you me, listen, I mean, if we could sell them in halves, I'd sell them in halves, actually. And Acre Woods says, I've just purchased 2 tea towels. See, I like the idea. The more tea towels you purchase, the more money raised goes to Globals Make Some Noise, and the more we can help out. And especially at this time of year, I can't impress on people enough that there are so many little charities who are asking for help. And sometimes they get help, and sometimes people say, I can't afford it this year. But I think the tea towel is very reasonably priced. And if you could see yourself to buying a few more, you could buy one for sort of Auntie Winifred, and Sam and the twins and all the rest of it. Because you can have one you use and then ones you can hang on the wall as well. Or failing that, you can just sort of fold it up and put it away in a drawer as a keepsake, which I think will be very, very nice. I have a feeling, actually, I've made a mistake on my invoice. I can't remember whether I've done it. I thought the number was sort of 21. And, oh, dear. Oh, yes, I think you'll have to go to payroll. I don't get those things. My brother's texting me backwards and forwards. They say, urgently needs something from 2021. You see, I don't know where they come from. So I suggest you ask payroll. That they'll be more likely to do that, I think. But I've got no idea. No idea at all, because I don't remember ever getting anything like that. Steve, I've just bought 2, says Freddie. One for the mother-in-law, one for the missus. That'll keep him busy. Listen, I don't mind who you buy them for. Buy them for anybody. Buy them from anybody. Well, buy them for anybody as well. There's a thug who made bogus calls. You get this a lot. You get people who just sort of go to a phone box and they make phone calls. This particular one made 2,000 bogus calls. 2,000. Paul Hennessy threatened to kill South East Coast ambulance service staff with a machete, and also made hundreds of calls to the police. He's obviously seriously ill. He's been jailed for a year, which keep him quiet for a year, won't it? He comes from St Leonard's in East Sussex, admitted 2 charges of sending threatening electronic communication to cause distress or anxiety. He's obviously a very stupid person, very simple. You do get people like that. They caught one a short while ago. he was on the news on one of these sort of police programs. He was making hoax calls to call ambulances out. And he didn't realise, in fact, they didn't realise for after a while, until they discovered that his phone box that he was using outside was, in fact, covered by CCTV. Lovely. Moray says, yes, towel ordered. Great picture. Talking of ordering, the Amazon suggestion has just said that based on my ordering history, I should buy the complete George and Mildred on DVD. Does that mean I'm ordering too much stuff? You are ordering too much stuff, definitely. George and Mildred. Although actually it'll probably include the film as well. They had a film that they made, which actually was on the television again the other day. Don't know why. 2 people were taken to hospital after they reportedly came off a Winter Wonderland ride, because you know that they have Winter Wonderlands throughout the entire country. And this particular one was in Cardiff. Seren McCallum Weller says she heard a massive bang and saw one woman on the floor and 2 more thrown onto the railings. So they're investigating that one. You have to sort of look at it and you have to make sure that it's safe. But they all have certificates. But I didn't realise. I thought the Winter Wonderland was just purely in London, but it's around the country. They're all over the place. The one in London is huge. Absolutely enormous. Barbie, excuse me, set to be the #1 toy for Christmas this year. Sales will be helped by the upcoming Barbie movie with Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling. The fashion doll tops the list of fancied gifts, while the retail experts expect Lego and Nintendo Switch to fly off. I don't know what it is about Barbie. It just, I mean, it fell out of favour with kids in the 2010s, but now there's been a resurgence. And in fact, if you go to YouTube, you can see that there is a factory that makes Barbies. They're all sort of sitting there. They put the arms on, they put the legs on, and then they have all these little outfits that they make. I mean, it's most bizarre to watch. It really is. Nice picture of the Northern Lights. This is near Selfoss in the south of Iceland. I mean, really spectacular pictures of the night sky shimmering with the Aurora Borealis. And a Victoria Cross, won by one of Britain's bravest soldiers, has been sold. Lieutenant Colonel Bertram Best Dunkley from York, who was killed by a shell while waist-deep in a flooded trench at Ypres in Belgium, 1917. He had earlier survived the Somme and the first-ever mustard gas attack. He led his Lancashire Fusiliers to retake positions seized by the German troops. And his medals were sold by Spink & Son the other day. How much did they go for, the Victoria Cross? A lot of money. £327,000, which is what I've said to you before about people who actually end up with these Victoria Crosses. They sit there in a drawer. There's nothing you can do with it. But if they sent you another set that was sort of like fake but looked as good as the real thing, then you could sell the first one. Because if you've got something worth £327,000 and it's sitting in a drawer, you're going to be selling it. I promise you really were. But they could send you a replica that you could keep as a keepsake and say, listen, he got this Victoria Cross. This one, very rare. Hence 327. The prices have gone up. I can't tell you. 327,000. It's very nice indeed. The Queen's pony Emma grazing with a young pal and head groom Terry Pendry. First time the animal has been seen since the monarch died, because as they went down the long walk for the funeral procession, the horse was by the side of the road there, and people thought that was really sweet. Very nice. And the publicity shy man's tell-all autobiography can be downloaded for free as an audiobook. The bloke's memoir, Spare, yep, that's what he is being offered for new subscribers to Amazon's Audible. And major booksellers have been offering it at half price for pre-orders in a bid to drum up sales. I wouldn't be buying it anytime soon. I wouldn't be buying anything that disses the royal family. Thank you very much indeed. What a disgrace. What an absolute disgrace. This was that he also had problems, didn't he, with police security. He wanted police security, and they were going, no, we don't really want to do police security for you. So, and now that you know that, unfortunately, Prince Andrew has lost his security, and he's fuming. He's writing to the Home Office, he's writing to anybody who'll listen to him, which actually at the moment in his life is just about nobody. Perhaps he could get sort of Sarah Ferguson to stand out there, dressed up as a policewoman or something. But I think it's unlikely. And, Steve, is it true you never wash your socks? No, never, no. Wear them and throw them. Wear them and throw them. Pants the same. Wear them, throw them. They've got to go. And Kim says, I've got this fancy-prancy iPhone, Steve. I'll be able to, fingers, toes and eyes crossed, get online and get your tea towel. Oh, you can. On any phone, you should be able to, actually. Steve, Howie says, I bought 2 towels and shipping to my daughter, who now lives in London. Well, that's useful, because then she can send them on. You say, that's a smart view. Find somebody who lives in London, or, doesn't matter, anywhere in this country, then you can get them shipped to them, which is good. Steve, off to see ABBA for the 4th time in July. Wow. Which place did you say you would do best afternoon tea? The Goring. I like the Goring. I've been there. It's a family-run hotel. It's where Kate's family went the night before the wedding to William, and it's just round by Victoria. You could lose it, seriously. You go round a bit the one-way system, and you wouldn't know the Goring was there, because you've got to do as you go round from Victoria, then a sharp right, and it's there on the left. Family-run hotel, very nice, very lovely toilets. I do like a toilet. I like a good toilet in a hotel. I don't like any of these I don't like anybody sitting in there holding a towel up like you're in a nightclub. Because damn well, the moment you wiped your hands on it, they throw it in the bin. The moment you walk out, they take it out, shake it out and fold it and put it back again. So I don't like things like that. Yeah, I've not been to the Ritz's toilets. Are they nice? You don't like the people? Well, don't go in there then. If you don't like the people in there, what sort of people are they in the Ritz toilets? Well, of course, you have to wash your hands. That's, they give you a squirt of aftershave or something, Or do they look at you and go, poor boy, he has no money. He has no money at all. Because you're supposed to tip them. That's how they make their money. Apparently, a good toilet attendant can make 600 quid a day. Easy. Easy peasy. In fact, in Stringfellows, as used to be years ago, it was a highly sought-after job. So I didn't do it, but you could sell it on to somebody else. It was like a franchise. And so you would put out your aftershaves, all your posh aftershaves, Brute, Old Spice, things like that, the classy stuff, not. And then you'd have the towels, and somebody would come in, they go to the toilet, wash their hands, then you give them a towel, like a aftershave, and they would pay anything up to a £5 for that. And you put it away, but you just leave pound coin. If anybody tried to give you 50 pence, the moment they got out, you take the 50 pence out, you put pound coins in there. It's like if you're the doorman on a London hotel, every time you hold a door open for somebody for a cab, they tip you as they're getting in. Go to Vegas, elderly pensioners on their last legs are standing there. They make a fortune holding the door open of a cab for somebody who's been to the show. That's how it works. I'm thinking of becoming a pensioner in Vegas so I can go make a bit of money just standing on the door. Hello, dollar, you tight-fisted so-and-so. Well, I think we'll take the news, shall we? We'll find out how we're doing after this.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
From Global's newsroom, I'm Lottie Morley. Armed forces could drive ambulances and work in hospitals as part of emergency plans to deal with strike action. Ambulance drivers and paramedics are considering whether to join nurses on the picket lines in industrial action planned for December. Protests against strict COVID measures have intensified in China. Demonstrators gathered in Beijing and Shanghai, where some are calling for the president to resign. People there are angry at his zero COVID approach involving mass testing, quarantines and snap lockdowns. Director of the China Institute at the School of Oriental and African Studies, Steve Sang, says it's more than that.
We're beginning to see, first of all, in Shanghai, protesters now saying that down with Xi Jinping and down with the Communist Party of China. That is a fundamental change from the perspective of the Communist Party of China. They will not tolerate protests challenge the authority of Xi Jinping and the party.
Big issue vendors will be given free SIM cards and data vouchers to help them cope with the cost of living crisis. It means they can take contactless payments. Vendors who use contactless make 35% more on average than those who only take cash. And the former Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, is facing questions over the future of his political career. He made the final of I'm a Celebrity after losing the Conservative whip for going into the jungle. Footballer Jill Scott won the show. From Global's newsroom, you're up to date.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. It's early breakfast on LBC with Steve. It's another miserable blooming day outside. Typical, isn't it? Typical day outside. Typical Monday. Rain, overcast, cloudy. No snow. No snow as yet, but they have said probably beginning of December. Probably the beginning of December. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it doesn't actually affect us in London, snow, mainly because there's so many buildings. It very rarely settles. Only on a few occasions when it's literally tipped it down do we have to worry about things. I can't remember, actually, if I like trains or if I don't like trains. Toy trains. There's a huge collection coming up at the moment. It's, I think some of these items date back more than 100 years, and a few are worth £600 each. It's a guy... the auctioneer Stuart, who said of the collector, he started buying and didn't stop. He reckons they're worth about £100,000. You see, I quite like the idea of having £100,000 worth of railway equipment. You know, because once you're an addict for buying things like that, I mean, it's quite an expensive hobby, and I think it's quite nice actually. So I bet they go for more. Tea towel update, just in case you've joined us. You're late to the party. We started at 4. Send in a letter, please. An excuse from your parents. If we start at 4, I expect people to be here at 4. 300 tea towels. Yeah. Bring it on. And this is the latest item from the Steve Allen memorabilia collection, which has now been going for quite a number of years. But this tea towel is in colour. And you can see it now. You can see it before you buy. You don't have to sort of worry about it. You know, we're not going to send them out blind. I want you to have a look at it and appreciate the artwork, the cartoon, the colour, the quality. It's all there. It's on Global's Make Some Noise website. So if you go to the website and click on the shop, you will find it. And all the money raised goes to Global's Make Some Noise, which is a charity that has supported, I think over this year, I think we raised well over £2 million, which supports the brilliant small charities and local communities across the UK, charities which deliver food banks, mental health programmes, domestic violence, carer support, community projects and other vital support programmes, but all done with your help. You're the ones who are going to make a difference this Christmas for these charities. And when you see a beautiful picture of me, still looking particularly attractive, I think, at my age. Careful, you'll notice, actually, there's a little bit of airbrushing going on here. I don't believe that I actually looked that good on that particular day, because I think we did it after we've finished doing the programme. I like the shirt, though. M&S, in case you were wondering. And there you get LBC's radio royalty. Steve Allen sitting on a throne. I can't work out. I thought I was sitting on a throne. It appears I'm sitting on the radio. I don't know why I'm sitting on the radio, holding a microphone in one hand and on the radio, which is very odd, isn't it? In fact, the more I look at it, how am I perching on the radio? Unless they've designed something, I'm sort of squatting. You know, and red trousers, excuse me. Since when have I ever had red trousers? I tend to go for sort of dark-coloured trousers. You know, it's about as good as it gets. But if we sold 300 so far in an hour, we can do with a bit more, please. That we could do with quite a bit more, because this is the perfect gift for the early breakfast LBC fan in your life this Christmas, or as a gift to yourself. I suggest you could be mean and have it for yourself. Much nicer, isn't it? But there it is, and very clever it is too. The artist is the same artist that we had last time around, Robert Lee Hensby, and he did the first one that we did on the programme, and so we've used him again, and I think that's really lovely. And the more money we make, the happier all these little charities will be. But of course, bear in mind, they don't know how much money we're going to make from this limited edition tea towel. And so they'd be grateful for anything. And that's why, whatever you buy, the money goes to them. They get the benefits at the end. So if we can cheer their Christmas up, then the happier we will be. So thank you very much in advance. And your money helps support 100 brilliant small charities. So just go to the website, Global's Make Some Noise website. Go on it, click on the shop, and you will find it very quickly. Very quickly. Steve, yay, says Taffy Nige from Pontyclean. He says, yay, tea towels, well tidy. He's Welsh. They use that expression a lot in Welsh Wales. Well tidy, well tidy. And you talk about the tea towels, Steve, says Sula. I've just woken up. Lovely artwork. I thought you said the new item was going to be available after Christmas. We brought it forward. We decided to bring it forward. We think now is the right moment. And you mentioned Christmas gifts. I treated myself, said Matt, to a Paddington Bear in Smiths yesterday. Oh, Paddington Bear is always good, Bought a tea towel to remember my late mother-in-law, Sue, who loved to listen to Early every day. She also used to pop into the cafes in Teddington, especially the Fish Cafe. And tanker driver Phil says, that's it, Steve, tea towel ordered. I must say I was a little bit disappointed with this morning's special announcement because Nurse Heather was saying you may be pregnant. Isn't she naughty? He said, but I have ordered 2 tea towels. Oh, well, that's it. You're forgiven. If you order 2 tea towels, you get special dispensation. Steve, I'm in Munster, Germany, having spent the weekend drinking Glühwein in a very pretty Christmas market, back to not so pretty Ilford later, says Joe, but always nice to get home. And Pat says, I know you love to see and hear about the Egyptians. There's a new series on Netflix, Ancient Apocalypse. It's about civilization that lived on Earth around the time of the Ice Age. You should give it a look. Love anything about the Egyptians. Funny, isn't it, really? The sort of things that you end up sort of watching on the television. I like the David Attenborough stuff as well. Lynn and Thelma says, we've just ordered the Steve Allen tea towel, a very worthy cause. Nice to know that we've helped in a small way. It's a big way. You've helped in a big way because you've helped to raise an awful lot of money. Might just be a tea towel to you. For us, it's cash. It's hard cash. And that goes to help these charities. Mind you, I think we should send them all a tea towel as well at the same time. Talking of sending people things, motorists paid £250 million last year in speed camera fines. You wonder why the local councils love the speed cameras. They can't get enough of them. They can't wait to rip you off. 20 mile an hour here, 20 mile an hour there, 20 mile an hour here. And then you go some places. I mean, if you go on the A316 from Twickenham past Richmond, it starts off at 40 and then magically goes to 30. Well, the amount of people who get issued tickets for still doing 40. I was on it yesterday and people were going past me and thinking, you're going to get a ticket. They've got all these automatic cameras. They're up on huge posts. They're going to get it. Steve, do people say that they're going to spend a penny, says Sue, when they use the loo? Do young people even know what that means? They probably just say, I need my card. Yes, it was a penny to go to the toilet. If you wanted to go to toilet, especially if you ladies, I mean, us boys can have the urinals, and it was a penny. Penny was the amount of money you paid to use it. I mean, when you think about it, it seems ridiculous because people were complaining the other day about having to use a toilet where they were charging £1 to go to the toilet, which I thought seemed okay because I remember Harrods years and years ago had a posh toilet and it cost £1 to use it. And I thought, if you've got a nice toilet, why not charge £1 for it? It's well worth it. What would you rather do, stand outside and just wet yourself? No, of course not. You pay the £1. I hate people who are so stingy and mean. Oh, I'm not going to pay. Well, don't then. Don't pay it. You just have to go and buy some tenner pants, won't you, for men? And that way you can stand there and wee to your heart's content and it won't make any difference. But no, I pay. Yeah, Covent Garden have just started charging. Well, they used to charge before, then they went free, and now they're charging again. Well worth it. Well worth it. I don't want anybody to sort of start complaining about paying money to go to the toilet, honestly. Talk about stingy. My friend Chris says, I wonder if anyone has all your memorabilia. Can you remember all the curio? Yes, we started off with a tea towel, which was in blue and white. Then we went on to a tea tray. Then after the tea tray, we went on to glasses. I'm trying to remember what we've done actually now. We did glasses, and then we did what after the glasses? And then we're on to this one, isn't it? I can't remember actually. Yeah, the tea tray. Actually, the tea tray's back in stock. I've just noticed. The Prosecco glasses are back in stock as well, and they were very nice. That was the Groovy Gang Prosecco glass. We found a few of those ones, and I like the coloured tea towel. So I think there's been 1, 2, 3. I think there's been about 4 items. There might be another one, but I can't think of at the moment. Somebody have to. People remember these things better than I do. But yeah, so that's what we have. The radio tea towel. I think the tea towel. So we had the tea towel in blue and white. Then we did the tray in the blue and white. Then we did the Groovy Gang Prosecco glass, or a box of 2, and then we did the Steve Allen royalty tea towel as well. Sorry? Oh, that's right. We did the tote bag. Oh, there we go. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've done 5 items. So the tote, I completely forgotten about the tote bag. I was sitting on the bus about 6 months ago, and this bloke gets on with my tote bag and sat over the road from me. Well, no, you know, on the seat the other side. And I remember thinking, I've got my tote bag. I've got my tote bag. I wanted to. They were everywhere. They were all over the place. I forget how many tote bags we moved, but it was an awful lot, I have to tell you. When you say sitting on the throne, says my friend Chris, it briefly conjures up images of you on the other throne. Take that out of your mind straight away. I don't know why. I've discovered that all toilets are different. I don't know why, actually. If you pay £1, you must get a really good one. In Japan, they've got heated seats. I think that's brilliant, don't you? And they also have ones in Japan where you don't need to use toilet paper, and because it has a jet of water, which I think is, I'm not sure whether or not that could sort of worry you a little bit. So that's how much money we've made in an hour, is it? Wow. In the first hour, we've made a lot of money, but I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping. I'm not going to tell you how much we've made. You can probably work out. So how many have we sold now? How many? We've now sold 330. We need to sell more. In the first hour, we've made a lot of money, but it's never enough. I know that sounds really, really mean of me, but it's never enough. All the money that we can raise, they can use. So let's shift some more tea towels, as they say. Tell your friends, phone your friends up, say, go on, order them now. You can order them now. The only problem we've got at the moment is sending them abroad. So I suggest that what you do is have them sent to a UK address, then they can send them abroad for you until we've sorted out little bits and pieces. But if you click on the shop, you will find the Globals Make Some Noise website. Click on the shop and then you'll see the tea towel. Then you can see what the pictures look like, and they look fantastic. Yes, to be confirmed, the international shipping as well. So £250 million, we're all coughing as motorists. It's disgraceful, isn't it? I think it's an awful lot of money. I mean, a total of 813,000 drivers were fined £100 last year, and another 1.2 million paid £100 for the speed awareness course. There's 3 hours of your life you're never going to get back. I've done that one. I've done the speed awareness course, and then I got done for speeding, and I've just been done for speeding again. Same place. So I've now got £6. It's up on the Westway, going into to central London. Because it's 30 miles an hour. It's really difficult to do 30 miles an hour, I promise you. Especially in my car. My car's used to doing 80, you know. Well, 70 because it's legal, but you know what it's like. But yeah, twice. In fact, the last time my licence came back, in the following post was another thing for the speeding. So I've just sent it off again today. Just sent it off, because you have to do these things. You have to pay the price. But so a friend of mine said, "Oh, I said you're getting ever so close to being banned." I said, "No, it won't be banned." I said, "But these stupid speed limits, they really are just ridiculous." I mean, I wouldn't mind if there was a whole catalogue of disasters up on the Westway where they went, "Oh, all these people, look, 1,000 people a year have been hurt in accidents," because it's just absolute balderdash. It's absolute rubbish. It's just an excuse for local council to top up the coffers. That's what it is. If they spent more time actually, refreshing the roads and resurfacing and all the rest of it, we'd all be a lot better. The amount of times I've fallen in bloody potholes, I'll tell you. And it's big, 2.5 ton of car hitting a pothole. You sort of go, whoa, yeah, you feel it. I mean, luckily I've got suspension, so it's okay. I sort of glide over the top. My tyres are so huge, absolutely ridiculously huge. And somebody is talking about the the people in the jungle and the fact that they all got very well paid. They did get very well paid. That's why I don't like to hear them coming out and moaning about... There is somebody in the paper today. She was apparently in... I'm sorry, get me out of here. Back in 2006. I've never even heard of her. So she can't have been in the celebrity version. Perhaps she was just in the boring, normal person. And she said she'd wake up and there'd be a camera in her face. And I remember thinking, it's a television programme, dear. What did you think was going to be in your face? A rock python? These people are so dumb. They are so dumb. And she said, and then she made up some story about having a camera in her sleeping bag, which I've never heard of anything like that at all. And she said it affected me quite deeply. I thought you're now complaining about it from 2006. Get over yourself, whoever you are. And it's a case of, had you seen the programme before? Did you know what you were going into, love? She said, and it's the jungle. She said they're all creepy crawlies. It's a film set. These people must be so stupid. There must be a shop, mustn't there, run by an agency that only gives you stupid people. Can you find somebody really thick who can go into this programme and then moan about it after? I mean, she was kicked out after a short time because obviously nobody knew who she was and nobody really cared. But it makes me laugh. Sometimes you see people on television quiz shows, which I'm particularly partial to, and they ask them something really sick. They had The Chase. Was it The Chase the other day? The questions was... No, it wasn't The Chase. It must have been something else. But No, I won't. I'm thinking about it now. I can't remember. Whatever it was, this programme, it was a celebrity version. The questions were so easy. You might have well asked a 3-year-old. I'll think about it. 18 past 5. And I think we need the travel headlines with Anne-Marie Walsh.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 5:20 is the time. Late news, the Queen's favourite runaround X-type Jag, my friend Chris has told me, has sold at auction for £35,000. Comes with provenance, though. And there was another one. We don't know how much the other one went for, Chris, do we? The Rolls-Royce Phantom. The estimate on that one was £50,000 for a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and I remember thinking that's quite nice. He's determined to get me to change my car, but they have pictures of the Queen driving this other car. I do like the Phantom. Everybody keeps telling me you'll never park the blooming thing, but I quite like it. And you can get a good second-hand one for not as much as you think. Mainly because it isn't so much buying the cars, it's running them. The size of your tyres, you're looking at... Oh, I'm not bothered about the gas guzzling side of it, because that's only if you take it out every day. If you don't take it out every day, then it's not going to cost you too much. You don't need to worry about that. It's the fact that the tyres are about £400 each, £450. Got to have them fitted. Servicing is going to be quite a lot on a Rolls Phantom. But I did like this other... There's the Queen. She liked driving. She was driving a Range Rover. You know why? They get them free. The royal family, they all get them free. They're given to everybody in the royal family. Land Rover had got some sort of deal with the royal family. For some reason, they all... Because if you remember, Andrew was driving on the Sandringham estate, couldn't be bothered to get out of the car because he's a petulant youth. And there was a gate in front of him and he rammed the gate open. Oh, really? I'm so glad he's lost the police protection. I can think of so many other good things you can do with £3 million a year. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Please buy a tea towel. Please buy a tea towel. Please buy 2 tea towels. Yes, it's nice. But 35,000 for the Queen's favourite runaround, an X-type Jag. I've never driven a Jag. I've never driven... They used to be driven by bouncers. Bouncers in nightclubs used to drive Jaguars because they had twin petrol tanks. I seem to remember the thing, because somebody said to me, God, it must take a fortune to fill your car up. And I said, no more than a Range Rover, no more than a Land Rover, no more than anything else. It's just over the £100 to fill it up. But I think the Jags had twin tanks on, so once one tank had exhausted, so you didn't get sort of caught out anywhere. Which I thought was quite good, actually. Quite good. Tonight's the British Curry Awards. I've not had a... Oh, I tell a lie, I have had a curry. I did buy one, actually, in... Where did I buy it? Waitrose. And I bought 2 chicken curries and some rice. It was delicious. I shouldn't really be eating curry. It's not... It doesn't really sort of work for me and diabetes, I'm afraid. Sorry? Yeah, it depends how I'm feeling. I've got certain foods which I can only have every so often. And then, I mean, I went berserk over the weekend eating stollen. That sort of Christmassy cake thing, which is quite nice, which is full of marzipan. And that sends my diabetes through the roof. But basically, while I'm up there, I might as well clean it. So I've got a feather duster and I go up there and clean it. It just, different things affect me differently. They keep showing me this advert on the television, all this food you can get from sort of Tesco and Iceland and everything else. They're all pumping out Christmas food. Those ads, they're all over the place. You know, people like eating Christmas food. I like eating the Christmas food as well. But most of it is just covered in batter or something like that. Most of it's really unhealthy. But, you know, I'll give it a go. I don't mind so much. I can, you know, just about get through some of these. You buy it and then you think, oh, should I eat that? Should I not? I mean, sausages in blankets, I'm a big fan of. And I did go to Greggs. Did I go to Greggs? Yes, I think it was Greggs. And I had a baguette with sausages in. Because they do sausages under blankets, which basically is just sausage and bacon. And that's quite nice as well. I like little things like that. Or a bacon roll. Anything like that in the morning to sort of pick you up. But the trouble is I couldn't get off at Richmond the other day to go to the Greggs Bakers because there were no buses, because the buses were on strike. And then the other day I went to Kingston on the bus to go and buy some aftershave. So I bought the aftershave and she wanted to put it in a branded bag. And because if you buy Creed, like a few of these things, there's a special bag and they put tissue paper in and they spray it with Creed and all the rest of it. And I thought, this is just inviting somebody to come and nick it because they know you've got a really expensive aftershave sitting in a bag. And I bought 2 bottles. I bought a big bottle and a little bottle. Little bottle I carry with me and the big bottle I keep at home of Creed Aventus. It is very nice, but it's not cheap. It smells lovely. It's not cheap. I mean, it's seriously not cheap. Like 300 quid a bottle. It's like seriously expensive. But then you get what you paid for. If you could describe it. No, you can't describe the smell. I can't do things like that. I just go and that's it. I just spray it. I've got no idea. My friend, Danny Milo, wore it first. I remember thinking, oh, that's lovely. But it's the same with most things. You spray yourself with an aftershave if you've got a particular favourite. And then after you've done it about 4 or 5 times, you can't even smell it. I mean, I just, you know, you just get used to the smell. I put one on the other day. I was having a little, because they always want to give you testers. And I always go, no, please don't bother. I don't want anything else. Listen, I use this aftershave and that's the one I use. And so I said, just put it in a normal bag. So she got me a nice bag, ripped the price tag off, and I got it for free. I think so too. I'd spent that much money, but it was nice. It was nice. Steve, thank you for the recommendation to visit Joe Allen, says Max in Cheam. Celebrating my wife's 50th birthday, Saturday lunchtime, lovely friendly service, started with drinks in the bar, followed by great food and wine. All 5 of us love the atmosphere. Woohoo! Says, after we headed to Soho for drinks, followed by Soho Hotel for champagne, and what recession. Everywhere we went and passed by was I know. London over the weekends is chock-a-block. I used to meet my ex-producer Corey in the Strand Palace Hotel, and I'd wait there, and then we just walk through into Joe Allen's. And all the people checking in, Northerners, all Northerners, they've all got their little cases and they're checking in for a weekend in London. So we went for a walk round. After we'd had dinner, we went for a walk round. We ended up back at Joe Allen's for more drinks. Every bar was heaving. Absolutely. I've never seen so many people. And as you just said, what recession? But there is a recession. Take my word for it. You know, food prices are going up. I mean, everywhere. It's terrible. Yeah. Sorry, what is? Shopping basket. Everything is more expensive. Everything is more expensive. I don't think there's anything that's cheap nowadays. It really, you know, it's really a little bit embarrassing, really. Sat from Gravesend said, I was driving around central London the other day and noticed that everywhere was 20 miles an hour. It was so hard keeping to 20, I'd read buses undertaking me. Yeah, exactly. They don't worry. Buses don't worry. They're not paying the ticket. It goes on the bus. Unless, I mean, I quite like the idea if they were being done for things like that. Mary says, please do another Christmas decoration next year. Yes, I mean, yes. The trouble is, it's always difficult thinking of something that you're going to be willing to purchase so that we can raise some money for Globals Make Some Noise. And so this morning, you've done very well so far, but it never lets up. Never lets up. If you're really a big fan of something, then you have to stick with it because it's such a good cause. Elaine in Berkshire says, Steve, I drive a Jag Espace, is it? And I absolutely love the drive, but I had to have all 4 tyres replaced, which cost me £1,100. 2 days later, a further £359 for a blowout. See, I've got a computer on my car which tells me the tyre pressure, and strangely, they might start off at 2.4, 2.5, whatever it happens to be. As the further you drive, the tyre, it seems to inflate itself even more. Angela from Torquay says, I just bought the tea towel. Steve, looks amazing. My husband and I are moving to America for 2 years, and it will remind me of you and how much you make me laugh when I feel sad. You can still pick us up in America. There's no problem about picking us up. Oh, yes. I've got friends in America who listen to me all the time, so you don't need to worry about not hearing the programme. Apparently, if you can't smell your own aftershave, but others can, it means it suits you, says John. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell I've got it on. Somebody said to me the other day, I can smell your aftershave. I said, really? I wish I could. Yeah, I just become immune to it. But it doesn't matter, actually, because, I just like putting it on. It's one of those things, isn't it? Do you know that a roast dinner on a Sunday, one roast dinner can contain a staggering, I didn't believe this, 230,000 microplastic pieces. Seriously. Unbelievable. That's a roast dinner. One roast dinner. Goodness sake, honestly. Plus, the farmer who makes up to £2,000 a month posting pictures of his cattle online. He just puts pictures of cows online and people seem to like them. And they look at that. And Susie Dent from Countdown, the girl in Dictionary Corner who puts up with an awful lot of, I'm going to say a rude word then. She puts an awful lot of rib tickling, I think, from the people on the programme. She's got a fear of clowns. Now, this is not unusual. Lots of people have fears of clowns. I've never quite noticed it. I mean, I know there's been a few horror films that feature clowns, but she's got extreme fear of them. Me, it's just snakes. Stuff like that. It's called coulrophobia, which is the feeling of fear when you see clowns or clown images. It's a specific phobic disorder that causes anxiety, a racing heart, nausea, and profuse sweating. Most people can avoid clowns. And do you remember I was telling you that I was talking to a friend of mine over breakfast yesterday, and I said, I've been in to have my cataracts done. And this woman has said, I hear they take your eyeball out. And I said, no, they don't. But apparently they can do on certain things. Then they can put it back in again. I'd never heard of that before. Had you heard of that? I'd never heard of it either. Absolutely ridiculous. There's a mum in the paper who ordered a Christmas tree and she got a T-Rex. I'll tell you more about her after the news headlines from Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's absolutely amazing. Trolls. Les Dennis has tweeted that he's had a lot of abuse re his post about I'm a celebrity. Lots of people calling him a has-been and an ex-celebrity. This is from, people who aren't the full ticket, I'm afraid, the trolls. Whereas, in fact, Les Dennis is in the West End in the Only Fools and Horses musical. And he certainly isn't a has-been and an ex-celebrity. But the sort of people who write this are people who've got a few brain cells missing. In fact, actually, to be honest with you, they've got most of them missing. He says, I try not to criticise here and I consider deleting the tweet, but I stand by it. I wouldn't worry about them, Les. I really wouldn't worry about them. These people are sad lonelies. They seriously are. So you can't really begin to understand until you see them exposed in the newspapers and then we send them to prison. Because they're sort of people who are abusive. I mean, they write all sorts of stuff to all sorts of people. We've heard stories before, horrendous though it might be, of parents who've lost their children through suicide, and somebody will troll them and write disgusting things about them. And you think, these people should be dragged into court. These people should be taught a very serious lesson, But the police are sort of still trying to sort out people who are sort of walking around roundabouts trying to delay traffic, because they don't know what to do apart from make them a cup of coffee. It's a bit of a difficult thing to go. So this mum who ordered the Christmas tree and got a T-Rex and makes the paper. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think that's too bad, is it? You get a Christmas tree. She ordered a Christmas tree and got a T-Rex. And the T-Rex makes noises. Isn't that better? I'd rather have a T-Rex that makes noises than a Christmas tree, although I do like Christmas trees. And I was sort of thinking, and then people go to the newspapers and say, "Oh, I wanted a Christmas tree. We got a T-Rex." So they made a mistake. Get over yourself. Get over yourself, for goodness sake, honestly. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, apparently the House of Commons, they say, needs CCTV to stop staff being touched up and bullied in the House of Commons. I mean, we know it's rife in the police force. And we know it's rife, apparently, so we heard over the last few days, in the fire brigade. I was reading all sorts of things about the fire brigade. Misogyny, racism. In the fire brigade, I began to think perhaps I'd wandered into a different place. I know it's a bit of a closed shop in the fire brigade, because lots of the firemen have two jobs. They have an outside job, and they have the fireman job as well. There's a place down on the Euston Road, the fire station there. Invariably, you can see a couple of black cabs parked there. So they're black cab drivers who can also moonlight as a fireman. But it's a bit of a... I mean, one man, I think a black guy working for the fire brigade, somebody put a noose on his locker. And I remember thinking, what sort of stupid person does that? And the answer is the stupid person. Sorry? Yeah. They've done an independent inquiry. I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable. And then other people are saying, "Oh no, nothing like that happens." It does. It does happen. Why would people want to sort of deny it? But I always thought it was a closed shop. There was one woman, a woman firefighter, and to be honest with you, you don't get many women firefighters. And somebody sent her a picture of his, whatever. And you think, is there something the matter with these people? Are they sort of missing the brain cell again? It goes out, Nazir Afzal, the author of the review and a former chief Crown prosecutor for the North West, says he and his team found dangerous levels of ingrained prejudice against women and the barriers faced by people of colour. Spoke for themselves. And that's the sort of thing you have to deal with if you go in. So apart from you've got to do the job, you also got to deal with, some numbskull who thinks it's funny to do this kind of thing. But most people... my driver this morning... Very interestingly, he has a Mercedes, but he said he didn't rely on the cab company for all his work. So he works for Uber, he works private hire, does all sorts of things so that he can, drive around and actually make a living. He said if you sit there waiting, then he said the chances are you won't be making too much money, which is a shame. Do you know what family board game causes more rows than anything else? What family board game? I've never rowed over a board game in my life. Can't imagine why you'd ever want to row over something as simple as that. Apparently, it's Snakes and Ladders. Snakes and Ladders apparently causes more family rows than any other board game. Isn't that amazing? Absolutely amazing. I can't imagine. I mean, what would be complicated about what sort of row would you have? You throw the dice, and then the dice falls on something. Then you either go, is it up a ladder and down a snake? I think it's the most simple board game you could possibly have, and people have family rows over it. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Paul in Bexley Heath has just purchased the tea towel. Thank you, and a sparkly bag for next year. Says Mary. Oh, there you go. That's good. And Paul in Plymouth has bought 2 tea towels, which is good. Mark in Norwich says, if I dress my pet snake up as a clown, who'll be most scared? You or Susie Dent? Ooh, I don't think you ever get friendly with a snake, do you? I don't think so. I mean, I think people say, oh, isn't it lovely? And it's like you never get friendly with a bumblebee or wasps. Oh, look, I've got a tame wasp. I don't think so. I've got a tame snake. No, you never get a tame snake. You get snakes that sort of... My friend used to walk around the Hippodrome with a snake around his shoulders. Huge thing. Absolutely huge thing. But he was very good. Steve says cat in Slough. I've got a fear of politicians. So you could say I've got a fear of snakes like you have. Thank you. Thank you. I'm hoping that we've seen the last of Matt Hancock, but I fear not. Bought my husband his dream car, a Lotus Evora 410 Sport, 30 mpg with a critical health payout. I'm okay now, though. Tyres, £250 each. Ouch. I can get 4 tyres for that on my Toyota. 60 miles an hour. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I've always thought, actually, that having tyres on a car is the most expensive thing you can have. It goes in there and they go, that's £375. Oh, do you want it balancing? Well, I thought maybe, yes, that would be a good idea. Ollie in Newmarket says tyrophobia is a fear of closely packed holes, or more specifically, an aversion to the sight of irregular patterns or clusters of small holes or bumps. No crumpets. I bought some more crumpets the other day. I bought the new ones from M&S, which are shaped like snowmen. Snowmen crumpets. They're quite nice. They fit in the toaster just right, which is good. So when you drive, says David, the air in the tyres warms up due to compression and friction on the road. As pressure is proportional to temperature, Charles's law to be physics, there'll be a slight increase in the tyre pressure. Yeah, it goes up from about 2.5 to about 2.6 or 7, I think. I'm always interested by that, but I do carry a pump in the car. Just for those odd days. Because there was a lady earlier on and she seemed to get flat tyres all over the place. You know why? It's builders. It's builders. They're sort of dropping these nails and screws and everything else like that. It's a right pain in the rear end. So, tea towel update, 417 we've sold so far. We need to up the ante. They're on Globals Make Some Noise. This is the Steve Allen official early breakfast tea towel. And if you go to the website for Globals Make Some Noise, or you could do it on any one of a number of different places. You can go to LBC's website. You'll find it exactly the same. Click on the shop or merchandise and you will find it. And you can buy as many as you like. You don't have to buy just one or two. You could buy loads. You could buy loads of these. You could give them away as Christmas presents to people. It's the Steve Allen Radio Royalty Tea Towel. And it's me apparently sitting on a radio, which we can't quite work out why. It's the first time I've noticed it, actually. I hadn't noticed it up until now, but I'm sitting on a radiator. On a radio. I could sit on a radiator as well, actually. But it is a must-have addition to your kitchen or even to hang in pride of place on the wall. You could put it in the littlest room in the house. You could put it anywhere you like, actually. You could get it framed. I had my last one framed. In fact, they gave me my last one framed, which I thought was quite nice. And if you order before the 19th of December, I'll guarantee Christmas delivery. So, if you bought it today, you're guaranteed Christmas delivery. Anything up to the 19th of December. It's 100% heavyweight cotton tea towel, full colour digital print. Yeah, cute. I mean, I think I've been airbrushed on it. I think I've been digitised. But it's very nice indeed. So if you order it now, it will be with you before Christmas. Much before. We go up to the 19th. And then we can guarantee it for Christmas for you. So have a look at it and please buy it. The more we sell, the more money goes to Make Some Noise, which helps us to support brilliant small charities and local communities across the United Kingdom. Charities delivering food banks, mental health programmes, domestic violence helplines, carer support, community projects and other vital support programmes, all affecting people of all ages and all nationalities. We don't discriminate in any way, shape or form, but all the money goes to Make Some Noise. We've done over £2 million this year. We're just sort of adding to it as well. Lorraine says, with your love of Christmas, can we have a Groovy Gang bauble for our tree next year? Or better still, a Steve Allen figure for the top of the tree? I'm not sure about that one. I don't want to be on the top of a tree, thank you. I don't mind being a bauble. The problem is with these things, it's sending them out, isn't it? It's sending them out. And, I see no reason why we shouldn't look into it. I see no reason. Big shout out to my amazing husband, Ringo, of E11. We bought 2 tea towels, says Funky Diva. Ketchup, apparently, was once sold as medicine. The condiment was prescribed and sold to people suffering with indigestion back in 1834. Well, they used to sell Coca-Cola used to have cocaine in it, didn't it? That's what it used to have. And tomato ketchup, it was sold as a medicine, claiming to cure things like diarrhea, indigestion and jaundice. Although, to be honest with you, I think it probably gave you most of those. They used to sell tomato pills. Dr. John Cook Bennett in the 1830s, once sold as a medicine. Isn't that funny? Now we dip our chips in it. And we don't think about it, do we? We just think that's I can't imagine buying something like that as medicine. But it was definitely cocaine in Coca-Cola, I think. I'm pretty certain. No, I think that's why it was called Coca, because from the coca plant. That's what I thought it was. It was sold as a medicine. Yes, it was sold as a medicine. It wasn't sold as a fizzy drink. It was sold as a medicine. That's what they did with Coca-Cola. Have you checked? Have you checked? Have a checked? Have a check. Because it was definitely sold as a medicine. People used to tour around selling it, but I've never heard of the ketchup one. I love the idea it's sold to people suffering with indigestion, says Ollie. How strange. I've never thought about that before. I just thought it tastes quite nice. I do like ketchup. I'm a big fan of ketchup. And then they did a survey in the... we've got to take a break. I'll come back to the survey of the meal that you would have before you died. Let's get the LBC headlines for travel with Anne-Marie Walsh.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have you come. I'm still trying to get over ketchup sold as a medicine. Isn't that funny? When we just dip chips in it and put it on... People use ketchup on everything. I've seen people putting ketchup on steak and stuff like that. But they did a survey in the papers which said that steak and chips tops the poll for the final meal. You know, if you had a choice... of a meal before you die. Although, to be honest with you, I don't think you've got the strength to eat a meal, steak and chips or otherwise. If you're dying, the one thing you're not going to have... It's different if you go to America and you have been given the death penalty for misdemeanors of a serious nature. Then you have your final meal. So that's completely different. But if you are dying, the one thing you're not going to be going, I'll have steak and chips before I go. It doesn't work like that. You just haven't got the strength. Most people, before they die, sort of go, unconscious. They're not going to be eating anything. But if you're in prison in America, and I think around the world, they would offer people their last meal. So people would order, strange enough, people would order milkshakes, fries, KFC, McDonald's, all sorts of things as if it made any difference. Sorry? What would I have? Well, I wouldn't want to be in that situation anyway. If you're going to be executed and they go, what food you like? Who cares? Who cares? It ain't going to make any difference, is it? You're going to walk up the scaffold, you're going to stand on the thing, and you're going to get on with it. Just get on with it. I've seen them executing war criminals on YouTube, and literally, I'm surprised that people don't fight and kick and shove and do all the rest of it. But you can't go anywhere. Albert Pierpoint, Britain's last hangman, wrote a very interesting book on it. He could get somebody on the scaffold and down in 6 seconds. 6 seconds he could get them down, because the condemned man was in a cell. What he didn't know is when he went out for exercise, he would then come back. Pierpoint would look through the cell door, gauge his weight. Next door to this man's cell was the execution chamber, but he didn't know that. It was a wall. It was a solid wall that they then slid back. They literally went in there, hands behind the back, up on the scaffold, strap round his feet, hood on the head, noose, gone. 6 seconds he could do it in. Very fast. Very, very fast. But the bloke never knew. I think Pierpoint used to offer them a brandy. Like that made a difference. Like that. Why did you have a brandy? Well, have you got a whiskey and tonic or something? I don't know. I wouldn't mind something like that. Or a milkshake. But no, they would do a last meal. And then, it didn't make any difference, actually. I became quite an expert on Albert Pierpoint because he wrote this book, because he then decided at the end of his life that he hadn't enjoyed hanging people. He didn't think it was a deterrent, which, of course, it isn't. That's why people don't bring back the death penalty. What they say is, but listen, if it was a deterrent, that would be brilliant. But even in the countries that have still got public executions, it's not a threat to them because they still carry on committing atrocities. People do things and they have public executions in certain countries around the world. Not so good, is it? Don't like things like that at all. Steve, I did not think, says Lisa, that I'd be waking up this morning and ordering a Steve Allen tea towel. Been wanting one for a long time to go with my tea tray. Well, if you've ordered it, it will be winging its way up to East Yorkshire. And I hope you love it. It looks even better in the flesh, as they say, as if something could look better in the flesh. But it does. It's the Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel. It's like when they call somebody the living legend as opposed to the dead legend or something like that. I don't know why people call people legends. I suppose it's just the fact you've survived so long, isn't it? It's a case when you look back and you think how many years. Because I know people who've been in the business, they've done a year and then they opt out. They don't have the interest anymore. They just sort of lose and fall out of love with it. How you can do that, I've got no idea. Catherine says, I've just been onto the Global Makes a Noise website and bought the tea towel. The crown really suits you. Well, I thought so as well. Although, can you believe it, that after we'd had the pictures taken, they took it away from me. They didn't even let me keep the crown. The tea towels went, and the crown went. I'm going, I felt a bit depressed, actually, but we'd love you to buy one. Love you to buy one, please. On the Global Make Some Noise website. Go to the website, click on the shop, and you will find it. You can have a look before you buy. It's very rare that people let you do that. And if you want to help us raise money for more than 100 brilliant small charities and local communities across the UK, then you could do no worse than buy, because all the money raised goes to Global's Make Some Noise. So just go to the website, click on the shop, you will find it, and we can help all sorts of people in food banks, mental health programmes, carer support. Carer support's so important for me. I remember talking to a lady some years ago, and she'd become a carer for her father, and it took its toll on her. It's very difficult. You get young children who become carers for their own parents. We've got loads of vital support programmes, community projects, and there's now the increase of domestic violence. I know there is, because I see it on the television all the time. Every time you get a police programme, you will always there'll be domestic violence somewhere in there where the police have been called out. I said the other day, there was one woman, she'd called them out, I think probably about 40 times. They were well aware of who she was. And it was just wasting the police time. They've got better things to do. Like, with all these people complaining about oil and water and power and all the rest of it. They've got better things to do than faff around trying to get people down from bridges. Tanker driver Phil says, Steve, have you seen the remake of The Railway Children? I have. I bought it. Love The Railway Children. The buildings, the locos and the locations were so familiar to me, as I spent so much time on that railway before the pandemic. So this coming Sunday, says Phil, come rain or shine, I'll be chuffing up and down that line with my glass of Prosecco, lost in my own little world. How lovely. How lovely. I love these old-fashioned railways. I love seeing there was a programme on the television the other day where you can join this railway. You pay and they do dinner on board and really good quality food and really lovely. And I thought that's a nice thing. And it seemed to be people of a certain age. They seemed to be over 40, shall we say. Whether or not it was too expensive for young people, I don't know. But I remember thinking how lovely to go on an old steam railway and go somewhere and then you can... I just thought it was fantastic. I love stuff like that. Ian says, 2 tea towels ordered, Steve, small price to pay for your humour. Well, put it this way, it's going to such a good cause. Such a good cause. Steve and your wonderful team, ketchup was originally called catsup, says Michelle. Was it really? Good Lord. Another one here, Funky Diva says, my amazing husband Ringo missed your message as he's driving to work. Please shout out to him and we'll buy another tea towel. I can't be bribed. I can't be bribed. Somebody said to me the other day, can you wish my daughter who's 7 happy birthday? I said, absolutely not. Certainly not. You have to make a substantial donation. The mini drama with Timothy Spall playing Albert Pierpoint was superb, says Stu. I did see it. And do you know why he stopped being a hangman? Do you know why Albert Pierpoint, who had hanged goodness knows how many people? It's because when you're the hangman, you're engaged by the Home Office. He would turn up at the prison. He had his own noose. He had his own hood. He carried his own equipment with him. And because he arrived late, they only offered him a salad to eat. And he wanted eggs. And they said, well, the cook's gone home. And he said, I want a cooked meal. That was the deal. He got a cooked meal. He didn't get it and he quit. It was as simple as that. It was as simple as that he'd gone all that way. He used to have a pub as well. He used to have a pub, and so but he never talked about his work. Never talked about his work at all. But he had to, yes, it was completely separate, but he had to hang one of his regulars. That was the basis of the film, because one of his regulars had committed a murder, I think. And so he had to sort of execute him, and he said, come on, walk this way. It'll be over very quickly. You won't know anything about it. Yeah, right, whatever. But I thought it was very good, very good. If you could have a last drink, what would it be, says David? Just have to be Prosecco. I'm not particularly fussy about drinks, actually. I'm not very good with drinks. I just sort of go Prosecco. And that would be it. It depends where I get the Prosecco from. They had I've been buying these bottles of Prosecco. I can't remember what size they are, but they're quite big. $21.99 for this big bottle of Prosecco in Waitrose. But I can get 2 bottles for 20 quid. 2 bottles of the slightly smaller size, which is the equivalent of the big bottle. So I'm saving $1.99. So that's what I bought the other day. In fact, I bought 4 bottles, actually. And, you've got to buy this stuff when it's on the right price. I was having a lay-in today, but it didn't happen. Finally, says Viv, got up at 4:30 to order the tea towel. You are worth it. Hope you raise lots. Me too. Me too. We will have a tea towel update for you after the news at 6. If you don't know what it is, go to Global's Make Some Noise website and the Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel will be on display. And we're trying to sell as many as possible. So please buy one. And I thank you in advance. Here's the news.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to another freezing cold. It's definitely getting colder. Definitely getting colder. They've said come December the 1st, we might be seeing snow. But I'm praying not just yet. Please. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, tea towel ordered, says Anne, sleepless in pool. It'll go pride of place in the airing cupboard with the 500 others. I buy tea towels and I think, oh, that's too nice to use. Oh, I keep saying to people, when people have said to me, I'm going to buy a tea towel and use it, and they go, no, don't use it. Buy two, use one, and then keep the other one. It's a piece of memorabilia. This is the Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel, which we're selling to raise money for Global's Make Some Noise. And I need to get up to 500. I need to go to 500, hopefully within about 10 minutes. At the moment, I'm 470 we've sold. So we've raised quite a few £1,000, but we're looking to sell quite a few more, actually. I shall get James O'Brien to mention it. He can push it on his programme as well. So the tea towels are available now. And in fact, if you order today and any day up until the 19th of December, we'll guarantee Christmas delivery. And it will be worth having if you order it today, you'll get it well in advance of Christmas. So if you'd like one, go to Global's Make Some Noise website. Global's Make Some Noise website. Go onto the website, click on the shop, and you will find me modelling it. And if you could see yourself clear to buying it, then I'd be very, very happy. And we can guarantee, as I say, that Christmas delivery for you. In fact, well in advance of Christmas. Steve, I've just bought 2 tea towels for myself and another Steve Allen fan. Thank you, Bron. And Judith says another tea towel for East Yorkshire. Whee! That's what we like. The more the merrier. Thank you very much indeed. The more tea towels we sell, the more money raised goes to Global's Make Some Noise and helps these little tiny charities that need so much help. And with your help, then we can make things better for them. My last meal, says Stella, would be a massive birthday cake covered in fresh cream, followed by lots of Cadbury's chocolate. You see, that wouldn't do for me at all. No, that's why you're the size you are. You can't eat chocolate all the time. Goodness sake, honestly. Ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it. Chocolate cake. They were doing a baking programme on the television, and it was in America. And this bloke is making this cake, which was sponge, cream. And I'm looking at it thinking, are you mad? Are you mad? Who eats this stuff? I can't eat for the diabetes, but a fresh cream birthday cake. I mean, I think, a small cake, a very, very small, itty bitty cake. Don't want anything like that at all. Another one here says, Steve, listening to you from Mauritius. I do every morning after my daily swim. What, you go to Mauritius, then you have a daily swim? It sounds nice, actually. So thank you, Varsha. And Karen says, I bought the tea towel. Looks too good to you. Oh, don't use it. Please don't use it. Because then in years to come, somebody will say, oh, I've still got an original Steve Allen tea towel. And somebody say, oh, I used ours. And it would be an awful lot better. But no, going back to these baking programmes, they did one the other day. It must have been ordinary members of the public. Whereas the one in America had professional cake makers, and they were supposed to do it as if it was a Christmas card. And I've seen some staggering cakes, but that's all it is, sponge and cream. And this bloke was mixing chocolate, then he added brandy into the chocolate, then he added more chocolate. You get these chocolate chips, which you put into a bowl over hot water and you keep melting it, and it looked disgusting. It really looked disgusting. I mean, I couldn't believe that anybody would ever actually... And then he cut the sides off so you could see what it looked like in all the different layers. And, I mean, it was quite clever, but the actual drawing of the card... I've seen much better cakes. I've seen really nice cakes in Patisserie Valerie, and there's quite a few other shops out there that seem to have these beautiful cakes in the window. What they cost, I've got no idea. You can go to Costco and you can get a really big birthday cake for under 25 quid. And they will do it, with your name written on it and all that. You can watch them making them. It's really interesting. But no, sure way. I think the only way if you eat a chocolate cake, any slices of it, is join a gym. That's the only thing to do, because you have to, it's like swapsies, isn't it? Give and take. We used to go to the gym in the Barbican, and if we'd had a heavy night the night before, if you'd had some kebab or you'd had chips or something like that, you paid for it the next day. God knows you paid for it. I can remember the trainer going, "Okay, we'll have 3 circuits," and you'd go, "Oh, God, do we have it?" We used to pray that he wasn't there, so we didn't actually have to do it, because then he'd get you sitting on the rowing machine, and that was my least favourite thing to do in a gymnasium. So basically, to save any embarrassment, I stopped going. I thought it was much easier not to go to a gym, because people who go to gyms, it's in their psyche. They go there because they get something out of it, whereas I got nothing out of it whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. I'm a bit confused about Strictly. So Ellie Taylor is out, who we didn't know who she was. I checked with the producer. He'd never heard of her. You heard of Ellie? No, see, nobody's... How come... And this is the celebrity version. You recognise her from what? You don't know. That's not very useful, is it, really? But also, then she was at... Her partner is Johannes Radibi. Who's he? You know him? Is he the gay one? Oh, right. Because I don't know, because when I looked at him, I thought... I'm sure I might have seen you dancing when they started doing their, same-sex couples. And I wasn't sure if he danced there. But it was her that confused me, because I've never seen her on anything. It's amazing. Ted Lasso actress Ellie. What's Ted Lasso? Is that a TV programme or something? Perhaps that's why I don't know who these people are. Perhaps I'm not watching enough television. But she was called Flat-Footed by Shirley Ballas. Is it a TV series? Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso. TV series 2020. Oh. An American football coach is hired to manage a British soccer team. What he lacks in knowledge, and it's got... So wait a minute, her name's... Oh, the writers are on there. Where's the cast name? Is Ellie Jason Sudeikis? I think I've heard of him. Yeah. Have a look at 2020 and see what part Ellie plays in it, if indeed she's even in it. I'm slightly confused by this, actually. She must be on the cast list. They said she's never expected to be in it for a long time and experienced so fully. But as I don't know who she is, and I don't know what Ted Lasso is, so wait a minute. So what's that? I've forgotten her name again now. It doesn't really help, does it? She's not on the top cast list. It's not looking very promising, is it? Oh, Ted Lasso actress Ellie, who's 38. So it doesn't... So they've taken it and they've called her a celebrity, and she's not even in a major part in something that nobody's ever even heard of. Well, I'm not surprised she was kicked out. I'm not surprised. She said it'd been a privilege. I bet it was. Your agent's done very well, dear. Craig Revel Horwood said... that her Ellie and Partners Jive was slated as messy and lackluster. But she's a comedian. Why would we... I thought they were supposed to be rehearsing these things, but she's in something that we've never even heard of. Doesn't really help, does it? Next week, Kim Marsh, who missed a week with COVID. Well, that was lucky, wasn't it? Otherwise, she could have been out. But she'll be in the quarterfinals with Will Mellor, Hamza Yassin, Molly Rainford, Fleur East and Helen Skelton. It is just a reality show, isn't it? It's nothing more, nothing less, actually. Steve, I still have my LBC Dayglow road safety jacket from the 70s, says Philip. It was a lifesaver when I had a moped. Good Lord above. Well, I didn't even know things existed like that. I mean, I've got all the old advertising posters for LBC over the years, and I've got a milk bottle and all sorts of things like that. Steve, looking forward to this Sunday. Fireplace on and a mug of hot chocolate. We shall be watching the first episode of the Box of Delights. Oh, we used to go and see that every year at Wilton's Music Hall. Me and my friend Ian and Rich as well, we would go there to see Box of Delights. Rats all over the place in Wilton's Music Hall and mice and things like that. But it added to the fun of the place. It's great. Absolutely love it there. But Box of Delights back on the telly again, which is very good. I think people should go and see a pantomime this year. I think people should really go. Actually, talking of hot chocolate, I did see a Velvetizer on the television the other day. They were selling it on QVC, and I think it's made by Hotel Chocolat, because I've got one of their Advent calendars. It's seriously huge. It's like a huge book, and that's quite nice. And I went past their shop in Kingston the other day, and they've got all sorts of advent calendars, which I thought, if you eat chocolate, then you're probably going to go for this one. But they do a velvetizer, which they were selling in Costco, and you apparently pour the powder in, and then this machine stirs it, and then you end up. And I thought I could make myself ill on hot chocolate. I did have one the other day, not the other day, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, from it was either Costa Coffee or Starbucks, and it was quite nice, but they put this squirty cream on the top, but it evaporates because it's all air. It's not even proper cream. It's what I call it, they take it out of the... What's he taking pictures of? Taking pictures of my tea towel on the screen. You sad person. Honestly, you're going to hell on a handcart. Selling it. Selling what? My tea towel? Have you put it on your Twitter feed or something? Yes. Snapchat? What the dickens is that? I've got no idea. I don't want to be on something like Snapchat. I'm a class act, mate. Snapchat? That's like, is that another conversation? It's like people being on Instagram, and they say, you on Instagram? I go, no. Do I look like I'm on Instagram? And what was the other one? TikTok. Hello? I've only ever heard about Grindr and Tinder. I haven't heard about the other things. All these other programs going on out there, it's all very shocking for me at my age, really. I don't want to... And I'm going... What did you say? I'm going on Snapchat? What did you say? Snapchat. I don't even know what it is. Why am I going on Snapchat? I shall have to get a lawyer involved in this. I don't like the idea. I could be hawked around the countryside. Here he is, get his tea towel, he'll pop round and deliver it for you. All that kind of stuff. I'm slightly worried. Please buy my tea towel. Buy it on the Globals Make Some Noise website. Makes it a lot easier for all concerned. 6:15, should we get the news headlines? We shall, from Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Listen, the numbers have gone up. I need a bit of a push between now and past. If you could see your way clear to doing another 20, I go into big boys territory for the tea towel. You do want the tea towel. I promise you, you do want the tea towel. You don't not want the tea towel. And so another 18 would take it into a different figure. Well, obviously it would. Speaking the patently obvious for you this morning. Different ballpark if it goes up to that one, please. Global's Make Some Noise website. Go to the website, click on the shop, and you will find the Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel with me sitting on the radio. Don't ask why. I'm not sure if there's some sort of connotation there. I have no idea. I'm trying not to get involved. Actually, the funny thing is I recognise the radio because I've got a radio like that at home, but it's a modern version of an old-fashioned valve radio, and I quite like it. And it just sort of sits there on the sideboard. Yes, I've got a sideboard. Steve, I've just bought 2 tea towels for myself and my friend Kennedy, and made a donation. We are your super fans from Selfridges. Yeah. He says, getting very excited. Can you persuade the rest of the store to buy a tea towel, please? And Steve, I only get to listen to you en route to the airport. It's never usually up, but it's the highlight of my journey. So hi to Hannah and Ian. Hello, Hannah and Ian. And Sue says, don't forget postal strikes leading up to Christmas may affect your promise of delivery. That's why I say buy them today. You'll get the delivery in. Buy them today. Please buy them today. Please buy them today. Tea towel bought for my mum, says John in Winchester. Sally from Southsea for a non-surprise Christmas present. I like surprise Christmas presents. People always say to me, I've got you a nice Christmas present. It'll be an appearance on Snapchat or something like that, I should imagine, which I'm not wild about. In fact, the more I hear about it, apparently, my friend Chris says it's because you're on the radio. Because you're on the radio. We were talking about on the radio before. Do you remember I told you, Chris? I remember when I first got insurance on the car, but I was with an insurance company, and I thought I'll try other insurance companies, thinking perhaps I can get the price down. And they always ask the same thing: what do you do for a living? Hello, what do you do for a living? And I went via the AA, and they targeted all these insurance companies, so they would find you the best deal for you. Well, that was the theory, and it was years ago. What do you do for a living? Hello, my name's Muriel. What do you do for a living? And so I said, I'm in radio. Oh, thank you very much indeed. Are you actually on the radio? Yes, I'm on the radio. Click. They weren't interested if you were on the radio. They really weren't. And then somebody wrote to me. Wrote to a number of people, actually, and I was able to supply the answer, a very famous actor, who said, my insurance has gone through the roof. And he didn't know why. And I said, I'll tell you why it is. It's because you're an actor. Actors, jockeys, radio presenters. It's all right if you work backstage on a radio programme. If you're actually on the radio, they penalise you. And you know why? It's the stupidest thing you've ever heard. Because you might have a celebrity in your car and you might have an accident. And that's why they push your premiums through the roof. I mean, I pay at the moment, I think it's just under $900 a year, which actually I think is okay, you know, for a car like mine, that's what it is. But it's because you might have celebrities in the car. I mean, admittedly, over the years, I have had celebrities in the car. But, but they worry in case you have an accident and they're going to claim off the insurance. And that's what it was. I wrote back to this very famous actor and said that's what it was. He said, I thought that's what it was. Because it's such a pain. It really is. So anybody in the radio, I mean, I know some people who are in the radio, on the radio, and haven't told them. They say they work, backstage or, in the control and things like that. And I thought, you've got to be careful, because if you tell a fib and then you have an accident and try and claim, and they discover that, in fact, you're on the radio, it's going to invalidate your insurance. And the one thing you have to have, because they've got you by the short and curlies, haven't they? On your insurance, if they say it's going to cost you £700 a year, it's going to cost you £700 a year if you can't get it any cheaper anywhere. The only time I did with my one, I think a couple of years ago, they said, it's going to be so much. I said, listen, I need to go somewhere else. He said, well, listen, give me a few minutes, the usual baloney. They're going to reduce the price of it. So he came back, he said, I can do it at the same price. And then you have to be grateful. You have to go, oh, thank you so much. Whereas I really didn't feel that grateful about the whole thing at all. Steve, it's gone to, you need to push it a little bit more. I mean, I don't want to have to come round to your house and knock on your front door and basically pin you to the ground while we're on the telephone to order a tea towel. It's the Steve Allen Radio Royalty Tea Towel. You can't get them anywhere else. They're not even pirated. So, come on. And it does go to such a good cause. I can't impress on you how good that cause is. Bought your tea towel, says Jill. Thank you. Trying to figure out if you're sitting on a sofa or is it meant to be a radio. Be careful with your reply. Yes, thank you, Jill. I mean, I think it's a radio. Well, it looks like a radio to me, but on the other hand, you might be right. It might be a sofa. Well, I don't know. Might be a sofa. It could be a radio-shaped sofa. Stop playing with your hair, for goodness sake. Honestly, play with it, and twiddling it around your fingers. Listen, if you want curls, I'll get you one of those sort of little Bonnie Langford wigs or something you put on your head, and then you can play with your curls as long as you're... Nothing more infuriating watching people who've got hair playing with their hair. Drives me mad. Not that I don't have hair. I want to stress that I've had it deliberately. In fact, I'm due to have a haircut today. I might go and risk 11 quid and just keep it. I like to keep it tidy. Because if mine gets too long, it starts looking a bit frizzy. And it's not a good look on me. I'm not a frizzy. So I have it sort of cut short. And apparently, it's a sign of virility. It is fantastic. I am absolutely a sign of virility because I have very short hair. That's probably what it is, isn't it? Although I think it's... Have you got too much testosterone? I don't think I had any. I was very surprised when they said testosterone. I mean, that was about 30 years ago for me. I haven't had any for ages. Steve... Christmas shopping yesterday. The amount of American sweet shops on Oxford Street is mind-boggling, says Big Frank. I know. I can only advise you not to go in them. The reason I say that is because they've got no prices on anything. And I don't know where these places have sprung up from, but they're all over the place. I've got 2 in Kingston. And I look at them and I go, not going anywhere near you. Don't like it at all. The Westminster Council have closed down loads of them for various reasons. But the main one being is that they don't have prices. And also some of them sell vaping stuff in there as well. It's a bit tacky, actually, I'm afraid. Nigel in Wimbledon says, my wife Jo is seriously ill and unable to get out of bed. She can't sleep at night, loves your show, and you're keeping her going with the cheery banter about your life. I'm just not going on Snapchat. That's what it comes down to. I don't want to be involved in things like that. I think that's far too dangerous. I've got a tea towel of yours, says Nigel, which I hang over the armchair by her bed to talk to. It's got your head on it. You're also her nurse's favourite, so the house is a happier place with you and your tea towel. Well, I hope you got the new one. The new one's in colour, Nigel, in colour. I don't like to make a big deal about it, but colour's a bit of an impression on me. I looked at it. I decided, do we want it? No, we want it in colour. And so colour it is. And it would be pride of place anywhere. Seriously. Except Snapchat. Ted Lasso is apparently filmed around Richmond Hill, and they use the new Brentford Community Stadium as the football club. You'd recognise, says Brian, where it's filmed. Well, apparently Where I Live is featured on a comedy programme. My friend said to me the other day, he said, I saw your place in Twickenham. I said, really? He said, yeah, it was. They film around Twickenham. So it could be Ted Lasso. I don't know, actually. And Gary in... sorry? Ted Lasso again, yeah. Steve, I heard on Mystery Hour that you, Chris Evans and James O'Brien went out for dinner. Who paid? Well, it was lunch. And I didn't. Put it that way. I didn't. And I walked away with a present as well. So, how was the food? Excellent. I had something I've never had before. Never had before. I had crab pie for a starter. It was lovely. Crab pie. And then I went on to... What did I go on to? Oh, haddock. I think I went on to haddock, which was very nice indeed, actually, Gary. Thank you for inquiring. Velvet User is amazing, Steve. It's a velvetizer, isn't it, I believe? It's a real chocolate that goes in, addictive, and will give me obesity. Well, I don't need to go to that one, thank you. NHS Tim says, morning, Steve. Ordered the tea towel, looks great. I think it would make a very nice headscarf, which I shall wear when I come to your show in February. We'll be looking out for you. Looking out for you. Annabelle says, just got the tea towel, fab prezi for myself to cheer myself up after a horrid week due to some vile lowlife breaking into my car. Oh, don't. I know how you feel. It's almost like you need a cleansing. Do you know what I mean? You need something that cheers you up, and hopefully that will cheer you up. And if you want to join in as well and purchase a Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel for Make Some Noise, just go to Global's Make Some Noise website. Go to the website, click on the shop, and you'll find it. And all the money raised goes to support more than 100 brilliant small charities for domestic violence, mental health programmes, food banks, carer support, community projects, and a whole host of other things. So all of that money that we raise goes to very good causes, and I thank you in advance. Let's get the news headlines at 6:30, shall we, with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. I'm quite excited about the numbers of the tea towels. It's going up slowly but surely, and all the money raised goes to Global's Make Some Noise. So I thank you in advance. And it's your opportunity to get the cartoon of Steve Allen, the Radio Royalty tea towel, limited edition for this year only. And if you go to Global's Make Some Noise website, go onto the site, click on the shop, and you'll find it. It's very easy, and it does an awful lot of good. Seriously, I mean, I know people say, and there's so many demands on people's money at this time of year, and especially this year in particular. But if you can spare buying a tea towel, I shall thank you from the bottom of my heart. Cass, the advanced novice spiker, says, taking your advice, 2 tea towels are now looking chocolate velvetizer. After that, putting a Christmas tree up in my classroom. Busy morning. Oh, Christmas. I haven't put my tree up indoors yet. I think I'll have to get round to that. I shall get round. I don't know when I'm going to get round to it, but I will. I've got another tree for outside. Apparently, according to Glyn, Ellie Taylor did Mock the Week live at the Apollo, amongst other comedy shows. She's from Brentwood, your alma mater. Is she? Oh, that's fine then. She's from Brentwood. We're okay. I know Brentwood very well. Heather, the Norwich nurse, says, last week I visited the Air Force's Memorial at Runnymede, which commemorates over 20,000 men and women who were lost during the Second World War and have no known graves. What an absolutely beautiful memorial. It was so peaceful and a wonderful tribute. It was very moving to see my granddad's name on one of the panels. I love Runnymede. I used to live down the road from Runnymede, which is where they signed the Magna Carta. And I used to go down there quite a lot because I used to follow the river to go round to Windsor. So I know exactly where it is, and I know the Air Force's memorial, and it is very moving and very nice. There's all these places you can go to. Also, it's not too difficult to get to, is it? Nice hotel, actually, a little bit further up there. You can go and sit by the lock and have a nice cup of tea, I think. Tea in Kingston says, I've just bought 5 tea towels. That's my Christmas shopping done. Actually, to be honest with you, I'm going to have to buy some as well. I have to buy my own tea towels, but I don't mind that. Alan said, just got my car insurance renewal up 50%. No accidents, no nothing. Best buy a tea towel to wipe the tears away. It's gone up 50%. What are you driving, for God's sake? If it's gone up 50%, I mean, that's a lot, especially as you've had no... See, I have no accidents, no nothing at all. And so if they put it up, I'll just change companies. It's as simple as that. I don't want to stay with a company that doesn't reward me for good behaviour. And I am a good boy on the road, so I don't have accidents. I mean, that would just be ridiculous, wouldn't it, really? Steve, I've just bolted it downstairs, got to the computer and bought a tea towel, says Stella. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Samantha says, I bought 2 tea towels, Steve. Hope it helps. Please. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. H in Surrey says, you're sitting on a radio throne because you're a radio royalty. Thank you. And Stella says, oh, sorry, same one. Pam in Glasgow. Steve, I've just purchased a tea towel and donated 2. The tea towel looks fab. I love listening to you as you set me up for my day. Listen, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. You know, it's so important that the work continues. And just by buying a tea towel, you know, it's not like just giving a donation to a charity. It's a case of you give us some money, we give you a nice gift back. So it's a win-win situation. Lorraine says, bought the tea towel. I work for a charity and I know how important it is what you and the team are doing for small charities. We can't compete against the big, well-known ones. So thank you on behalf of those small charities that will benefit from your generosity. It is they can't compete, the little charities. They really struggle, and that's why it's so important that we can support more than 100 brilliant small charities. That's what's so nice about it, because it's not the big. We all know who the big ones are. And we know how much money they rake in, but these are little charities. You know, 10, 15 people who are raising money for all sorts of events and situations that just need dealing with. I mean, we know how difficult it is to get, you know, help for people with mental health issues, domestic violence, carers, community support, things like that. So by you buying one of my tea towels, I like to think that, you know, that's your good deed for the day. I think that's, you know, you can pat yourselves on the back for doing something really, really nice. And I'm extremely grateful. Thank you. Sidcup Julie says, I bought your lovely tea towel for my mum. You've made my day. Thank you. And Terry in Leighton says, I've just bought your tea towel to go with all the other Make Some Noise items. Good for you. Good for you. Clive in Ramsgate has bought 5. 5. Almost unheard of. Almost unheard of. So we are pushing up the numbers. We've raised many thousands of pounds this morning, but it goes on. It goes on. It'll go on tomorrow as well. I should be thanking you every day this week for the money that you've given. And as I say, thank you sometimes just isn't enough, is it? It really isn't. But thank you anyway. Bonnie Langford has been a fixture of stage and screen for 50 years. And in fact, she hits the West End but awaits a call from Walford. I think she'd be very good, actually. Very good in Walford. And her character was in the show from 15 to 18, 2015 to 2018. Last seen fleeing E20 after her son, Kush, was stabbed to death by a London gang member. Always a cheery story on EastEnders. I like those cheery, happy stories. Yeah, the funny thing is, people don't want happy stories. They really don't. People want miserable stories. They want murders and muggings and things like that. Whereas it sells, doesn't it? Somebody said once, if there was a newspaper, I think they did bring out a newspaper. It's like Sunshine Days or something. And people don't want to read about happy things. They want to read about miserable things. And that seems to sell. It's all a bit disappointing, isn't it, really? I felt a bit sorry about this landslide on the Italian resort island of Ischia. And literally the whole mountain moved. And there was one woman on her phone to her father. And she said, the mountain's moving. That was the last he heard of her. They found her body a little bit later. Mud and water tended to fill everything. I don't know if you've ever seen on YouTube Boscastle. You call it Boscastle? They had a flood. It's in this country, Boscastle. And all of a sudden, the whole mountain exploded with all this water. And this beautiful little village of Boscastle was all of a sudden under siege. Cars were floating down the high street. I've never seen anything like it. It was just absolutely amazing. You looked at the floods. Look at it. You can't imagine the power of water within our lifetime. And it just came down, and the mud and the mess and everything. This was in 2004, a flash flood, probability 1 in... I mean, when you look at the place, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And then this river starts building up. They had a night of thunder and lightning, and then you looked at it, it was up to the top of houses. It was really the most awful thing I'd ever seen. People's cars were floating down there, and the force of it was just unbelievable. So when you get these search teams over on this Italian resort island, looking for people, there's coaches which are half submerged in the mud that comes down with it. Happens in China as well. China's terrible. People build on mountainsides, and all of a sudden the mountain just gets so wet. It just collapses, the whole thing. It's terrible. Cara Delevingne claims making her documentary Planet Sex has changed her life and hopes it will help others struggling with their sexuality. Why do people feel this need? I know it seems probably quite mean to discuss their sexuality with people all the time. I mean, is it some sort of cathartic way of dealing with it? I've never... Perhaps, yeah, but they make television programs about other people now, and I'm sure people sit there. I don't think they get the audiences. I mean, if they're doing one on Scarlett Moffat, how to fail your driving test 13 times, and that's a television program, there is no hope. I'd rather she sat there and made a cake and stuffed her face with it, make it marginally more entertaining. But failing 13 times is about as bad as it gets. Why would you? And where does she go to? I mean, she's admitted she can't park the blooming thing. She goes to McDonald's to get chicken McNuggets. I'm going, no, don't. Learn how to park the car. That would be preferable. But they do that now, don't they? They make sort of... I think they do it as it's sort of it's a cheap programme to make. Steve, are you going to check out the pop-up KFC pub that's owned in Hammersmith, says Amir. I quite like the concept of drunken chicken. Never had drunken chicken. I tell you what I don't like. Gravy. Chicken gravy. They do, and people go, oh, it's really good, isn't it? So this is the first ever pub serving KFC. I don't mind the outside of it. I think it looks quite nice, actually. But the Colonel's Arms. He didn't make any money out of it, did he, Colonel Sanders? He sold the company really cheaply, little realising that it was going to take off in such a way. So people liked it. But it does vary, doesn't it? You can get all these different chicken places now, sort of whoopee chicken and chicken and things like that. And yeah, roosters and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I do like it occasionally, but not very often. It's a bit salty for me, and that's sort of, I think that just makes you want to drink more. So it probably goes well with probably a beer or something, but I don't drink beer. So there you go. What, my beer? I've never had beer. I've never drunk beer in my life. I've worked in pubs and bars. I've never had a beer. Bit too butch for me, I think. It's Prosecco, I'm afraid. I just go for a bottle of Prosecco. I remember sitting in a restaurant once and having a bottle of Prosecco. I was with some friends, and they said, how many glasses? And I looked at them and went, 1. Hello, why would you want to share a bottle of Prosecco? I can't believe it. Some people are so funny, aren't they? 7:15, let's get the news headlines from Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 10 to 7. So if you order the tea towels today, then I think you can always guarantee, because there will be postal strikes over the festive season. So I'd rather make sure that, you manage to get hold of something for the big day. So just go to Global's Make Some Noises website. Go on the website, click on the shop, and then you'll find the Steve Allen can't even speak now, Radio Royalty tea towel. Thank you very much indeed. Kev says, I've just bought 2 tea towels for a great cause. You make my mornings bearable doing a difficult job. Is that me or you doing the difficult job? People always say that about radio, don't they? They say, oh, is it difficult to be a radio presenter? I said, well, not for people who can do it. For people who can't do it, it's very difficult. People struggle. What do you talk about all the time? I thought, I don't know. Asking me for? I've got no idea. You just sort of sit down and you talk, and it flows, and if it's entertaining and people like it, well, then it kind of works. Steve says Anne-Marie in a chilly Inverness. Oh, I bet it's freezing there this morning. That's mine ordered, Steve. Huge well done for all your small charities fundraising efforts. It will take pride of place in my new kitchen. Oh, wow. That's cool. And Lara says, I've just bought 2 tea towels. Can't wait to receive them. They look fab and for such fantastic causes. Yes, I mean, it's the causes, isn't it? Even though I think they're really nice. I've just purchased... Oh, really? Oh, do you know, if I could do another 200 in 10 minutes, that would be the miracle of all miracles. Please. If you go to Global's Make Some Noise, go on the website, click on the shop and order some. Because Marie says, I will only ever use it to polish my Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses. Good for you. And Tiger Sam says, just bought 2 of your tea towels for myself and Auntie Mary. Seeing your little cheery face will make washing up more enjoyable. Lorraine says, I've got my a tea towel for my wonderful mother-in-law, Norma. She'll be very happy. And one here. I've just bought your tea towel. Thank you for doing this. Talking of light railways, we took our 1952 B coach for a run to the Bluebell Railway earlier this year. Also, we took it to the Romney, Hythe and Dymchurch Railway running day and the KNESR for their bus rally so that people could come and see what old vintage buses look like. How lovely. How lovely. That is amazing. Philip says, great chicken song, Ghost Chickens in the Sky by Leroy Troy. Ghost Chickens in the Sky. I like that. Johnny in Watford says, just bought the tea towel to brighten up our kitchen. What a good cause. It is a good cause. It is such a good cause. It seriously is. You know, you can help so many different groups of people who otherwise wouldn't be getting the help. And the more money they get, the more money we can gift to them and the more people they can help. It doesn't matter whether it's, you know, children or food banks or mental health programs or domestic violence helplines, carer support, the community projects and the other vital support programs. It's all doing a great, great job. And it's all thanks to you. All thanks to you for picking up the phone or going onto your telephone and finding it on there. And then buying a tea towel so that we can raise money for Global's Make Some Noise. So, thank you very much indeed. Makes a lot of difference. Mike Tyndall, I know that Nick's going to be talking about I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Mike Tyndall saves his biggest hug for his wife Zara. And that's very nice. And 160 million for dementia, part of Barbara's legacy. This is Dame Barbara Windsor. So lovely, you know, it's so lovely when you see a picture of her and Scott when they went with an open letter to Number 10. Very fond memories of Barbara. Very fond memories indeed. England striker Marcus Rashford insisted yesterday the Three Lions are roaring and raring to go in tomorrow's Battle of Britain clash against Wales in the World Cup, so that's good. And police told get tough as the Just Stop Oil demos return. I'm going to have to be really mean. Why don't we just leave them up the gantries? Why don't we just put a net underneath it and say, you know, bloody well stay there. You know, you want to climb a gantry? Climb a gantry. You want to get down? You can't. We're not going to let you come down. You can stay up there all day as far as I'm concerned. I just don't understand why we're wasting time with these numpties. You know, Suella Braverman keeps saying the same thing all the time as the last one did. Oh, we're going to do something about it. They haven't done anything. They've done nothing. It's so annoying. It really is. Caroline is on the A3 and says, Steve, I shall be buying my tea towel as soon as I get to work in about half an hour. Oh, please do. Please do. Wendy says, bought 2 tea towels, Steve, and the holly wreath on its way soon. For my holly wreath girls. Oh, that's even better news. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, we've sold a lot of tea towels this morning, but the pushing goes on. I've got a few to sell. And I'd love it if you bought one because it just helps in so many different ways. And to help all these little charities is great. Friends help out Camilla, as you know, I told you at the beginning of the programme, because she's not going to have ladies in waiting. It's going to be a different kind of a role. But the good news is that Prince Andrew's lost his royal protection. I'm sorry you can't wipe the smile off my face on that one. Because to be honest with you, what a waste of £3 million. What a waste. I wouldn't mind, but everything that Prince Andrew has got at the moment, he's brought on himself. Nobody's brought it on him. He's done this all by himself. Clever old you, Andrew. Clever old you. You know, perhaps, you know, royal protection officers. I shouldn't imagine they enjoyed working with him anyway. He's very, very petulant. Very petulant. Plus floods and droughts in this sodden weather. I mean, it's amazing. I'm looking at pictures here of fields under... I remember when it was like this years and years ago. Fields underwater, you know, cows standing on a little island in the middle trying to get some sort of respite out of the whole blooming thing. And, you know, we hope it goes well. There's £20 million funding coming the way to boost and save the nation's woodlands. I don't want to see them losing it. I really don't. I like the woodlands that we've got. And over in China, public anger at the COVID lockdown. They've had enough. So they've started fighting back. A little bit of a losing game, I think, on that one. And also Barbie topping for Christmas. And Phil Vickery says he's completely happy with a single life following his split from Fern. The couple announced their breakup in 2020 after 20 years together. He says, if I'm honest, he says, I actually love it. People say, I don't believe you, but it's great. Life deals you a set of cards, and that's the way it is. It's true. I don't see why you should have to be in relationships. People go, oh, you're not in a relationship. Oh, you're going to be lonely. Absolutely not. How can you be lonely with the amount of support that I get on this programme? You know, for selling some tea towels with my pretty impressive image on. And, don't make a big deal about it. But if I appear on Snapchat, there'll be heads rolling somewhere, I should imagine. Don't want to make a big deal about it or issue it as a threat or anything like that. But take it as... So it's one of those things. But no, we love Phil Vickery. We get so many celebrities. We get Andy Peters, who listens on a regular basis and then turns up on the television with a camper van and money and chocolate and all sorts of things, and yet doesn't put on an ounce of weight. It's sickening. Seriously, absolutely sickening. There's another feature which you might like if you're an animal lover. Profit-hungry vets, they say, making a killing thanks to besotted owners desperate to keep their pets alive. I always say to people, if you've got a pet, a dog, a cat, or anything like that, you need pet insurance. You cannot do it without pet insurance. It is so expensive. So if you've got the insurance, at least it sort of covers you. Well, that's the whole idea of it. Well, I'm going to go home and enjoy my my crumpets today, my snowman crumpets, which are very nice indeed. And I've got them all ready, so I'll just pop them in the in the toaster. That'll be good. Okay. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to November the 29th. Welcome to day 2 of the Tea Towel. Good heavens above, you thought we'd forgotten about it? I think not. Record numbers yesterday. Record numbers of Steve Allen's Radio Royalty Tea Towel. All the money raised going to Global's Make Some Noise. You can go to the website, click on the shop, and you will find it. And I'm looking forward to selling a load more today, mainly because it's such a good cause and it's the season to be jolly, but not for some of these little charities. The only way we can make them jolly is by raising lots of money, which we've done so far, but I'm greedy. I want more. Other stories today, we found a 14th century farm building. Underneath it, Roman mosaics. Unbelievable. And Bob Dylan is like a rolling phony. Oh, and the Just Stop Oil loony strolling at a snail's pace would do nothing wrong. Can't do anything about it. And the police, of course. Would you like a cup of tea? Can we get coffee for anybody? Biscuits? Pret-a-manger, bacon rolls? Yeah, we can do a tea run for them. I see no reason. And Gary Lineker, the hypocrite. Pockets, how much from Qatar? 1.6 million. 1.6 million. Mind you, bad news for poor old Victoria Beckham. She didn't do very well. Oh, my clock's moving away. It's gone all bizarre. I don't know what on earth the clock's doing. It's going backwards and forwards. It's making me dizzy. It really is horrible. We might have to turn it off in a minute, actually, if it doesn't stop. And, Victoria Beckham didn't do anything on Black Friday. Still millions of pounds in debt. Still millions of pounds. The shop's not working. It would be easier, which I suggested ages ago. I don't know why they don't take this on board, to save the cost of, the rent on the shop and the heating and the lighting and all the other bits and pieces. Just do it online, dear. Or failing that, just admit that nobody wants to buy your clothes. And, let's face it, even your son's wife didn't want to wear any of your stuff. That gives you a rough idea. Meghan, that's the quiet, shy, retiring one, cooks up a treat during a homeless visit. Luckily, she went with the photographer. Whew, that was a reef, wasn't it? If she hadn't been with the photographer, you'd never seen the pictures in the paper. And what was the other one, I think, which I quite liked? Frogs. Given a 12-foot ladder to help them get out of a water filling station. So, they're frogs. They live in water. Why would they want to climb out on a pair of steps? Plus, the final illustration for the original Winnie the Pooh book up for auction. They reckon about £300,000, worth every penny. It's the one of Winnie the Pooh and Piglet walking off into the sunset. And I thought for £300,000, I think that's very nice. Make a nice gift for somebody for this year. Plus the canny commuter who saved a fortune by buying 9 separate tickets. It's a bit of a faff. but he saved about 380 odd quid, which is not bad. Plus, Braverman wants the Albanian migrants on the fast track out. Yeah, we've heard it all before, love. Seriously, I've heard it so many times now. I've given up. It doesn't make any difference what you say because nobody believes a word. We had it from Priti Patel, and now we've got it from you as well, and nobody's taken a blind bit of notice. Okay, so don't bother wasting our time. And has a cheating husband ever humiliated his family on television? Yes. He has. Yes, he has. It's Mr. Hancock again, I'm afraid, where he's just embarrassed the family. I think there's 6 children between him and the girlfriend, you know. And as I say, I couldn't care less what happens to him now. He can trouser his £400,000, do whatever he wants. Makes no difference. You know, on television, he was in the programme. I just don't want to see him turning up on quiz shows and everything else because he's a dreary. He's a dreary. Supercilious, don't like him, can't bear him. Not very pleasant. So, you know, that's it. Plus, who are the best celebrity novelists? Well, at the moment, it's Giles Brandreth. Giles Brandreth is all over the place. He's got a new book about the Queen. And this is the first year, I believe it's the first year, that Sarah Ferguson, remember Sarah Ferguson? Suck my toes, dear, why don't you? She's going to be with the royal family at Sandringham. Because while the Queen, not really the Queen, I think, so much as Prince Philip were in existence, they didn't want her there. They didn't like her. Prince Philip couldn't stand Sarah Ferguson. Absolutely couldn't stand her. And so she'll be going there, you know, trying to pretend as, oh, it's all fabulous. I mean, you know, you'd thought a woman of that age would have her own place by now. But she hasn't. She has to sponge off Andrew, who now loses all the police protection. So that's good news. I thought that was the best way of saving £3 million. Just imagine if somebody said to us, here, you can have £3 million. What are you going to do with it? Globals make some noise immediately. Immediately. That could do so much good, so much good. Honestly, it really is absolutely amazing. Plus the PC, we told you about her the other day. She's had to quit the force because she's appearing on the, is it Fans Only or For Fans or something? Only Fans or something like that. And you think to yourself, really, what sort of police officer would you have made? Another one. I'm afraid, another one. You can't, I'm afraid, start getting your kit off and being PC naughty. It shows a really shallow, sad side of you, I'm afraid. Darcy Bussell left Strictly. We didn't know why. And apparently she said Strictly wanted her to dumb down. Don't know why. Why would they want her to dumb down? Thought the whole idea was, I mean, let's face it, you've got Tony Beak on there and he's about as dumbed down as they get. He turned up on one of these naff cooking programmes. They laughingly call them celebrities. And you go, he's not a celebrity, he's a presenter. Presenters are not celebrities, they're presenters. That's why they call them presenters. A celebrity would be somebody like, you know, Biggins or something like that. That's what they do for a living. Not some dreary old, you know, oh, I'm doing a bit of cooking and a bit of dancing and a little bit of this, a little bit of that, because he's irritating beyond belief, really. Also, police sergeant back in the force, which is nothing unusual, is it really, except he retired the day before. So he retires one day, then he comes back in. And you think to yourself, that was a waste of our money, wasn't it? Billy Connolly warns would-be stand-ups, don't steal other comics' jokes. But it goes on in the business. In fact, in the early days of television programmes, a lot of comics appearing on television would steal other people's material because the other people weren't on television. And if they weren't on television, nobody knew. So when people went to see them live, they'd go, oh, you're doing the jokes same as that bloke on television. They go, no, they were my jokes. I remember I knew a very famous magician called Terry Seabrook. Terry Seabrook's not with us anymore, and he used to be a very, very well-known magician on the circuit. He was very good, and he was lovely. And we were watching television at his place. One day, he used to live out Watford way, and a comedian came on stage. I won't tell you which comedian it was. And Terry sat there and he went, he's doing my act. He said, that's my act. And this bloke had blatantly ripped it off. This is a very well-known comedian. And there was another one who we had at my Christmas show some years ago at the Magic Circle called Piff the Magic Dragon. And Piff the Magic Dragon appeared on my show. He's been working on the circuit. He appeared on Britain's Got Talent, I think, and he did very, very well. Blow me down, there was a Russian version of the show and a Russian doing his act word for word. Thieving little git. Seriously, he blatantly lifted the whole act and did it. And I remember somebody saying to me, he had the same outfit. The same outfit. Piff the Magic Dragon in Russian. And I thought to myself, my God, Billy Connolly's right. Start thieving other people's out, would come round, sort your legs out. It's just unbelievable, isn't it, that people would actually, thieve and do things like that. But they do. They do. I can remember years ago, people pirate stuff. In fact, Marks and Spencer's have got Percy Pig going through the courts at the moment because there's other supermarkets who put out something similar, but it's not exactly that. Go to Poundland, you'll find loads of looky-likey items, same packaging, different name. Everything. It's just unbelievable. And the supermarkets do it as well. Aldi have done it. You go in there and they'll show you this is what the original item looks like and this is what Aldi's looks like, or all the other different places, Morrison's and everything. It's unbelievable. You'd be telling me next there's a copycat Steve Allen, radio programme. I think not. I think other people have tried, but they suddenly realize they can't do it. They can't do it. And the very idea that they might bring out a radio royalty tea towel to raise money for Global's Make Some Noise, of course, is even more laughable. Nobody could do it. Nobody could do it with what we've got. All you have to do to buy one, and I would love you to buy one, please, to help us out, go to the website, Global's Make Some Noise, click on the shop, and you'll find a lovely picture of it, and then me modelling it. 2 different pictures of that. I mean, the picture of me is worth the price of admission alone. And if you buy them, all the money raised goes to help at least 100 brilliant small charities in local communities across the United Kingdom. Charities who do food banks, mental health programmes, carer support, community projects, domestic violence helplines and other vital support programmes. All of that, 100% of the money raised will go to that. And that's down to you. Yesterday we did record numbers of tea towels. And I have to be brutally honest with you. I was severely touched, as it were, because I remember thinking, I know money is tight at the moment. I know it's difficult for people, with bills around the corner and everything else. But this small donation can be done so much with. We can put it to such good use. We can help out all these little charities, some of whom might not survive. And we would like to make sure that the ones that we've targeted at the moment, and there'll be other ones coming online next year as well, can actually survive and get themselves through a pretty bad winter. Because the moment, the economy goes a bit, as they say in the business, tits up, that's when people start going, well, we don't have that much money. But bless your hearts, from yesterday, it was absolutely amazing. So I'm going to encourage you to go and have a look at it today. If you're a new listener, or if you're just a regular listener anyway, and you've not had a little peepsikins, you can have a little look at it. And if you like it, and it's in colour, which I think is good. It's good, and I think the price is about right, but we can do so much with that money. God knows we can do so much with it. And we take all of your texts and emails, but record numbers of texts and emails. If I had, a tea towel for every single person who'd sent in a text, we would be laughing. Steve, one of the police officers, said yesterday evening on LBC, it takes 4 police officers to arrest 1 protester. Yes, have you seen the police officers now? They're not as strong as they used to be. They're not as butch. They might have tattoos, but they don't make you butch, I'm afraid. And Steve, I couldn't order the tea towel in Australia. Says shame, but I've got your earlier tea towel tray and glass. Yeah, we're having a look, actually. We're having a look at how we can sort that out. So fear not, said he. Ashley says, it's great to be back. I'm thinking of getting a crusty bacon roll anywhere around Soho. No, of course not. Are you mad? It's 4:15 in the bloody morning. What do you expect? They're all open. Oh, yes. Why wouldn't you nip into the supermarket? No, nothing open at the moment. Nothing. You'll have to wait a bit. Or failing that, have you heard of the cooking yourself method? It's you buy a packet of bacon in a supermarket, and you buy some rolls, and then everybody's got rolls at home, haven't they? Have you got rolls at home? I've got rolls at home. And crumpet. I've got crumpet at home. Shaped like, I tell you. Woo! Cooking with gas, and then you put the crumpets in the toaster, and mine are shaped like snowmen, which are very nice. Yeah, I know, very festive, which is good news. Steve, £3 million, says Roger, to Make Some Noise charity, or use it for security reasons for Sarah and Andrew. It's a no-brainer. I know. As far as I'm concerned, who is he? He's nobody. He's arrogant. He's dismissive. He's apparently complaining to the Home Office. Well, bang on their door, sweet pea. Just bang on their door. Hello, I'm Prince Andrew. Go away. We don't know who you are. Who's that with you? It's the ex-wife. Yeah. Makes you wonder why she's living in the house. I mean, can't she afford to buy a house or something? The rest of us have to struggle through life, and she just basically does nothing. I don't know what she does, except, goes out there and sort of fannies around. I don't know, it's all a bit depressing, isn't it?
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Bruno's in Wardour Street is open. Oh, listen, don't help somebody out who just wants to eat a bacon sandwich at this time of the morning. I've had enough of it. I'm sick to death of being Mr. Nice Guy. Can you help us out with this? Can you help us out? No, only if you buy a tea towel. Only if you buy a tea towel for makes a noise. But yesterday, really, you excelled. You did excel, which is lovely. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. I love the idea, actually, that the protesters walking very slowly down the Strand the other day in the middle of the road. And I'm thinking, I think you're fair game if you're in the middle of the road. I don't mind them crossing the road. I don't have a problem with that. They used to do it at the Abbey Road. They cross the road, then they turn around, cross back over the other side, and then back the other side so they can get a picture taken of them. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, beep, beep, off we go. You didn't hear me. That's your problem. Rob says, I've got a urine infection. Never felt so ill. Going for checks at Doncaster Hospital later. Oh. Don't they give you tablets for that? I think that's tablets, isn't it? I think, or something like that. I don't even know where you pick up things like that. I don't know where you pick them up for. You don't mean prostate problems, do you? I mean, you say urine infection? Because, you get to a certain age and prostate is a big problem for a lot of people. And it's a fairly straightforward operation, which they can do under the NHS, or they can do it, but it's very painful. The operation's not painful because you're out for the count. Do you know, I thought I'd buy some new Sonic toothbrushes the other day. They were so cheap. 21 quid for a Sonic toothbrush on Amazon. It's Sonic, yes. What do you think it is? Clockwork. Of course it's electric. No, not Sonic the Hedgehog, honestly. He's sure sign he's back, isn't it? We get the dumb questions of the decade. Ooh, is it electric? No, it's got a little wheel in it and a very small hamster that runs round to keep it going at 1,500 revs a minute. But I thought they were cheap. I bought them years ago. They were 25 quid each. I bought two. I sort of have, because I'm charging one up and then using one. And the charge seems to last for ages. So I thought I'd treat myself. A little bit of a treat. I don't often treat myself for certain things, but I thought I would. So this morning I ordered it when I was sort of waiting for the car. And I thought that was very good. Although actually we sort of came down the 316 hoping to go all the way to Hammersmith, but of course they've closed off various roads because they're doing roadworks. Everywhere we went we were thwarted by road people. Nobody working on it. They just put up a sign going, road closed. And you think to yourself, why don't you do it and sort of just get on with doing it? Faffing around. Hola. Victoria from Madrid. Hello. How are you doing? I love that. Hola. That was the only thing I ever learnt when I went to Spain years ago. You go into the hotel. We think we're being really clever. We go, hola, to the cleaner. Like the cleaner's bothered. And what do you leave her when you leave the hotel? You leave all your change in the drawer, and then he's saying hola, and she's going hola. Can you imagine them all talking to each other, going, are they mad or what? Yep, they're the Brits on holiday. We had next to us when we were in Gran Canaria, which is okay actually. It's a duty-free island, so it's relatively. And also we had dreadful weather. First time round, excellent weather. Second time round, excellent weather. Heat, everything, me and my little Speedos. And I know, sorry, feel a bit sick. And then the nice thing was, we then got bad weather. And by God, it was bad weather. Torrential rain, everything. But right next door to us, they're building another hotel. So every morning at 7, hola, hola. Used to drive me absolutely mad. And cats everywhere, feral cats. Anyway, I do beg your pardon, Victoria. We moved away. Thank you so much for the recommendation. Also, the tea towel bought for my partner's Christmas present, as he's a huge fan, since I started involuntarily waking up at 4 a.m. every morning. Listen, I don't have any problem with people who wake up at 4 a.m. every morning. You are my core audience. That's why we have the biggest audience at this time out of anything. Nobody has as big an audience, which is great. I love it. Arlene says, poor guy. It seems he isn't earning enough from his World Cup job. He does football-themed commercials for potato chips. Shame. Yes, 1 point. This is Beckham. He's doing an advert, is he? David Beckham is. Girl, times must be hard, Dave. Got to prop up the old wife's ailing business, I should imagine. Such a hypocrite. Such a hypocrite. But there you go. Listen, he doesn't care. He really doesn't care. In between him and the other one with the ears, advertising his crisps. But as I say, you can buy David Beckham. Offer him, £1 million. He'll fall over and play dead if you really want. Conrad says it's impossible to fake or copy Steve Allen show. When God made you, he broke the mould. Now, where does that come from? That's a line from a movie. When God made you, he broke the mould. Oh, I can see it now, and I can't remember what the heck it is. It was very famous. Very famous. Because it's true. Actually, I mean, to be honest with you, nobody would want to copy this programme. That would just be ridiculous. How could you copy something like this? You can copy people playing records, and you can copy people, having guests on and doing the zoo format, as I prefer to call it, which is where you have a round table of a load of people and people chat and interact and everything else. But you've got to be very careful on radio that if you have too many voices talking at the same time, people listening can't hear anything. It just gets completely befuddled. So you have to... I used to do it with the MPs. Years ago, I used to do a round table with 3 MPs, and even just with 3 of them talking, you'd have to say, wait. People can't hear what you're saying. We want to... Sorry? Do I want the movie? Oh, really? Have you found it, really? Wait a minute. No, I want to guess. It's a 90s film. Wait a minute. It's Mrs. Doubtfire. It's Mrs. Doubtfire. I suddenly remembered. Oh, when God made you, dear, he broke the mould. Yeah. I thought it was very good, actually. Take away a picture of David Beckham with his funny hair. Ghastly man. Seriously. Really, what a hypocrite. Good. I'm glad you enjoy it, Dave. Fantastic, mate. You've sunk below the depths that I didn't think anybody could sink below. Christine in Cape Town says, I'm ordering 3 towels. My brother-in-law will proudly bring them from Mill Hill to South Africa this Christmas. How lovely. How lovely. You're South Africa, you obviously know very well. I've never been. I want to go to that beach where they have the penguins. Because I always thought that would be really good. But I did have a penguin in the studio once. I had a penguin and I had a... What? I had a penguin and a lemur. And the lemur was sitting on my shoulder and then it jumped onto the microphone and the penguin just crapped everywhere. That's all I can tell you. That's what they do, penguins. Apparently you don't want to go near any penguin colonies. Apparently it's really messy. Really messy. Jason and Richard just been out to the Monster Club in Greenwich Village, now listening to your show. What in goodness knows name is the Monster Club? Is that I was working in the lab late one night. Love it as always. Well, that's what we like to hear. Thank you very much indeed. Have you bought a tea towel? I'm asking everybody. I'm bumping into people all the time and I'm saying, please, can you buy my Radio Royalty tea towel? Please. It raises an awful lot of money for a very, very good cause. And it seems to me that it's a small price to pay for somebody else's happiness, which you have contributed to. Wholeheartedly, you have contributed to. Now we have food banks. We talk about food banks quite commonly, but they need money. Domestic violence helplines. They need to be manned by people who can offer help to other people. There are lots of children's charities, for whom, if they don't get the money, they can't survive and they can't do the work that they do. And, I wish I could wave a magic wand and show you the good work that all these little charities do. They're chosen very carefully by Global's Make Some Noise team. They go through them, they'll visit in a lot of cases and see what they do, and that's why it's up to me in this particular case to try and sell you a tea towel. If I can sell 100 tea towels on a programme, then it's that little bit more money that they need so desperately. I bought tea towels myself. I bought my own tea towels because I feel I should do. I think it's, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm earning the money, I can do it. And I know it's not for all of you. I know that, many of you don't have any spare cash. But if you have got spare cash and you could afford to buy 1, 2, dare I suggest even 5 tea towels, which we had yesterday. People were buying 5 tea towels. Then I'm eternally grateful. Mark in Romford says, I bought a tea towel. And Debbie says, I just thought I'd tell you, Steve, that when I go to Germany around Christmas time, I shall be taking my headphones so I can wake up early and listen to you and not wake the grandchildren up. I'm a super fan. Absolutely. That's the good thing about the app. And there is a new app which I want you to download, which I'll probably tell you about on tomorrow's programme. And so then you can download, and then it's exactly the same as before, only it's a new one. And it then means wherever you go around the world, you can hear the programme, download all the podcasts, so we don't lose contact with each other, because I get so many people who say, oh, I'm going abroad, can I still listen to LBC? And I go, you absolutely can. You absolutely can. So once we found out what the Monster Club is, and Jane says, morning, Steve. Just ordered from Global's Make Some Noise shop. There's also a great composer's jigsaw called My Eye. Perfect Christmas present. It's interesting, the things that are on there, isn't it? I think so as well. I've had a good look, actually. Morgan Freeman was played plenty for his Qatar appearance on stage. Yeah. And Robin says, Cliff Richard live on This Morning today around 11:30. Also on Saturday Kitchen Live this Saturday. Thank you, Robin, very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Lovely to hear from you. And I've got Cliff's album playing in the car. I am already joining in with all the songs. There's a few I didn't know, but they're still lovely. Do you know, for 82, his voice is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It really is. It's almost, you can't believe that it's him singing, but these are all brand new recordings. He's gone in there, and I ordered the album some time ago. And as far as I'm concerned, Christmas, Cliff, very happy. Thank you very much indeed. That's all I need. I don't need a lot in life, actually. I don't know. Bacon roll crispy would be quite nice, or something like that, or just a whole cup of pigs in blankets. I'm not that fussy. Even this morning we could have brought them in. We did it one morning. We didn't bring pigs in blankets in. My friend Paul had been and bought a lamb curry in Chinatown beforehand, brought it in, and we heated it up, and we had lamb curry at about 5:30 in the morning. It was delicious. And I used to go on my way in, when I did an overnight programme on LBC years ago, come closer, I used to go to the shop in Shepherd's Bush and buy 5 portions of spare ribs.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift in will.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning! So we've now discovered what the Monster Club is. We've had a look at the pictures, got their own website and everything. Cool, eh? Steve, night shift finish, got the choice of noodles or a burrito bowl at home, or can still get something from the dinner menu at McDonald's, as I never fancy the breakfast menu. No, I have to be honest. I mean, I think they should do the same food all the time. All the time, as opposed to having, double egg and sausage McMuff thing. How about a quarter pounder with cheese? I don't know why. Just kind of appeals to me. And Roger says, it seems David Beckham has run out of room on his body for any more tattoos. He should shave his head, and there's plenty of space. Oh, yes, plenty of space. In and out. In and out. Yeah, he's definitely lost the support of the British public. Definitely. Ghastly. Brad says, great charity. I bought my tea towel. Good lad. That's what I have. On my card for today. Please buy a tea towel. What do people expect from David Beckham? I don't know. Nothing. As far as I'm concerned, okay, so he was a footballer, and then he had all these tattoos done, and then we had to put up with this rubbish family. We bought this, we bought that. She wanted a little shop, so, as opposed to a shop selling images of herself, because she's stick thin, she decided to open a clothing shop and now thinks she's a fashionista. She's not. Otherwise, the shop wouldn't have lost so much money. I mean, it's seriously lost a huge amount of money. I think it's about 54 million. Whatever it is, it should be closed, and then they could sort of save money elsewhere, and perhaps then she could go into another... Perhaps she could get a job in Tesco or something. Or, perhaps her and Dave could disappear off somewhere. I mean, they just sort of seem to be very irritating. Loads of stories, almost on a daily basis, about them in the newspapers, and yet very little to show for it at the end, apart from being a hypocrite and not being very good at running your own shop. Steve says, Dave, if you want to see a penguin colony, then Google St Andrews Bay on the Isle of South Georgia. If you go, take a peg. The smell is quite... Oh, I know what penguin colonies are like. Thank you very much indeed. And Conrad says the penguins are in Is it Simonstown or Simonstown, the Western... Sorry? Simonstown, the Western Cape, South Africa. Went there for my brother's wedding. Wonderful. Brilliant views and wedding photos. How lovely. I like penguins. I feel sorry for the little ones, though. You know, when they have... they get born, sometimes their mummies abandon them, and they're left to wander about. Then they get attacked by other penguins. Things like that. And then you get the animals who prey on penguins coming in, picking up loads of them and carting them off. Poor little things, honestly. Ghastly. Where is Cliff appearing this morning? Says Lawrence. He's on this morning. Yes, this morning, dear. Come on, get your brain in gear, for God's sake, honestly. Good old Dave is doing a chip commercial that's playing on television over here in the States, says Mary Beth. Actually, it's funny because it's with Peyton Manning, who's extremely funny. And I hope you work out the details for us international listeners who want to help by buying one of them. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ice Cream Ian says, I was delivering to the Adelphi on the Strand yesterday. That's where they're doing Back to the Future. Back to the Future. And those protesters were on the other side going towards Trafalgar Square, so I got a result. One of the policemen was about 6'8" and 25 stone. I could have outrun him. Walsh says, locked into the spike. Steve, are you watching the football? I'm not. It's always at the wrong time for me. Always at the wrong time. I never get to... 8 p.m. I mean, you know me. I mean, I'm long since gone. I'm afraid by 8 p.m. I'm tucked up under the duvet, warm and cosy and snug as a bug in a rug. And it's all very nice indeed. I love it. I absolutely love it. Got me gas bill in, but I've suddenly realised I paid the bloody thing twice. Paid it twice. They sent me a thing saying this is how much you owe, £29 something, 63 or something. And then I've realised they take it by direct debit. Duh. Stupid or what, but that'll be fun trying to get that one back again. NHS Tim says, all this talk about spare ribs is making me hungry. Trouble is I can't eat a thing at the moment. I had a large tooth removed yesterday and my jaw is swollen, so fluids only. But you're cheering me. Oh, God. That's a bit nasty, isn't it? A large tooth, what, like 6 foot by 4 foot, something like that. I mean, what do you mean a large tooth? But they always you need to take penicillin, don't you, to make it go down, or Anodin Extra to take away the pain, because people always think it goes really well. Steve says, Rob, just looking at the electric toothbrushes on Amazon, you can get the Oral-B IO9 for £225, down from £500. I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole, Rob. Wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. £500 for an electric toothbrush? You're having a laugh. I wouldn't touch that. You can get the other ones, $21.99. Look at that. And they go, oh, it's technology. And it's not saying hello to me at all. It's not saying hello. Why is it saying hello? It's £120 for one of these things. I wouldn't spend that much. £218 for an Oral-B with teeth whitening and all that. I mean, I'm not interested. I just want the cheapo, $21.99, and I bought it in blue and bought it in black. And you just charge it up. I plug it into the computer, and it charges up. I don't want an app. It's a toothbrush. Okay, and then it tells you how long you've had the thing in your mouth for. I know it tells you how to... Well, you're supposed to keep the toothbrush in your mouth for so long, aren't you? It's got magnetic charging. For this, you're paying. For this, you're paying. But no, I think a Sonic toothbrush. It's only small. Well, I'd say it's like normal size toothbrush, but really good. Very, very good. It is. And I like to have two in the bathroom. At the same time, which is good. I've got to get some cotton buds today. I knew there was something I was supposed to go out and buy. Cotton buds. And because now I've discovered that potatoes apparently are good for dieting. I'm going to go and buy some potato. Yeah, apparently so. They said if you eat potatoes, you can sort of lose weight. I mean, I don't believe it either, actually. Phil Vickery says, morning, Steve. Once... You might not like this. He says, I once cooked penguin eggs in the Falklands a few years ago. The white looked like bubble wrap and the yolk tasted like liquid anchovies. You had to pour over vinegar to cover the taste. Not for the faint-hearted. Oh, no. No, like the picture of you yesterday in the papers, Phil. Because Phil was saying he likes being single. And I've said before, people said, oh, isn't it awful if you're single? You're going to be lonely. You go, you must be joking. Of course, you must be. The one thing you can't ever be in this business is lonely. It's not physically possible. Whether you want to bump into people, you get the producer. Hello, Steve. How are you? Just thought I'd phone. Go away. Go away now. Anyway, I just thought should we meet up for... Go away. You get that all the time. You have to make friends with people. And people go, oh, can I be your friend? No, you can't. You know, this is my brother. And all these people, they think that for some reason, they think you need looking after or smothering or something like that. And Phil said he likes living by himself. He's quite happy. You could walk around in your pants. And nobody says a word. If anybody knocks at the door, just open the door in your pants. Funny place to have a door, I realise, but still a good one. Da-da-da. I'm here all week. Seats at all prices. Steve, I've just bought my tea towel. Good. Looks great for a great cause. It is for a very good cause. Can't believe Rob found a £500 toothbrush. I think that's just ludicrous. It's like, you know, much as I adore Dyson, I don't want to spend that sort of money on a vacuum cleaner. You know, I like sort of slightly cheaper things. That's why I've got so many of the blooming things. I've got a long, thin one at the moment, and you charge it up. It seems to last for ages, and then you just sort of empty it out, and that's quite good fun. I like that. But what shall I have today? Sausages? Little sausages with bacon wrapped round them? I don't know. It's all sorts of little things that I sort of want, and I can't think. I might stop off at Greg's on the way back. Or failing that, I might go and get some potato waffles. But I think, no, you've got to cut out the potato waffles, Steve, because... No, not necessarily like that. I mean, I like Hasselback potatoes, which are lovely, and they do them in Marks and Spencer about £3.50 for about 10. And I just put them in a saucepan, turn the heat up full, put the lid on, and steam them through. Delicious, delicious. There they go, Hasselbacks. Oh goodness me, I tell you, better than a sexual relationship. They're really nice, and you can make them yourself. I mean, it's not difficult to make the blooming things. It's just that I'm a bit lazy, and that's why supermarkets cater for people like me. Steve, for £500, I could get my teeth done in Turkey. Yeah, but who wants gobble, 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 gobble? You don't want that, do you? You just want... And also, you'd end up looking like that ghastly Jordan. What do you want to look like her for? Have you seen her? How ridiculous. It's like sort of looking at Rylan. You know, he's had his teeth Tipexed. I've never seen anything look so stupid in my entire life. Steve, are you doing the €107 millions Christmas jackpot this Friday, says Ollie. Well, there's one tonight, isn't there? Which is about 67 million, 70 million or something. So I love the way they were already predicting €107 millions Christmas jackpot on Friday. I wouldn't want that much. I'd have to make a substantial donation to Global's Make Some Noise. I think that would be quite nice. I always worry about the people who win the lottery. They go and buy a house with a swimming pool, and then there's one bloke who's got the amount of money he won in tiles on the bottom of the swimming pool. Pretentious. Moi? Yeah, absolutely, mate. But if you buy a Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel, limited edition, they're on the Global Make Some Noise website. So if you go to the website and click on the shop, you will find it, and all the money raised goes to Global's Make Some Noise charity. Be nice if we could sell out. It would be absolutely lovely. But thank you for all those people who've bought the tea towels already. I'm very grateful, and they're nice. I think you should buy two. I think you should buy two of them, and if you order them today, you'll get them before Christmas. And that in itself, I mean, you could have one for yourself and one wrapped under the tree, maybe for a loved one, perhaps an elderly person, or somebody you see and you know that they listen to the programme. That'd be great, actually. You'll like it. It's nice. And because it raises money for charity, and I tell you, I've been reduced to tears sometimes by some of the great little charities that don't get much help, and you think they're doing such a good job. They need that little push. They need that impetus to actually make them feel a bit better about themselves, because otherwise there's nobody helping them out. You know, they have to go out and fundraise, and it's not easy to fundraise. You stand on the streets, you can freeze your bits and pieces, to death, if you don't sort of, go out there and punt for it. I can do it by selling you a tea towel, and all the money raised goes to Global's Make Some Noise. So go and have a look on the website. If you like the look of it, then buy. If you don't like the look of it, then I cannot come round and slap the back of your legs and call you a naughty Susan, but I think I might do. I might come and knock on your front door and go, why did you not buy a tea towel? It's like, I've been on a few websites recently, and they're for houses. I'm not thinking of moving, I'm just looking at how I like looking at houses. And then all of a sudden a little thing pops up. Hello, can we help you? And you think, oh, where have they come from? What if they could see me? Are they watching me? Apparently in Muji, skinny cotton buds. Way better. Oh, I might have a look. We've got a Muji in Kingston.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Steve, after your Christmas morning show, straight to your brothers? No, it's Godchildren Christmas Day this year. We alternate. Boxing Day, brothers. This year, Christmas Day, godchildren, about 13 of us for Christmas lunch, which is quite nice. It's quite nice. There was loads of food and everything else. The trouble is, after Christmas lunch, we all do the same, don't we? You sort of blow yourself up. Sorry, we're keeping you awake? And try and make the programme more entertaining. And you sort of have Christmas up. And all I want to do, I used to go to sleep after Christmas lunch. You know, they go, do you want any pudding? Oh, I couldn't eat anything else. And they always used to show The Sound of Music on Christmas Day. It was a traditional film. The BBC bought the rights and they was showing it. And so every Christmas Day, no matter where we were, no matter which relative, I watched The Sound of Music. Now I've got it on DVD and I've got Blu-ray and I've got all different versions of it. And I just love it. Every so often I'll watch it for the opening shots. The opening shots of this sort of, you know, boat, and you can hear the birds twittering and all the rest of it. And I always remember, I've told you the story, Julie Andrews said, you know, where she's doing that bit, you know, by the stream and all the rest of it, the opening sequence of the film, and like a brook running through, da-da-da. Anyway, the farmer who owned the field used to put holes in the rubber thing, so they'd come in to do the filming and the thing would be completely dry. And they used to have to put in fake trees and all the rest of it. And the weather was vile, absolutely vile. And so they went, oh, listen, we're going to have to go back to Hollywood. We can't do the opening shot of her running up the mountain. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The hills are alive. Except for one day, the day they were due to go back, I think. And the weather broke. And they went, now, get the costume on. Get the helicopter up. And that's why when you see it, all the grass is flattened. Because the first time, she nearly got blown over by the downdraft from the helicopter that was filming her running up the hill. And it was lovely. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I thought it was great. People of Salzburg hated them, hated the film company. And yet now they milk it for all it's worth. But in the time when they filmed it, they didn't like it because they were all real places. And you can do the Sound of Music tour and you can go and visit the house and all the other bits and pieces. I thought it was great. I thought it was absolutely great. I thought it was. And I interviewed years and years ago when we were in another building. I interviewed all the kids. They all came in. They were promoting another version of the film, and I then ended up meeting Julie Andrews. And I thought life doesn't get any better, you know, to meet somebody and you sort of sit there staring at them, going, "It's Julie Andrews. I can't believe it's Julie Andrews." I thought she was amazing. Apparently, delivery drivers, says Les, are going on strike, which could mean Christmas trouble for KFC and other takeaways. Oh, don't worry, I can live without it. Don't make any difference. We're having turkey. It doesn't make any difference. I mean, if they want to go on strike. Because I think it means that KFC will be affected and a few other places. Don't care. Doesn't make any difference. Susie says, I don't have a smartphone or a computer, but I really want to buy 2 tea towels. Well, you can't. You absolutely can't. Yeah, you need to go and find somebody who's got a computer. You can't do it any other way. It's you could probably go to your library because they always have computers, don't they, really? That's what the producer came up with. So helpful, isn't it, really? So, you know, just go to your library, he said. And you can do that as well. And Neil, the night bus driver, Brighton just ordered. Oh, he's in Brighton. Sorry, Brighton's just ordered a tea towel. How exciting! He said, "Come on, everybody, it's help a good cause." Thank you, Neil. I mean, come on. So it's not a huge amount of money. It's you know, and it's such a good. Oh, why do they keep showing food adverts on the television? You know, where you know they filmed them months and months ago, which is lovely. Also, the stalker who terrified the Crown star Claire entered the UK illegally, we're told. Oh, there's a surprise. There's a surprise. And there's a fight brewing between Stormzy and Cliff Richard. Who's going to be the Christmas #1? My money has got to be on Cliff. It's got to be on Cliff. It's just one of those things. We love Cliff, and we want in his 82nd year him to be #1 at Christmas. He would love it. He would absolutely love it. That would kind of make his Christmas. And he could then say at the age of 82, I managed to get the #1 album. Robin would be delighted. Everybody would be delighted. Everybody who knows Cliff would be so thrilled for him because he's such a nice man. So what else we got? Oh, Adele complaining in the papers. Moan, blooming moan. These people moan. You know why? She's got to buy her own tickets for her shows. If she wants to give tickets away to her friends, she's got to buy them. I see nothing the matter with that. She's earning nearly $1 million a show. So you've got to shell out for a few tickets. Oh, Diddums you. Come on. Goodness sake, honestly, nobody's as rich as you. Ridiculous. I'm still trying to work out, actually, why on earth somebody would want a choice of noodles or a burrito bowl. I've never had a... We have got one of those shops that sells burrito bowls, but I don't quite fancy it, actually. Are you doing the Christmas lights at Sandy's? No, they're already up and on. Already up and on, the Christmas lights at Sandy's. Yep, he's got his polar bear outside, clowns, he's got deer, he's got a tree, and then he's got all the lights above. Oh, yeah, he's up and running, he is. He is up and running, and looking very good, actually. More and more lights going up in Twickenham. More and more people are going, come on, let's enter into the spirit of the Christmas season to be jolly. Fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. And the Steve Allen Radio Royalty Tea Towel, please buy one. Please buy two. I'd love it if you bought two. They're on the Global's Make Some Noise website. Just go to the website, click on the shop, and you'll find it. It's not difficult at all. And the more we sell, the more money goes to Global's Make Some Noise, because all of the money will go to Global's Make Some Noise. And with your help, we're going to make people's Christmas seem a lot better. Simonstown, we say Simon or Simonstown? Simonstown, where all the penguins are, was a very important Royal Navy base, Steve, says Frank, up to the late 1950s when it was handed over to South African Navy. Didn't even know the South Africans had a navy. Good Lord above. Never even thought about it. Never thought about it at all. And Pippa says, got my tea towel. Who wouldn't want Steve on a tea towel and help raise money for a worthy cause? Except, listen, it's just too good. It's a cartoon of Steve Allen. That's me. Hello, good morning. And a picture in colour with flags around the outside. It's got Radio Royalty, and it's me sitting on a radio, which makes it look like a... Where are you going? Okay. Oh, dear, honestly. Life is very complicated next door. It seriously is. I bought a little gift for the producer. It's a very little gift, because a friend of mine, as you know, has got a chocolate shop and a clothes shop and an ice cream shop in Richmond, and so I went in there and I bought some little Father Christmases, which I thought were quite sweet, and I gave one to the producer, and blow me down, he's eaten the bloody thing already. I nearly said something like, did you not want to save it for Christmas, have on Christmas morning? No, he'd broken open the plastic on it, ripped it to shreds and shoved it in his mouth. Honestly, really doesn't bode well for the future, does it? He's obviously in for a miserable Christmas this year. Cher talks about her relationship with a 34-year-old. Yep, he probably has to wake her up every 5 minutes. Oi! Come on, love. Should we do it? She's going, if you could turn back time. You know, it's not going to happen, is it, Reed? And King meets Greece's Prime Minister to discuss the restoration of Philip's family home, Prince Philip's family home. They reckon they need about $12.5 million. And, of course, I mean, Charles can afford to pay for that outright. The reason the family home has fallen into disarray, as it were, is because Prince Philip was broke when he married the Queen. He didn't have any money at all. Didn't have any money. And so they could... Shame they didn't do the house up while he was alive, actually. See, seems a bit mean to do it up after he was not there. Oh, just the very thought of Sarah Ferguson. Hello! Yes, lovely, dear. Thank you very much indeed. So Braverman wants Albanian migrants on fast track out. Yeah, well, good luck with that one, dear. Priti Patel achieved nothing, and you've achieved nothing either. It's all these people sort of saying, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And then it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It really is dreadful. Steve, the Christmas decorations at Cruise Hill Garden Centre. Stella, happier than having Christmas decorations up. You know, they did it in a film. There was a kid who they dressed up. They put lights on him to make him look like a Christmas tree. To stand there with his arm. What was it? Wasn't National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? I think it was Scrooged. Was it with Bill Murray? Bill Murray was in Scrooged. That was lovely. And they decorate the kid up. He's got a secretary in the office, and he has to decide what to give people in his family. You know, it's either a towel or a hamper or something like that. You know, you get different things, which I thought was quite nice. It's very nice when your boss gives you something. I'm all in favour of that. Yeah, it's always happy, isn't it? I got a voucher. I'm very happy about it. The producer didn't get one. But he did get a chocolate Father Christmas. I mean, what do you want, for goodness sake? How ungrateful do you have to be? How ungrateful do you have to be? A chocolate Father Christmas, which I thought you were going to save and hang on your tree for the big day when it comes down your chimney. It looked too good. Did it taste nice? Was it very good? Very good chocolate, isn't it? Very good quality chocolate. I thought so. They do other things as well. They do penguins. And sorry, the orchestra have joined us. What's going on here? Oh, we have to take a short break. Top of the hour. I knew there was something, actually. And while we're having the news, you can get yourself a cup of tea. And it means you can also order a Steve Allen Radio Royalty limited edition tea towel. I've inserted it. I keep inserting in new words every time just to make it. And I thank you very much indeed for being very generous. Like yesterday, this morning you're being just as generous. So thank you very much indeed. And this is to support over 100 small charities. So go to the website, buy a tea towel, please.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What? Help your Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today. The free kids.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday, November the 29th. So this is, you got, what have we got? One more day, and then we're into December. Now, I mean, I don't want to say that it is the desired item to have this Christmas, and I think it's lovely. It's in full colour, and it's super. So thank you for buying them up until now, but don't slow down the pace. Don't. I think, you remember they did that. That was in the film Tootsie, where he stands at the top of the stairs and he's dressed as, and he wants to. He's sick to death of having to dress up as a woman to appear on this soap on television. Dustin Hoffman, and he stands there and he starts going off script. And the producers go, where's he going? Stay with him. And then he reveals that, you know, because I'm not the brother of... Hopeless, aren't you? Really hopeless. You haven't seen anything at all. So here's Sarah Ferguson. And she's to be invited to spend Christmas with the royal family. First time in 30 years. You think she'd have taken... And for some reason, and then she's split from Andrew. Now, of course, she's back with Andrew because she's sharing his house. No police protection. Shame, really, isn't it? I should imagine she was probably enjoying all the luxury of things like that, but it's not to be. A Sandringham source revealed the 5-bedroom wood farm was being prepared for Andrew, Fergie and their daughters and their own husbands and 2 children. Because they don't want them staying at Sandringham. They can go there to have a Christmas meal, but Charles has already taken away and all the bits and pieces from Andrew, and that's the way it's going, I'm afraid. So if Fergie accepts the invitation, well, of course, what else has she got to do? She has nowhere else to go. And she will join the family on Christmas Eve to swap gifts. It's believed. And but royal sources insist there's no way back to public life for the Duke. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. I don't think anybody wants him back in public. Can you imagine? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Apparently, a spokesman for both Sarah Ferguson, but for some reason, the members of the royal family, or ex-members as she is, and Andrew's an ex-member, they can't comment on anything. So they go, you know, a spokesman for both Sarah Ferguson and Buckingham Palace declined to comment. You know, I don't know why we bother asking the question in the first place. Perhaps they think they're different. But as I remember saying to somebody years and years ago, you know, cut them and they bleed. They're exactly the same. Andrew apparently is writing to the Home Office, not very happy. What gifts do you buy members of the royal family? I can tell you, cheap gifts. They don't go for expensive things. You would think, if you were very naive, that they'd be buying jewellery and stuff. Sarah Ferguson hasn't got threepence to rub together. What does she do for a living? What does she do? I don't know. No idea. You know, I think they call her an ambassador and she writes books, but she doesn't really write them. They're ghost written with somebody else and her, which they've done with Harry as well. It's quite a normal thing to do. Every time you see a picture of old Hancock, he's draped over his girlfriend like there's no tomorrow. It's a little bit embarrassing for an old man of that age, isn't it, really? He looks well matched. He's 44 and she's 45. And he was stroking her back and... oh, dear, honestly. Very tacky and embarrassing, isn't it? And apparently, Meghan has saluted a donation. Wait for this one. You'll love this one. This is the publicity-shy Meghan. She saluted the donation of 500 handbags for unemployed women looking to get back to work. Can you work this one out? The £205 tote accessories from Kuyana will go to women supported by charity Smart Works, of which Meghan is patron. And it coincides with Giving Tuesday, which counters Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Meghan said lives have been transformed by the charity, which gives interview clothing and coaching to the out of work. So she thinks giving a handbag to somebody is going to get them a job. I mean, I don't want to point out the patently obvious to the incredibly naive and hypocritical Meghan, but don't you think women have got handbags? Why don't they shove it all in a carrier bag and wander about? But apparently... And SmartWorks chief executive says when a woman looks and feels great about who she is, she can change her life. It's a handbag, dear. I don't think a handbag changes your life. Definitely not. There's a minister who wants to spy on our wee using microchips in toilets. Monitoring urinals with new technology could help doctors spot diseases early. Well, it might be, but how do you know the person? It's only photographing you, I'm assuming, below the waist. In which case, what are they going to do? Oh, look, that's me. That was me. I remember that. That was a Tuesday. I'd just eaten asparagus. Yeah, it looks like, you know, I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. Also, this frog story is quite funny, actually. A 12-foot ladder so they can climb to safety from a water pumping station. They had a thing on the television the other day. It was one of these programmes where they go out and people take an old dilapidated thing. In this case, it was a water tower, which was huge in the middle of a forest, and they did it up. It was a project for this family. Beautiful, beautiful. But they had to get all the furniture, so it was semicircular. It's like, because the water tower is obviously circular. And then at the top they had an observation platform, and they put their sit-room up there, and there was a lift in there and everything. And I thought it looked brilliant. I mean, personally, I can't go anywhere near the edge of any building. I feel physically ill to actually sort of get near the edge. Whenever I see people and they go running to the edge of a building, I have to look the other way. I can't bear it. I've had a night. There was that. Do you remember there was an advert on the television years ago, and it was something to do with a woman in a flat with a dog, and she's got a ball and she's bouncing it, and the dog's jumping up and picking it up, and then she bounces it and it goes out the window, and the dog leaps out after it. That's how I felt. That's how I felt. I don't like anything like that at all. Anything where they go, oh, just climb up on this battlement. No, thank you. No, I don't like anything. Anything to do with heights, climb up ladders, stand on chairs. No way. I'm accident prone. I mean, if I stand on a chair and it moves, I mean, it's like, I know. Sure as God made little apples, I'm going to be falling off it. So I try not to do things like that. And they do it, you know, when you see the helicopter landing on the top of a hospital. There's no guide rails around the top of the roof. The helicopter just lands in the middle, and then they all get out and push it. I'd be going, please don't take me anywhere near the edge. Please don't take me near the edge. I could be absolutely disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. But it doesn't matter. So what do we got? We got a quiz. Duo quiz to win millions leads a cracking Christmas telly lineup. This is Britain Get Singing. And Britain Get Singing. Stars from across ITV have united for a one-off extravaganza with a who's who of judges. Alicia Dixon, Will.i.am, Adam Lambert and Jason Manford. Roman Kemp presides over the act. Please God he's not singing. Please God he's not singing. We don't want him singing. And they've got people from Loose Women and everything else. It'll be Love Island, won't it? You can tell it'll be Love Island. The Greatest Snowman, a zany creative challenge. It's on Channel 4. Is back for a second series as a new lineup of celebrities, including Gemma Collins. Oh, God, I didn't know she was still around still. I thought she'd left the country. No idea. Apparently she's still here. Laurence Llewelyn-Bowen is in charge of designs, and Sue Perkins. Gemma Collins over Christmas. Of course, she's lost 3 stone, you know. She told us. Cliff at Christmas is on BBC 2. They call him the King of Christmas. And he's going to be talking to Sarah Cox about his 64-year career, which will be one of the television moments of the year, they say. Plus, you've got Strictly Come Dancing with Tony Beak, Shirley Ballas, Craig Revel-Horwood and Motsi Mabuse. There's another bunch of celebrities take a spin on the dance floor. And that dreadful programme. Have you seen The Great British Sewing Bee? Oh, my godfathers, honestly. How to plumb the depths. The Great Festive Bake-Off. Watching a new troupe of celebs descend on the tent to compete in challenges and bodge their bakes. Trouble is, it's finding the celebrities, isn't it? They can't find anybody nowadays. The nearest they got to a celebrity on the Great British Bake Off earlier on we were watching was Zoe Ball's son, who's a celebrity now, apparently, because his father's a DJ or something. What was his name? Oh, Fatboy Slim. Are you allowed to say that now? Is that okay? Can we say that? I mean, is he? I don't know. You know, they always go, "Oh, it's Fatboy Slim." Are you sure? I don't know whether you can say things like that anymore. Perhaps you could call him Chubby Boy Slim. That sounds a bit better, doesn't it, really? They've also got a Call the Midwife Christmas special. Oh, my heart drops. But mind you, I don't think it's for me. I think Call the Midwife is for women. Also, the All Creatures Great and Small Christmas edition. For that, read... It's the Christmas edition. Riches and Vardy versus Rooney. I mean, two of the dreariest people in the High Court ever to, Vardy. I think they was against me. Yeah, you paid the $1.5 million, love. That's all we need to know about. For the children, Christmas on Mistletoe Farm. I mean, it's a bit dreary, isn't it, really? The Unofficial Science of Home Alone. I watched that the other day, actually. Home Alone. It was Home Alone 2 or something. Macaulay Culkin lost in New York. I sat next to him once in Joe Allen's. I sat next to Macaulay Culkin. How cool was that? How cool was that? When he was, he was an adult. So he's got a band, I believe, or something like that. And he was good. Quizzes. Oh, here we go. Who have they dragged out for your Christmas quizzes? Ant and Dec's Christmas Limitless Win. God. So that's already been filmed. All of this stuff's filmed. Nobody's filming at the moment. And also, That's My Jam. Mo Gilligan debuts his new music game show. Apparently it's an 8-part series. I'm fed up already. I'll tell you, if you weren't looking forward to Christmas before you heard me reading this list out, you will be now. The Weakest Link Christmas special. Ramesh Ranganathan, who we love, has gathered up 8 celebrities. Well, I mean, there aren't 8 celebrities in the entire universe. Where do they get these people from? Love Island. Love Island. The Weakest Link, Christmas special, that one. Celebrity Lego Masters. Nish Kumar will be joined by 3 celebrity teams. God, celebrities are working really hard this Christmas. Once you've worked out who they are, it's fantastic. Michael McIntyre's Christmas Wheel. Watch 3 famous faces. You won't know who they are. You'll have no idea, seriously. Not even Michael McIntyre knows who they are. And the Capers, a lot to live up to, as last year's Capers featuring Danny Dyer went down in telly history. Boring. Dullsville. And what else have we got? Britain's Got Talent, The Ultimate Magician. I think you'll like this one. This is ITV, the first of Simon Cowell's Britain's Got Talent spin-off. Stephen Mulhern leads the hunt for the franchise's first conjurer. Action across the globe will compete to be named Got Talent's ultimate champ and win a £50,000 cash prize. Oh, that'll be good. I'll watch that. Stephen Mulhern's very good magician. Very, very good magician. Very, very good magician. He's a very good magician. I've got him on DVD from when he was a young man. He's very good. Of course he's in the magic circle. Of course he's in the magic circle. Hello, is the Pope Catholic? I'm in the inner magic circle, because I'm a good boy and because I can do incredible things, I can make this building vanish if I wanted to, Don't push me. It might happen.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast show on LBC, and the Radio Royalty tea towel is available. Victoria from Madrid. I forgot to say, I wanted to say that Joe Allen's was amazing. So there you go. That's what we like to hear. People who like going to places. And, if we recommend something, it's only because I go to these places. And so I can say, the only thing I'm not doing at the moment is is sort of buying any more of my own tea towels, but I think I might by the end of today. I bought 3 so far, and I think I should buy some more. I think they're going to make ideal presents for people, and all the money goes to charity. So that's good. If you go to Global's Make Some Noise website, please go to Global's Make Some Noise website, click on the shop and you'll find it. And Kim says, I'm going to have to ask my boys to get on it for me because I'm having bother ordering. I'm treating myself to one and I'll treat them to one. I've already decided I'm going to get it framed. Oh, they're lovely when they're framed. This one will look good. And it'll have pride of place on my kitchen wall. Sorted. Thank you. Steve, guess who I bumped into getting my eyes tested? Everybody. Thank you. Da, 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 da. Unbelievable. Yeah, so looking at the Christmas television this year, I think so far I'm just going to be watching Cliff at Christmas and Britain's Got Talent, The Ultimate Magician. And you will see some magicians from around the world that you will seriously rub your eyes. And if you're one of those lucky people who's managed to get a ticket for my Christmas shows at the Magic Circle on the 30th of December, both sold out. In fact, they sold out within literally a matter of hours of going on sale. You get to see people who've been there every year for the past, goodness knows how many years now. And they sort of get to see some good close-up magic. Close-up. Literally, you are feet away from something happening, and then we do a theatre show for you as well, with about 5 magicians doing all sorts of bits and pieces. And you can pick up one of my magic mugs down there. This is the... Are you eating the chocolate already? I can't believe you're eating it already. Look, you've eaten the head. What is going on? Honestly, it is good. It's very good chocolate. It's nice chocolate. Yeah, he's eaten it already. Yeah, but that's for you, the bad influence. You're supposed to be looking after him. He's younger than you are. Honestly, you're supposed to be careful and go, no, you save that for Christmas Day when that old man comes down your chimney. Oh, look at them, high-fiving and all the rest of it. Small wonder I get annoyed. But what was I saying? I can't remember what I was saying, actually. I was talking about something. Oh, yes, my magic mugs, which you can get from the Magic Circle. And we'll have them on sale at the Magic Circle shows with all the profits going to charity. All the profits going to charity. And it's a magic mug. It's a black mug. You pour your hot water in, and lo and behold, a picture of Steve Allen appears, saying, Steve Allen, it's a magical start to your day, or something. I can't remember exactly what it says, actually. Is it Steve Allen, magical start to your day? Or is it... It's a good picture. Wearing a blue sparkly jacket, and they're nice as well. So you can get those if you're coming down to the Magic Circle. I suspect, actually, we'll probably end up selling out of those because we didn't have as many of those as I thought we were going to be getting in the first place. What does it say on it? You find it? You get it? Okay, he's just getting it up now. Bear with us. Takes time. He's a bit slow because he's eating chocolate, and chocolate slows him down. Everybody else, it speeds up. Has the adverse effect, unfortunately, on the producer. He has a day off and immediately goes into recluse mode. Or reuse mode, I think. It says, what does it say? I can't remember. No, wait a minute. We'll have a look at it in a minute. Marks and Spencer, waking up to Steve Allen is magic. Is that what it says? How cool is that? Where is it? Show me a picture. So I'm not on any ego trip or something. There you go. The Steve Allen magic mug. Add hot water. And it says, waking up with Steve Allen is magical. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? I like raising money for charity. I don't know why. It just gives me a warm glow. It's either that or I'm incontinent again. But, I think it's nice. Magic Circle logo on there. And that sort of writing that makes it all looks very pretty, I think, which is good. So, Marks and Spencer. Very magic. Very magical. Marks and Spencer. And you can buy magic down there as well. They sell magic sets at the Magic Circle. Sorry? They sell magic sets. Yeah, magic sets, of course. Marks and Spencer is trotting off to court to stop rivals ripping off Percy Pig. I lose track of all these things. We had Colin the Caterpillar, Percy Pig, and then we had various other little bits and pieces going on. But they've started a fight back now. They don't want people who are ripping them off. Although it's not... Well, it is actually, isn't it? I was going to say it isn't really ripping them off. It's a case of it looks very similar, and that's about it. And Susie says, your lunch Christmas Day, do you enjoy sprouts or roast potato? Or I have the same. Yeah. I think food would be more acceptable than handbags from Meghan for those trying to get a new job. What a ridiculous thing to do. Every single woman I know has got loads of handbags. Why would you want another blasted handbag? But of course, Meghan thinks she's being really clever. But she's not really, is she? I've just purchased a tea towel, says Brenda in Hackney. And the old one from Ashley. This year I'm having a drag-themed Christmas. I'm going to eat, drink and be merry. But come on, you're there already, Ashley. You can't start sort of doing these acting roles. Do you have to be invited into the Magic Circle? Does it go on reputation and how good you are? You can apply to join the Magic Circle. You can go to their website. It's got all the details on there. But they're expecting a little bit more than you just like watching magic. You've got to have an interest in it. You don't necessarily have to. When I joined, you had to just have an interest in magic, and I collect magic. So, I've been collecting magic since I was 15 years old. So you can imagine I've got boxes and crates and all sorts of stuff, and I still buy now. But I'm waiting on 3 parcels from a magical supplier. It's very good. I might amaze you one day and do something with my hands. Do they deliver them? No, they're brought by the stalk. Oh, they might just appear. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. No, they are delivered. We're not that silly. But it's a secret organisation. It's known as the House of 10,000 Secrets. And we never tell. Can't tell anybody. It ruins it, doesn't it, really? And Linda says, morning, Steve. Long-time fan. Just ordered the tea towel. Fantastic cause. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you. And does it go on how good you are, says Chris? Well, I mean, you will see people at the Magic Circle, people you've never heard of. And they're just absolutely amazing. Even I'm amazed by what people do. Some people are so clever. Very clever. Jay in Derham says, what's E.T. short for? Because he's got little legs. I don't get that. Do I get that one? What's E.T. short for? What does E.T. stand for? What's E.T. short for? Because he's got little legs. No. E.T. short for extraterrestrial, yes. What's E.T. short for? Because he's got little... Right. Hilarious. Hilarious. You're barred. The Bill spin-off Sun Hill has now been recommissioned again. Scheduled to be on the box for 2023. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. And another one says, Steve, it's Chiswick Val. I've just purchased 2 fabulous tea towels. One will be winging its way to my sister in America who listens to you too. And thank you for your wonderful morning show. We love listening. Thank you very much indeed. Don't think I'm never grateful. Don't think I'm never grateful. God Lord, every single day I wake up, I'm grateful for just for everything, really. Just for absolutely everything. And the Radio Royalty Tea Towel Limited Edition is available on the Make Some Noise website. Lots of people are buying it, and for that I'm very grateful. I don't know how many we sold today, actually. We have no idea. Nobody's told us, and we can't... Yesterday we found out, but we haven't been able to find out today. So perhaps they'll tell us. Perhaps tomorrow morning they'll tell us what we did today. I like to check the numbers. Steve, I noticed that Penn Gillet is on the judging panel of Britain's Got Talent Magician Special, taking the place of Simon Cowell. Very good choice. Magicians have to pull out all the stops to impress him. Have you ever met Penn and Teller, says Toby? No, I haven't. I went to see their show in Vegas. You know, they don't get on. It's very odd. A lot of double acts, they work together, and they're very, very successful as working together, but they don't socialise or anything like that. It's just that's what they do for a living. I can remember we went to Vegas and we went to the Venetian, which is lovely. They have gondoliers and everything else, and they've got a magic shop in there. And I was with my friend, and we go into the magic shop, and immediately the 2 guys behind the counter start demonstrating things, and all sorts of bits and pieces. And then they discovered that we were there for a magic convention. They ceased demonstrating immediately. They ceased demonstrating. And so he said, why have you stopped demonstrating? He said, because we're selling magic. He said, we sell on demonstration. He said, you're over here for a convention. He said, you're not going to be buying anything that we're demonstrating, which of course was quite true. But it was very interesting that they did it for a living. They weren't magicians. They just learnt how to do various effects. And that's what they did. It's like somebody working in a supermarket. They teach you how to use the till. Doesn't mean you go home and you practice doing the till in the sitting room with a cardboard box and the cat. You have to sort of do it. And that's what they did for a living. They did, but they weren't magicians. They weren't remotely interested in magic at all, really. I thought it was very interesting. Very, very interesting. But you'll love it if you're coming to the shows. But they were very good. Penn and Teller, very, very good. And but at the end of the show, they walk off stage, go out into the foyer, and they stand separately, and you have your picture taken with them. And it's, there's so many magic shows. It's very good. Jenny in Carmarthen ordered my tea towels, got tickets for February and coming to London tomorrow for 3 days. Yeah. Look out, London, here I come. Oh, hope you get nice weather. Hope you get good weather. It's a bit up and down at the moment. The producer will tell me what the weather's going to be like for the next few days. I'm hoping it's not rain. Although my car's not been washed for about the best part of a week and a half. So here we go. What do we got? We got Tuesday. Is that rain? What does that look like? Looks like what? Oh, it's fog, is it? Oh, I've never seen that one before. Tomorrow's cloudy. Thursday, cloudy, bit of sunshine. Friday, cloudy. You don't get rain until Monday, Tuesday of next week, when the temperature drops to 6.3. 6.3, which is getting a bit nippy. So you should be okay, actually. You're all right. See, it's a bit cloudy, but it's fine. Have you seen the Trafalgar Square Christmas tree? They put it up the other day, and as usual, people go, "What the heck is that?" And they go, "It's from the people of Norway." I went and cut it down one year, and in Norway, they flew us. Sorry, did I? I've just said I did. I'd never tell fibs in my life. I'm not allowed to. Get into trouble for telling fibs. I got flown over there, executive jet, and put up in a top-class hotel and out into the forest in the morning to cut down the Trafalgar Square Christmas tree. Yeah. No, you don't whack it down. It's got a saw. I saw it there. It was standing there. It had all been marked out. That's your tree. That's the one that's coming. And then they put it on a lorry, and it comes across the ocean, and then arrives on another lorry in Trafalgar Square, and then they erect it, and then they put lights on it.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, waking up in Cannes in France. And about to purchase one of your tea towels before heading off for a conference. It's great. With a global player, we can take you around the world. Any requests from the south of France? I'm trying to think what we had in the south of France. We went there years ago. We stayed in a flat on the Croisette and went to the beach every day. And I got as brown as a berry. As brown as a berry. It's the first time ever that I've really had a proper... And you only know it when you stand in the shower at the end of the day and you take your swimming trunks off. And you've got that white mark. You know, you're sort of below the waist, it's just a white mark. So it's quite nice. Steve, I'm very pleased I managed to get 2 tea towels, having always been late in the past to get anything. So have a good Christmas, thank you. And from Karen in Watford, all my tea towels are in the wash, so I urgently need to order your tea towel now. Kim says, every time you say chocolate, I want some. Oh, these two next door, hopeless. Seriously, it's like dealing with 5-year-olds. You know, would you like some chocolate? Yeah. It's like that. Terrible. You should do commercials for Chocky, Steve. I, for one, would find it irresistibly tempting. And Carol in Newark says, I've just ordered the tea towel and another tray. Love my tray and already have the original tea towel and love the show. Love Cliff's Christmas album too. It is good, isn't it? As I say, I'm playing it in the car at the moment. Graham in Ipswich says, have you got box sets of Alfred Hitchcock Presents? Currently Sky Arts are running 2 episodes every day at tea time. Great watch, brilliant acting. Recent memorable ones are The Glass Eye, The Jar and The Crack of Doom. No, I haven't. I never watched Alfred Hitchcock before. You know, he featured in all of his films. Every single Alfred Hitchcock film, he's in it as a passerby. Sometimes they'll be sitting at a cafe and this figure will walk by. It'll be Alfred Hitchcock, or you'll see him sitting in a cafe drinking. It'll be something. He featured in his own films. East Kilbride this morning, says Alice Dare. It's only 1 degree. Ooh, blimey, that's a bit chilly bon, isn't it? I think a little bit chilly bon. And Tony says, I used to like that show Jonathan Ross did with Penn and Teller, where the magician did a trick and tried to fool Penn and Teller. If they did, they won a trip to Vegas. Yes, that was, can you fool Penn and Teller? And they would watch sometimes a trick. And then they would have a word with the magician and say, we think it's this, and this. And either he would give them the thumbs up, you know how it's done, or they didn't know. In a lot of cases, they didn't know. They didn't know, which I thought was quite pleasing, actually. You know, to actually fool Penn and Teller is very good. Nicholas says, can't start my day without you. Can smile without you, which is good. Talking about magicians, Faye Presto stayed at our B&B in Cornwall during the summer for a wedding. After hours, she did a fantastic display of real magic. We all fell in love with her. Definitely the highlight of a very long, hot summer. Oh, God, was it ever? Wasn't it really? This year it was too hot for me. I didn't like it. I don't cope in the heat. I really am. I have to hide myself away and sit under a fan. Steve, do you remember the great Raimondo, the magician, from Only Fools and Horses episode, The Jolly Boys Outing? I don't, actually. I don't. I remember the Jolly Boys Outing, but I don't remember the great Raimondo. Sounds quite good. There's a watch. Oh, that's it. The great Raimondo. Name of a stage magician called Ray, who was flatmates with Raquel in Margate. I might have to go and get it, actually. Was he good? Oh, I remember the singer, and he used to wear a toupee, coat himself brown. They'd go, he's a very great singer, and he'd go, what does he sing? And he'd go, crying, as opposed to crying. And they went, what? And both Del Boy and Rodney sat there, and he'd go, crying over you, 'cause I'm crying. And it was just absolutely terrible, but at the same time hilarious. Actually, the funny thing is, if you watch Only Fools and Horses, from the beginning to the end, you can watch David Jason age. You can sit. I know, of course you can, but I'm just telling you, you notice it because he dyes his hair and everything else. So it's the same person, he just gets a little bit stouter. And it's just, I like who's that policeman he plays? He plays a copper, doesn't he? Is that... I can't remember what it was. Well, I don't know. They keep repeating it on the television. So as far as I'm concerned, it was yesterday. I never think of anything else apart from I've sort of watched it a few times. And Touch of Frost, that's it. I thought that was really good. I really enjoyed that because I never got the twists and the turns and all the rest. Well, mind you, I was rubbish at Agatha Christie. Seriously, I mean, I could never work things out at all. What else we got in the papers today? The fight between Stormzy and Sir Cliff was probably the last thing you're expecting to hear about, but they're a few thousand copies apart after 3 days of sales. There's only about 3,000 copies between them. Come on. Because when Stormzy released his last album, Heavy Is the Head, he beat Harry Styles to #1. But Cliff, 53 years Stormzy's senior, has had long success in the charts, and his new album could be his 47th top 10 solo record. There you go. There you go. Interesting. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it's Cliff. And Paul says, laid up in bed since Sunday with COVID. Oh, God, I can't believe it. And I've had all my jobs. Had all my jabs. I don't know why you've had all your jobs. Why shouldn't you? Steve, if they can tell us how much Euro Millions will be on Friday, does that mean no one will win it tonight? My sister just got me a tea towel, says Monica. Well, I thought that as well. If they're saying how much it is on Friday and we've got one tonight, perhaps they're assuming nobody's going to win tonight. Mind you, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be at all surprised if nobody did win tonight. And I've got some tickets for tonight as well. I mean, if I win, I'm not going to tell the producer. I'm not going to tell him. You know, because he'll just be going, oh, Steve, you lend me some money. You know, it's going to be like that, isn't it? He's going to be sort of banging on my door at about midnight, you know, going, Steve, you got any chocolate? You got any chocolate Father Christmases? Go on, give me chocolate Father Christmas. I'm not doing it. You've eaten all of it. I hope you explode. I hope you explode. They do them in different sizes, but those ones just look particularly cute to me. I might see if I can go back there today and get the penguins. I think they do penguins, and I think they do bigger Father Christmases. But those ones just look particularly cute. And I thought they were quite... You'd happy to try the penguins. Yeah, whatever. I'll bring an ice cream in for you. Quality control, yeah. That's not quality control. That's called greed. That's called greed. No, I know what it is. You can't frighten me. 1.6 million kids on social media lie over their age. Did you ever see this programme on American television where they were catching paedophiles? They would set up a policewoman, and she would go onto the website, and it was really well known. Is it called To Catch a Predator? And so this person would turn up thinking that they were going to be meeting a 15-year-old girl. And there's a man with a film crew, and he'd go to them, so who do you think you're here to meet? He said, oh, I'm just on the one I watched. I'm here on my way to the beach or something like that. And he said, but you've been writing to this girl, who of course isn't a girl. They're generally a police officer. And he said, no. And he walks out the door, and of course the police arrest him. And the moment you go onto the internet and you commit anything to the internet, they've got you. There's no way that you can ever get out of it. Go, oh, I never wrote that. They go, it's on your website. You wrote this. And they had a bloke on a telephone, and he was arranging prices with a prostitute. And they said, you've been doing this. And he went, no, I haven't. And they went, yes, you have. You've just written this. Look, a few minutes ago. But they love these so it's called To Catch a Predator. Right. They nicked one bloke on that, who was married with children. The wife had no idea what was going on. No idea. We don't get programmes like that over here. But mind you, we don't transmit court cases, do we? Whereas in America, lots of court cases are I think they're all recorded, and then you decide whether they're actually put out. So it's in the news magazine programme Dateline NBC, featuring confrontations, partly filmed with a hidden camera of adult men arriving at a sting house to have sex with a minor and typically being arrested. It's quite fascinating to realise that people would be that stupid. Mind you, I also like Bait Car. Have you seen Bait Car? This is where the police leave a car by the side of the road, a nice-looking car with the keys in it. And lowlifes go, they walk past it, they have a look, it's got keys in it. They get in the car, and then they're on the phone to their mates. Got this car, it'd be like a Range Rover or something like that. And the police are controlling the bait car. So in other words, the police, because it's almost like remote control, they can shut it off. So they'll be going down the road, and there's the two blokes in it, smoking. They've robbed it of all these bits and pieces inside. And then all of a sudden, the doors lock, and the car grinds to a halt, and one of them goes, oh, God, it's a bait car. The next thing, police are there with guns surrounding the car. Get out, put your hands up, because they basically, guns. Oh, absolutely, bait car. You check it, it's really good. Really good. But what they've basically done is they've dangled the carrot in front of the crook. So it's, it's not really fair, is it? Do you remember the great Suprendo? Of course, he was married to Victoria Wood. Absolutely. And what was his catchphrase? Piff, paff, puff. That was his... Even I thought it was slightly peculiar. Yes, Geoffrey Durham was the great Suprendo. In fact, I gave him a trick. He was after a particular effect, and I had a spare, as they say, and so I gave it to him. So it was very good. He used to perform on Crackerjack. He was married to Victoria Wood. David in Shropshire, well done. Well done. You're being very good. And this police sergeant is back in the force one day after retiring. He's Sergeant Alan Appleton, waved off by colleagues at the end of what was supposed to be his last shift. He's known as Big Al. He'd worked for Greater Manchester Police for nearly 30 years, most recently in Wigan. And, however, it lasted less than 24 hours as he returned to Wigan Police Station the next morning in a civilian role to assist detectives. No, absolutely unbelievable. I mean, how does that work out? I don't know. Very odd, isn't it? I used to have a producer once. Well, of course, I used to have everything once, but used to have a producer. And they had a voluntary redundancy thing at LBC in these halcyon days from years and years ago. And he got voluntary redundancy. And he picked up, I think it was about 30,000 quid, because he'd been there a fair amount of time, which in those days, £30,000 was a lot of money. And then blow me down, they discovered they didn't have enough people. He came back in the following week. He was back in again. And I remember saying to him, I said, you've only just walked out with 30 grand. He said, I know. He said, but they phoned me and said, could I do some shifts over this weekend? How lucky can you get? Steve and the Groovy Gang, says Mark in Western Australia. 33 degrees in Western Australia. I'm just putting my trunks on to get in the pool, and like you, just noticed my tan line. How embarrassing. Yeah. Oh, the Australians are like the Russians, aren't they? They wear Speedos. You won't find that in this country. They all wear sort of Hawaiian trunks and shorts and everything else. We don't wear Speedos over here, for goodness sake. Far too mamby-pamby.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, coming up 10 to 6 is the time. David Jason playing Jack Frost. Great programme. Filmed in Denton, right here in Costa del Manchester, says Les. I used to watch them filming. I quite like things like that. You get a lot of other programmes filmed around Twickenham. Steve, in public swimming pools in France, you're not allowed to swim in your own swimming shorts. You have to hire Speedos. Says, I've heard of that before. In the swimming pools in France, you've got to wear Speedos because they say, I can't remember what the reason for it was. There is a reason, which the producer will find out now. Might as well get him working. Steve, we've just ordered the tea towel. That should go well with the tray and the glasses we purchased from you before. Say Mark and Lorraine. Cameron Donny from Doncaster. Woo! How cool. And so it's deterred people from wearing their swimming trunks on their motorbikes when going to the pool. People wear their swimming trunks on their motorbikes. They wear the long trunks. Oh, you wear them on a bike and then you just get into the pool. Really? Oh, I thought it was to do with hygiene. That's what I thought. So it's to do with rough people on motorbikes wearing shorts and then getting in the pool and wash it. People like... Do they? French people like scooters? Do they? Well, that's ridiculous. I've never heard of anything like it. I mean, I wanted to be a Hell's Angel once, but, I mean, to be... What? Why would I not want to be a Hell's Angel? Me in a leather jacket. I've had a leather jacket before, you know. I can look after things with those big Easy Rider bikes. That'd be like me. Whoa! I'd be great at that. I could go and patrol all the concerts with my other biking pals. That'd be quite a good idea, wouldn't it? Steve Allen, the Hell's Angel. I don't quite see it myself. Perhaps we'll have to change the tea towel for next time round. Do a picture of me on a bike, which I quite like. And what have we got today? So Adele claims her Las Vegas shows are in such high demand, even she has to buy tickets for her loved ones. She told the audience, I didn't have any guest list. Any tickets I want, including my son and my boyfriend, I've had to pay for. They say tickets are $35,000 for a front row seat. Yeah, right. Jackanory. They say, and if you want to sit at the back, $350. No, you can get them much cheaper than that. They're desperately trying to sell this thing out every night. Then it's certainly not 35,000 quid for a front row. What would you want a front row seat for? You're listening to her. You're not looking at her. You know, and as I say, she gets nearly $1 million per show, and she's moaning about having to buy a couple of tickets. You know, well, you know, don't bother. Just put the kids backstage and tell them watch it on the screen. Makes it much easier, doesn't it? A terrifying predator that lived 340 million years ago is now producing this programme. And it's been dubbed the T-Rex of its day. It's named Watcheria. It has razor-sharp teeth and bone-crushing jaws that snapped animals in half. The tetrapod was one of the first creatures to hunt on land and topped the food chain. It had a salamander-like body and long, narrow head, reaching more than 6 feet from nose to tail. Wow. Ben Utu from the University of Chicago says, if it really curled up probably to an uncomfortable extent, it could fit in your bathtub, but neither you nor it would want to be in there. I was watching a bit of Jurassic Park this morning. I sort of got halfway, three-quarters. I've seen all the films before, obviously. I'm not that daft. And it's still very clever. And then they showed you how they made the film and how they sort of made sure that they knew. And it's all the noise and the other bits and pieces. And they made little models of pushing the car over, you know, when they were on this sort of island. And it was all very cleverly done, actually. And I watched it, but the most amazingly stupid children in it. Every single one of the Jurassic Parks has got dumb children. You know, here we are, we're going into the forest, we're in this pod. Oh, should we get out and have a look around? Are you mad? You're on an island full of dinosaurs. I hope they eat you. And they get out there, and then all of a sudden, there's dinosaurs around. And then one of them runs away. And you think, oh, God. There's one little boy at one point. He climbs the electric fence. It's not on because the dinosaur has apparently disrupted the power supply. And they go, just jump off the fence. I can't do it. Oh, blooming well do it or get electrocuted. Come on, pull yourself together. And eventually, you know, they push the button and the effect throws him backwards. But they are incredibly stupid, the children. Oh, let's get out of it. It's the ones who get out the pod in the middle of a forest that's got dinosaurs around every corner. And you think... You really are thick, aren't you? Small wonder their parents weren't with them. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Do you know that young people, nearly half of them, have never sung a traditional Christmas carol? Why would they? They don't go to carol concerts. They don't go to church. They don't sing them in assembly. A third of 18 to 29-year-olds say they can't remember going to a carol concert. Why would they? You're 18 to 29, unless your parents went to church or did a local carol concert. I mean, what a stupid story. Generation Xers or Zers say traditional songs like Silent Night, Little Donkey, come on, or In the Bleak Winter are outdated. Well, I mean, who wants 18 to 29-year-olds going to carol concerts? You know, little donkey, little... Oh, shut up, for goodness sake. No, I only want to go and watch people singing probably with gusto to all the hymns. They've been around for donkey's years, and so they should be. Greggs have broken out the festive cheer in Primark with a range of merchandise in time for the Christmas countdown. They've got 24 pieces in their collection, featuring clothing and novelty gifts. That's what to get the producer. That's it. That's the Christmas present for the producer, a novelty gift. Sarah Jackson says, our lines with Greggs have been a huge hit with customers. That's what he's getting. He's going to get something with a picture of a Christmas slice on the front. He'll love it. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. It'll be awful, because he'll probably only go, oh, I don't want that, Steve. I'd rather have the money. And, whereas I want to buy him a gift. The gift that keeps on giving. Something from Greggs. Steve, Harry Houdini used to use lots of trapdoors in his magic act. And it says Steve. And it wasn't for long, though. It was just a stage he was going through. Right, you're barred. You'll never write again, I tell you. Steve, you could have borrowed Dale's leather trousers to match your jacket and then got on your bike, says Les. Don't start. Don't start this morning. I've still got 2 pairs of his. He had they were brand new. He bought them. He never wore them and things. They're like, what? Camouflage trousers. But the trouble is, I put them on in the bathroom and my legs vanished. I can't believe it. No, I'm here all week. Buy a seat now, please. Steve, you can borrow my bike for your photo shoot, says Terry. Wow, that's a bit of equipment, isn't it? My Jove, that really is. I'd fall off it. I would fall off. Seriously, I know I would fall off it. I had a Piaggio Hexagon. Of course I've driven a motorbike. Hello? How old do I look? Yeah? I've been there, going down Southend at the weekend, bit of action with the old Teddy boys and all that kind of stuff. Not. No, I didn't. I've never driven a motorbike. And my cousin Barry used to have one. He used to take me up and down the motorway. I thought I just used to scream all the way up and down the motorway because I hated it. And he'd say, when we go round a corner. I said, what do you mean when we go round a corner? I know what'll happen. You'll go round the corner. I'll go straight ahead. Like roller skating, isn't it? Or ice skating or something like that. That's what, I'm good in a straight line. Just leave me. I'll go in a straight line and then we stop. And we have to turn around and then we come back up again. But no, I used to have a Piaggio Hexagon. Very big scooter. They don't get any bigger. 3,500 quid's worth of that throbbing between your legs, I tell you. I never used to make it to Greggs. I couldn't barely walk after I got off the thing. I hated it. I mean, I really did hate it. I remember thinking, I'm just not safe. I watched these people going backwards and forwards. Where it is, Piaggio, no, it's the Hexagon. They could show me or the other one. Hexagon, Piaggio, Hexagon. There you go. Wait a minute. Where is it? There you go. That one there. The 125. Big. I mean, I tell you, I'd never been on a bike before in my life. Frightened the life out of me. They gave me a lesson for 15 minutes and expected me to ride the thing up and down the road. Huh? I was glad when it was nicked. Started delivering pizzas around my area and collecting parking tickets. Luckily, if ever you have one and it gets nicked, report it to the police immediately and get a crime number. Because otherwise you'll be liable for all the parking tickets. So you've got to be careful. Aylesbury Ann says, I've just ordered the tea towel. You look great on it. I couldn't resist. Always love the show. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And Sabah says, love the show. Listening from Gay Paris, where I'm preparing to give a big presentation to clients today. How lovely. The trouble is, if you go to Paris, it's not really as gay as you think it is it really? It's the Arc de Triomphe is classed as being very gay, but I think unlikely. So here we go, Matt Hancock draping himself over his girlfriend. Tacky, honestly. It's like, get a room, for God's sake. It really is very embarrassing. Also, what else have we got? We've got, will the final episode of Celebrity Juice be proper Beau? Lee Francis, also known as Keith Lemon, would love the man he mocks so much. He wants Craig David on there. I think it's unlikely. But never say never. And what have we got? Jamie Lang has failed his driving theory test for the 3rd time. Not the brightest penny in the box. Not as bad as Scarlett Moffat. 13 times she failed. Goodness sake, honestly. More of your texts and emails and more tea towels to sell after the news, which is next.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Do you know, I love pictures in the newspaper of people, and it's mainly ladies, I'm afraid, who go to the hairdresser. And this one here is Annie, McKelveen, who was surprised to leave the hairdresser looking like Frodo Baggins from Lord of the Rings. Not a great look. She decided to get bangs, but she didn't anticipate ending up looking like the Hobbit. But anyway, she's chuffed with the outcome now. She comes from New Zealand. I mean, to be honest with you, she does look like Elijah Wood, actually, and that sort of hairstyle. But then all sorts of people do it. I remember years ago I had a perm. Yes, I had a perm because I thought it was quite good, and it was a body perm, which gives you a bit more volume and all the rest of it. Unfortunately, it looks so good, I then thought I could have another perm on top of it. Well, if you perm on top of another perm, it frizzes. So I had to use an afro comb to comb my hair. I couldn't use anything else because nothing else, well, you couldn't put a comb through it, all the rest of it. So I've got photographs of me wearing a leather jacket in Hyde Park with this afro. I had a huge afro, which I thought looked quite cool, actually. Especially looking back at the pictures, it looks an awful lot better than I thought it was going to. But it's only because it frizzed. And it just went all completely wrong. I love the story of Kieran Maguire, and I'll tell you about him in a moment. He's very clever. He's very clever. He's managed to save a lot of money. A £441 rail trip. He got it 81 quid. 81 quid. How did he do it? Tell you in a minute. If you're a new listener to the programme, it's very nice to have your company. And I hope that you will help me out by purchasing one of my Steve Allen limited edition Radio Royalty tea towels. They're on the Global Radio Make Some Noise website. If you go to the website, click on the shop, and you can find it. And the idea is that we're raising as much money as possible over this week by you purchasing the limited edition tea towel. You can have a look at it on the website. You'll see a picture of me holding it up, wearing a crown, looking very fetching. And it's very nice, and it's another piece of memorabilia that we have to add to the collection that we've got so far. And all the money raised from the sale of the tea towels goes to Make Some Noise, which helps support, this is Global's charity, 100 brilliant small charities in little local communities across the UK. The charities which deliver the food banks, the mental health programmes, the domestic violence helplines, the carer support community projects and other vital support programmes, plus many, many more, too numerous to mention at the moment. So if you would like to help us in our quest to raise as much money, and I appreciate the fact that, money is a bit tight at the moment, but, for charity, and to help some of these little charities get through Christmas, I would be very grateful if you indulged and bought something. So unlike just giving to charity, we give you something in return. You give us some money, we give you a limited edition Radio Royalty tea towel. Have a look at them. They're in full colour, and it's a very nice cartoon picture of me sitting on, well, we're not too sure, actually. It could either be a radio or it could be a sofa designed as a radio. I mean, I really can't work it out myself. And it was only when it was pointed out to me, somebody said, is it a loo? And I said, well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. I said, but, I mean, it can be whatever you want it to be. But if you order the tea towel, and you won't be able to resist the cutesy little face that is peering out at you. You can, if you buy two, you can keep one and use it and then save the other one, or have it framed or something like that. People are doing all sorts of things with them. So please buy them, because all the money, as I say, raised goes to a very, very good cause. Very good cause indeed. And we get nothing out of it apart from your money to go to the charities. So thank you very much. So it's the Global's Make Some Noise website. Okay. Harry says, listening to you from a Hong Kong hotel room, nobody stimulates the senses like you do. I did a driving test in Barbados, and the test was to drive down the road for 1 mile, then turn around and drive back the same mile and park in a parking space. Unbelievable. Although my best friend there managed to fail. A bit like Scarlett Moffat, isn't it? Scarlett Moffat was she failed 13 times. 13 times. And then when she did finally pass, I mean, God knows, she sounds like a danger to me. She discovered she couldn't park the car. Because I don't think they teach you how to park cars when you do your driving test. I don't think they do. When I did it, they do parallel parking, do they? Oh, it's a challenge, apparently. I love a challenge. But she said she went straight to McDonald's and bought chicken McNuggets. I thought, yeah, kind of maybe not the best thing to do. Steve, I'm another one, says Elaine. Another one of your listeners with COVID. Oh, goodness. Ditch the cough mixture, water with glycerin in it, just as soothing and a fraction of the price. Good to hear your cheerful voice, says Lorraine, who's obviously a bit down in the dumps at the moment, feeling a bit icky. I told you my last producer, I call him my last producer because he was my last producer, he reckoned I'd had COVID. And I said I didn't think I had. And he said, I bet you have. I mean, I'd had sort of a cold at one point, but never got... I don't think I ever got the hacking cough, did I? I can't remember. Anyway, here is this man, Kieran Maguire, 60, horrified. His return trip from his home in West Sussex to his job in Liverpool cost £441.20. He makes the trip twice a week to teach accounting at Liverpool University. He worked out that if he split the journey into multiple tickets, he could get there and back for £81.70. He has to change trains 3 times on the way up and 4 times on the return. He said, I'm a regular commuter, but if you're a tourist or don't usually travel, the price will come as a shock. I think that's brilliant. Well done, him. Far too complicated. But I couldn't, imagine trying to work out all these different journeys that you've got to do, and you have to get on and off the train. I couldn't be doing with that. Seriously, halfway through your bacon sandwich, all of a sudden they go, we're at Crewe, and then you've got to get off the train and then go and find the other one. I don't want to do anything like that at all. Prue Leith. Lovely Prue was left upset when the Beatles visited her at Market Restaurant and asked for a bacon and egg fry-up. What's the matter with that? I love a bacon and egg fry-up. Bacon and eggs and fried bread and beans. That would be happiness for me, I think. And over Birmingham Council, over £2.6 million was spent by councils on mayoral limos over 3 years. Birmingham forked out the most. 60,000, say the Taxpayers Alliance. The committee have been contacted for comments. Yeah, have you got any comments? No, don't have any comment on that at all. Bit of a shame, isn't it, really? And if you're looking for something to buy your doggies, and it is doggies, they have lots of Christmas presents in the paper today. In the Daily Star, they've got a 2-page spread on presents for your doggie, including, doggy chocolates and not really, and turkey feast, 3-bird feast, all for your doggies, because people buy. What Dickens is that? They do make dog chocolate, but if you give, yes, they can't have normal chocolate. It makes them really sick. Really, really sick. So don't ever think you could give your dog chocolate. Nicola Scherzinger and a host of A-list stars apparently going to compete on a new singing show. Oh, not another blooming singing show, honestly, for God's sake. Contestants will also include Donny Osmond, Ricky Lake and Jason Derulo. Kicks off at BBC. I mean, they're all American, aren't they? I mean, don't we have anybody British? And Nicole Scherzinger, goodness sake. Also, Jordan Davis has hired a raft of new reps as Ibiza Weekend has moved to Kavos. You've ever seen such a ghastly Have you ever seen Ibiza Weekend? The dreariest piece of dross I've ever seen on the television. And Jordan Davis, he said, we got a lot of new reps, including some good-looking lads. Fans are going to be happy. Have you seen the people that go on that programme? Oh, my godfathers. You certainly don't want to be going to Kavos, thank you very much indeed, if that's what's going to be there. It really is. It's just ghastly. Ghastly. And Motherland is set to return this Christmas. I don't even know what Motherland is, actually, but they've got all sorts of interesting people in it. And Agnes will be doing plenty of horsing around on Mrs. Brown's Boys. Oh, don't you like Mrs. Brown's Boys? Oh, it's funny, I see you in the show, Elliot. I just really do, actually. In this wacky scene, the matriarch, played by Brendan O'Carroll, ends up straddling Grandad, Dermot O'Neill, and you can see Dr. Flynn, Derek Reddin, doesn't look very impressed. So I think it's quite a good character, but it's not for you, is it? Oh. So what would you be doing at Christmas? Sitting there immersing yourself in a bottle of Wincarnis or something like that, or some cough mixture. You were reading Dickens. Yeah, that'll be nice, won't it? Yeah. Not going out partying, over the festive season. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why people bother going out over the festive season. There's everything on the radio. There's everything on the television. I'm here Christmas morning and Boxing Day morning. I should be very cross if you don't turn up. I'm going to do a roll call. I've decided on Christmas Day I'm going to have to go through it. I love it. This is good, isn't it? I've just read my star signs from Russell Grant. You and a partner or friend are drifting apart. That's all I need. That's all I need. It says individual interests and responsibilities make it that you don't even have time to be a friend. If it bothers you, it can be remedied. Oh, that's all right. If it can be remedied, like what that is and what it's referring to, I've got no idea at all. I love reading the star signs because I try and work out if they're sort of, applying to everybody. Because I think mainly they are, actually. That's what I think, anyway. Dawn Neeson says, the madness... Oh, I've lost it. The madness of today involves judging Press Awards UK, Columnist of the Year, whilst writing my Daily Star and Woman's Own columns. For some peculiar reason, I have not been nominated. But first, at Steve Allen Show on LBC and the gym, going to need a bit of long day today. And she says one of the joys of being a journalist since quill pens and parchment is being asked to judge the industry's amazing wealth of talent. So good for you. Good for you. I love the idea. She goes, for some strange reason, I've not been nominated. I always think it's nice to be nominated for something, but it's not the be all and end all. It's the thing for me is the repeat bookings, the people who book you to come and do things. If they keep booking you, they like you. They like you, and that's what it comes down to. What's the Bob Dylan news? Oh, it turns out he's been using AutoPen. This was invented years and years ago, and it saved celebrities having to sign. It's an ink pen, so it looks good, and it's automatic. You trace it around your autograph, and it remembers it, and then you put a piece of paper underneath it, and off it goes signing the autograph in pen. So that's why they think. And when you look at it, I mean, it's, Obama's got one. Everybody's got one. Everybody's got one of these things, because if you're having to sign, loads and loads of cards. I mean, can you imagine if it was the Queen or Charles? I should imagine even the royal family have got AutoPen. Because it's very difficult, unless you're an expert, to tell. Because, I mean, Diana might have had one. They say, oh, you do these ones. Sometimes she would do a personal note. But Bob Dylan's apologised, saying, he's sorry he wasn't very well at the time. And that's why he was using AutoPen. I don't think it makes any difference. It's copying his exact signature. Why it would make any difference? They used it in a number of films, a number of British spy films used the AutoPen, and it always seemed to work for people. As I say, the Beatles used them all the time. Sometimes they signed for each other, and sometimes the people in the girls in the office learnt how to sign for them as well. But a lot of people now use them. It's almost an accepted thing because it does it in ink, and then you can go and dry it, and it's the signature. It's just that it's too perfect. Too perfect.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, I failed my first test driving in Teddington. Didn't even get in the car. Discovered I needed glasses after standing on a tape measure in the pouring rain outside the test centre. Very embarrassing, says Susie in Sidmouth. Pass the next time. Yeah, I was second time as well, actually. I was second time as well. Mainly because I think I mounted the curb and nearly killed somebody. But I mean, apart from that, it was absolutely fine. Oh, and then somebody put a pillar box, in it. Bless you. Steve just purchased 2 tea towels. Looking good. Albert said, as the National Grid called off the possible power cuts. Yeah, they were never going to have power cuts. They just sort of said they might, but there are no power cuts. Why can't we buy the tea towels in Ireland? Oh, I don't know. I've got no idea, actually. I don't know. If it's Southern Ireland, it'll be international shipping, apparently, the producer says, because he knows these things. That's how it works. Get somebody to buy it here for you and then send it over. It'll be a lot easier. Smuggle it across. You imagine it'll be up against the wall, spread them, you can imagine. Sheila says a lot of people have had the same symptoms as you, but tested negative for COVID. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I've ever had it. But, I might have done. And says, still laughing at the thought of the Steve Allen Show with a double perm. Photos? Not for public consumption, no. I don't need to feel the need to share that with people. It's a private thing. I mean, I thought it was going to go quite well, actually. I really did. I mean, I thought the first one worked very well, so I thought another one will make it a bit tighter on my head, and it didn't. It frizzed. When we took the rollers out and we sort of washed it, I remember thinking, oh, my God, fathers, it was terrible. It was a horrible mess. But the bloke who did it, I was very great. And when I did the first one, it was fine. And when I look back at the pictures of it, it didn't look as bad as I thought it was going to look. It was just the fact you couldn't get a comb through it. It was not physically possible. You had to use an afro comb, which made it even bigger. But it was good fun. It was good fun. What else we got? Striking nurses could be offered free hot drinks instead of better pay in a move dubbed patronising tea and sympathy. I don't think they want a free cup of tea. I really don't think they for the best will in the world. I really don't think they want a cup of tea. Thank you very much indeed. There was something I noticed actually a short while ago. Oh, that's right. It was the Mirror. Say, shameless shirker Matt Hancock would do us all a favour if he stayed in Australia permanently. Here in Britain, the growing clamour for him to quit Westminster or to be thrown out of Parliament is reaching a crescendo. This calculating charlatan will cash in on his jungle jaunt to the tune of £400,000. Abandoned constituents, disgusted Tory MPs and families who lost loved ones to COVID while he was Health Secretary feel his behaviour is contemptible. The only person laughing left is Hancock, all the way to the bank. Yeah, well, he doesn't care about you. Why would he care about you? He doesn't care. He's like all these MPs. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, every time I see an MP on the television who sort of decided to leave being an MP and now thinks they're a personality, drives me mad. Absolutely crackers. Oh, there's the world's largest active volcano, which is Mauna Loa in Hawaii, started to erupt after, I think, about 40 years. I think it last erupted in 1984. And during a 1950 eruption, the lava travelled 15 miles to the sea in less than 3 hours. The Kilauea volcano nearby erupted in 2018, destroying 700 homes. But this one says the lava flows were contained within the summit. But I mean, you look at it. I mean, isn't it absolutely amazing? I mean, the power of the earth under our very feet is just, I find it absolutely frightening. But it lit up the night sky. So it's terrifying, isn't it? Absolutely terrifying. They say they weren't threatening communities, but, you know, you better take a close look at it. They say eruption preparations, because most of these volcanoes have got these pieces of equipment round them, which they can then sense all sorts of things that's going on under the earth. So the US Geological Survey said officials said lava flows were contained within the summit area, but you never know where it's going to go. These things, you don't know how much of it is going to come up there. And the producer was just showing me a picture of it, which is lovely. And then there was the other thing. £3.2 billion taken out of what? Would you believe Matt Hancock's bank account, as the producers guess? It's wrong. The railway firms in dividends. Because if you look at all the railways, who runs your railway? If you're with Avanti West Coast, that's owned by Italy's Trenitalia, as is C2C. Chiltern Railways, run by Arriva, part of Germany's state-controlled Deutsche Bahn Group. I mean, you never know these things, do you? Cross Country, run by the Arriva, which is part of Germany's state-controlled Deutsche Bahn Group. East Midlands, currently run by Abellio, part of state-owned Dutch parent company Nederlandse Spoorwagen, plans for management buyout, and they're all owned by foreign companies. It's absolutely unbelievable. Every single one of them. Southeastern, run by a subsidiary of the Department for Transport, and Southwestern Rail. I think I'm Southwestern Railways. I think I am. I don't know, but I can't remember. Run by First Group and MTR, majority owned by the Hong Kong government. So everything else. But I think I'm Southwestern. I am Southwestern. Southern is run by Govia Thameslink Railways, owned by Govia, which is a joint venture between the Go Ahead Group and Francis Kilios. West Midlands Trains, majority owned by Abellio, part of state-owned Dutch parent company Nederlandse Spoorwegen, planned for a management buyout. I think my pronunciation was pretty good, actually. I sort of made it sound even more exciting. So in fact, there's hardly anything. I get a job as a foreign language dubber. But there's hardly anything that's owned by the Brits. It's all subsidiaries and things like that. I quite like our trains. I don't like the long trains that we have on Southwestern, where there's no toilet. I think there should be some sort of ruling that they have to provide a toilet, because it's just absolutely ridiculous. If you're going on a long journey, You know, and if you've got problems, as we've heard, you know, this morning, people with prostates and things like that, it's just awful. It really is. Anne Robinson, not heard from Anne Robinson for a while. What is she saying? She wishes she had let her facelift rest like a leg of lamb out of the oven instead of rushing back to TV. Because when she came back and did the Weakest Link, I think, her face looked really... Oh, she did Countdown, didn't she? And the face didn't quite look right. And she's 78 now. She said she should have waited after going under the knife before debuting her new look on TV. She was nearing 60 at the time. She said, when you have cosmetic surgery, it's a bit like taking the lamb out the oven. You've got to let it rest for a while because it just takes ages. Very hard to pretend you've not had a facelift when everybody knows you've had a facelift. That's what it did. People go, she's had a facelift. Because it started looking slightly peculiar. And I remember thinking at the time, that's not so good. I don't know why people do it. I mean, it must be vanity. Can't be for anything else, can it, at all? Best viewing to bring cheer this Christmas. Here we go. Gone Fishing. This is with Bob Mortimer and Paul Whitehouse. That must be about the cheapest programme to make in the world. Two blokes standing by the river with a rod. That's how cheap it is. Yeah. Call the Midwife, BBC One. Very snowy in 1967 Poplar. And look out for Miss Higgins playing the recorder. All Creatures Great and Small. Also, have you noticed they're all set in the past? There's nothing in the in sort of, you know, present day. You've got A Christmas Carol. This is Carole, which is very interesting. You get Doc Martin, the great festive bake-off, with people trying to be the Christmas star baker. This is their celebrity lineup. Tony Robinson, Makita Oliver, Terry Christian and Claire Sweeney. Trying to become the Christmas star baker. You know Tony Robinson, you don't know the other ones.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Nicola says, Steve, I failed my first test at Winchmore Hill Test Centre. Years later, went on a speed awareness course and the examiner was on the course with me. Who is the bad driver now? Probably me, but I passed second time. Very good. And Suzanne from Largs says, you must watch Motherland. Absolutely brilliant. It's a comedy show. And Niall says, no toilet on the entire train. No, it's one long carriage. It's one long carriage. And same on the Elizabeth line, exactly the same. No toilet. See, before they used to have them about every 2 or 3 cars. Sometimes they'd be broken, but there's no toilet on the entire train. I remember sitting there and I was sort of pootling off to home and some ladies would sit there. They went, excuse me, do you know which end the toilet will be? I said, there's no toilet on this train. She went, you're joking. I said, no, they don't have them on. It's just one long carriage. One long carriage. But I agree with you. I agree with you. A bit of an outrageous thing to do, isn't it? Steve, sadly, with most of the trains being owned by overseas companies, the profits from these go to supporting the trains in the company's countries rather than being used to make the costs lower and making public transport cheaper, encouraging more usage. Well, they paid out over £3 billion in dividends. Not to us. Gone Fishing might be cheap to make, but the most hilarious, uplifting programme to watch and enjoy, says Liz. Oh, they do all sorts of things, aren't they? They do all sorts of things. But it must be phenomenally inexpensive to make. When you consider how much it costs to do Strictly. I mean, that must be a budget of millions. Millions, at least. Steve, with no wind or sun yesterday, the peak demand was 40.7 GW, but we could only generate 32.2 GW, so we bought from the EU to stop power cuts, says Dave in Staines. Do you know, I understood none of that, Dave. Absolutely none of it. Doesn't really help. And Steve, I love your show. I've ordered the tea towel. Always a good cause. And I love the crown. Properly deserved. Thank you very much indeed. So if you go to the Global Make Some Noise website, we have my limited edition Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel. You get that after you've been in the business a number of years. And I've obviously achieved the number of years. So I'm very, very happy to tell you that we're selling a lot of tea towels, and all the money raised goes to Global's Make Some Noise, which is as near perfect as it gets. And I thank you very much indeed, not only for your time for the programme, but for the audience numbers, and also for purchasing the tea towel. Small price to pay, as far as I can tell, to help over 100 brilliant small charities and local communities. We've raised a few £1 million this year already, to help the charities who deliver to the food banks, the mental health programmes, the domestic violence helplines, the carer support, the community projects and other vital support programmes. So I'm the one who represents them and says, thank you on behalf of them. They would love to say thank you to you, and I'm sure that they will if ever your paths cross. And I hope that many of you don't need the help that they offer to so many people and do such good work. So if you could see your way clear to purchasing a tea towel, I'd be a very happy bunny. And I think that Global's Make Some Noise would be very happy bunnies at the same time. So thank you. Steve, I've just ordered 2 tea towels, says David in Shenfield. Only to be used for drying my wife's Prosecco glasses, of course. Oh, well, listen, I'm a big fan of Prosecco glasses, as you know. The Groovy Gang have their own Prosecco glasses. Caroline on the A3 says, I had a perm in the 80s, but I looked like Brian May. And I hated it, so I had it permed straight after that, and it looked like Wurzel Gummidge. I know, I know the feeling. I know the feeling very well indeed. Steve, just outside the Goring, says Ice Cream Ian, picture attached. I wonder how much breakfast is. Not really dressed for it, unfortunately. I love the Goring. It's my favourite hotel. I don't know how much breakfast is in there, actually. Whatever it is, it's a very nice hotel. I've only ever had afternoon tea there. At the Goring. It's nice. No, for afternoon, it's how much? £39. What for breakfast? Oh, there we go. You can have Clarence Court eggs cooked your way with bacon, herb sausage, mushrooms, tomato, not black pudding again, no. But you can have, this is the full English. Choice of cereals, muesli or granola, £7. You can have all sorts of things. Ooh, or a freshly squeezed juice. Why? I quite like that. It's very nice, actually. Very nice. My producer sent me in a picture. It must have been taken some years ago. It certainly wasn't recent, this. It looks about 12 years old. I mean, honestly. Doing karaoke. I mean, frankly, I see this as an invasion of my privacy. You're doing karaoke, but we all know he can barely play the guitar. The very idea of actually doing karaoke. I mean, when was this taken? You weren't even wearing glasses. So when was this taken? When you were about 15? It wasn't taken on Saturday. Don't be so ridiculous. I mean, you had contacts in. Do you know, I looked at Scarlett Moffat on the television the other day. She wears those contact lenses to make her eyes look really blue, because nobody's got eyes that colour. Definitely, least of all her, I should imagine. What have we got? What have we got? We've got 20 minutes. No, we haven't. We've got 19 minutes to 7. What I better tell you. They've got a piece in the Times today on Braverman, who wants the Albanian migrants on the fast track to deportation. Again, another load of old hogwash, as far as I'm concerned. I'm used to hearing this on a daily basis, and I just don't believe a word that they say now, because they haven't achieved anything. Cedric from Oxford says, I've just bought a coffee and 3 lottery tickets at a petrol station on the A40. Driven off and left my lottery ticket on the counter. Hope it's not the winning. Oh God, knowing your luck, it'll be the winning ticket. That's it. Couldn't you go back and say I left my lottery ticket here? Because you know that you will be on camera. The lottery machines have got cameras in them, and so they will know. That's why when people try and fiddle it, they know, because they can tell you exactly the time you bought that ticket. They know how you paid for it. They know everything. It's to stop people being deceptive. I told you there's this program, American Porn, PAWN, and 2 women who sort of effing and blinding about their brother had left a £10,000 ring in there. You knew that they were crooks immediately, and they were proven to be, and they exited the shop swearing and effing and blinding because they'd been caught out because they were so thick and dumb that, they can't do it. The protesters stealing a march on the police, and police only made 2 arrests because they believe the marches didn't meet the test for becoming unlawful. So it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 police officers to walk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people. I mean, it's pathetic. It really is. So once again, protesters 1, police 0. Nothing at all. Ridiculous, isn't it? You know, they've just learnt to play it. I tell you, it's the kind of thing that annoys people. They're not exactly endearing themselves, but basically you have to look at them to realise that there's something the matter with each and every one of them. Cat in Slough says, I'll order a couple of tea towels. It's good to try and help. So many things tug at my heartstrings. I feel stretched at what I can donate to. Yeah, listen, I always look at it and think, listen, if you smoke, couple of packets of cigarettes, that's what it is. Couple of packets of cigarettes, or if you go out drinking, it's you know, less than a bottle of Prosecco or something like that. In London, it's one drink, we've worked out. It's terribly expensive. The World Cup Battle of Britain, the Wags are out there. And here he is again, a string of relationships. This is a guy called Pete Davidson. He's split from Kim Kardashian. He's enjoyed his first public outing with his new girlfriend, Emily Ratajkowski. God knows what his pulling power is, because it certainly ain't looks. That's a fact. I mean, you only have to look at him. He went out with Ariana Grande. He's got Dobbin the mule's teeth in. Went out with Kim Kardashian, Kaya Gerber, Phoebe Dynevor and Kate Beckinsale. And you look at him and you think, what is the appeal? What is the... I mean, perhaps my eyes need testing. Perhaps I need to go back to Specsavers. Perhaps he's got somebody else's teeth in his mouth. I mean, and his body is covered in tattoos. And Emily Ratajkowski, whatever her name is, Ratajkowski. I mean, and you look at him and you sort of think, how can he ever be considered attractive? Perhaps he's got a winning personality, but I don't see it myself. He's a comedian. Well, he'd have to be. Looking like that, you've got to start off looking funny to be funny. Ridiculous. But they were all saying his other, you know, high-profile girlfriend, and they all seem to be delighted to be seen with him. I don't get it at all. I mean, I really don't. But there again, I never understood any of these sort of people. Can't understand why anybody'd ever fancy the Gallagher brothers. You know, you look at them and you start thinking, you're not exactly lookers. And the hair. Get a proper haircut, for goodness sake. Bob Dylan apologises for using this machine. He said it was an error of judgment. I don't think it makes any... Seriously, I don't think it makes any difference at all. I really don't. But, you know, that's just me. Paved gardens pose a flood risk to thousands of people. And how can the ambling anarchists get away from it? They're such... Don't they work, these people? Bless you. It says here, police can arrest anybody suspected of conspiring to cause public nuisance, but officers are powerless to act if the protest does not meet a legal threshold. Using the highways for protest is legal, protected by the right to freedom of expression. So basically, they can do whatever they want to, and the police just stand there. Duh. Can't do anything. Terribly sorry. And Gary Lineker, the hypocrite, 1.6 million. That's how much he trousered working for Qatar. Such a marvellous person.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Well, now we've solved the Pete Davidson problem of why he's so popular. And it's exactly what you thought it was. Thank you so much for all the people who were telling me about that one. I can't go into it, but, you know, he's obviously got hidden talents, I should imagine. Young Jackie says, talking about trains and toilets, I work for a travel company as a tour manager, escorting people all over the UK and Europe, and a fellow tour manager agreed to let one of his guests use the next carriage to go and have a sleep, as the carriage was much quieter as it was empty. Unbeknown to anyone, the train pulled into a siding and decoupled the carriage, pulling away, leaving the woman in the carriage in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately, no toilet either. I think that's quite funny, actually. I often wonder about that. If you fall asleep on a train and then, you know, all of a sudden they turn all the lights off and all the... What do? You go up and down the train trying to get out the blooming thing. You can't, can you? Sophie says, how do I order the tea towel? I've got the GP app open. Yeah, just got the Global Player app open, but I can't find a link. So it's on the website, not the app. Okay, so it's Global's Make Some Noise website. Okay, and once you're on there, it's very simple. Just click on the shop and you will find it, and then you can purchase a Steve Allen limited edition Radio Royalty tea towel. I hope that a number of you have bought today, but that's it. So you don't need to worry about it. So it's Global's Make Some Noise, and you can find it very quickly, and then you just go to the shop. Click on the top. It's about the third one in. Go down, go down, go down, go down, go down. Oh, it's gone. Where's it gone to? Goodness sake, honestly. Shop now. Oh, there it is. The Steve Allen Radio Royalty tea towel. And very nice it is too. Actually. The official Chris Moyle show pants. Well, I'm not competing with somebody's pants. Goodness sake, don't tell me he's really wearing stuff like that. Good heavens above. Honestly, I'd rather wear a tea towel. So somebody sent me a thing and said, do you know that Chris Moyles is selling his pants? Of course, I've heard that before, actually. But good luck with that one, Sophie. And Paddy says, my girlfriend was watching The Crown, and I was doing my usual tidying up or anything else I could find to do because I thought it would be absolutely awful. And I, for some reason, sat down with her and started watching it. I didn't move from start to finish. I know. It becomes a bit addictive, doesn't it? And then they did it on Gogglebox. They were showing bits of The Crown, and they were going, just like Diana. And, of course, they've used the same words that Diana. It was very crowded in the marriage. There were three of us. And you suddenly realise what was going on. Now, whether or not Charles and Camilla were watching it, I'm not too sure. I have a sneaking feeling probably not. Probably not. Pippa says, bought 2 tea towels, myself and my daughter Grace. She's also bought me one for Christmas, so I'll have 3. Well, there you go. Listen, please buy as many as you like, because all the money raised, all of it, 100% of it, goes to charity. And I thank you in advance for them, because you're going to make such a difference for Christmas. Such a difference. I can't believe that we're going into December the 1st, day after tomorrow. We're going to be the 1st of December. And then it's a case of all hands to the pump, because before you know where you are, we're in the January sales. Amazing, and it's very, very scary. It really is. 7 minutes to 7, in case you're clock watching. Oh, here she is again, Meghan Markle, helping prepare a Thanksgiving meal for homeless women, doing a low-key visit with her photographer to make sure that people got the... Honestly, what is it with this hypocritical couple? Oh, we don't want the publicity and all the rest of it. They've done nothing but milk the whole thing. In a photograph shared on the Archewell Foundation, Meghan can be seen getting slices of pumpkin pie ready to hand out. Well, at that time you did something, isn't it, really? You know, because we've heard the podcast, and to be honest with you, I felt embarrassed for you, because it's all about you, isn't it, really? Which is a bit of a shame. What else we got? Trans officers should not strip search female suspects. Gets very complicated, doesn't it? And I'm loving The Day the Queen Joked. And this is Giles Brandreth's new book, which is getting lots and lots of coverage in the newspapers. Sorry, I'm so noisy with my papers today. I really am terrible. And there's a terrifying moment, a picture thing, of a couple cheating death as a man hits them whilst high on cocaine. And this took place in Carmarthenshire in Wales. The driver tested positive for cocaine and cannabis in the system, but he's riding a motorbike. I mean, seriously. You sort of almost give up, don't you? Tony Blair has rejected claims he was to blame for the disastrous rollout of the Post Office IT system. And Tory MP, let's deny all Albanian claims. This is David Davis, the former Brexit secretary. I mean, it's just not going to happen. It really is not going to happen. I completely forgot to tell you the celebrity birthdays today, but they've also got the parking fat cats on double the Prime Minister's salary, all whilst handing out record fines. They can't get enough of these record fines, can they? They really can't. And ministers have a week to do a deal with the union chiefs to spare Christmas revellers from rail strike chaos. It's just non-stop. It's, you know, people walking slowly up a road being right pains in the rear end, or people going on strike, and then other people going on strike and going, I think we should go on strike. Can you imagine if all the people who work for the television companies went, we're going on strike, no more television. People would sit... I would never go on strike in a million years. I can't think of anything worse. I can't think of anything worse of going on strike, depriving people of the programme. Good grief. But imagine if all of a sudden they said there is no television, and all of a sudden television just goes black, and there's nothing going on at all. People would be... Marriages would split up. People would be leaving home. It'd be dreadful. Terrible. Today, Jacques Chirac was born in 1932, died in 2019. And in 1963, the Beatles released I Want to Hold Your Hand, knocking She Loves You off the #1 spot. It would be the first time an act had replaced itself at the top of the charts. So there you go. And November the 29th, 1994, actor Sir Ian McKellen was accused of blasphemy. He drew cheers as he visually removed the section of Leviticus which refers to male homosexuality as an abomination. He told the crowd that he regularly removed the page from the hotel Bibles as he toured the world. Who'd have naught it? Who'd have naught it? I was looking at another story, actually, about the naughty policewoman. She's finally quit. About time, too. This is Sam Helena, called herself Officer Naughty and Good Girl Gone Bad. Tragically sad, isn't it, really? But never mind, perhaps better off out the police force. And what else have we got? Nickname Mr. Loophole. This is the man who's helped famous people like David, Trouser the Money, and Alex Ferguson escape motoring convictions. He said he charges the same to all these people. He isn't cheap. His hourly rate, he reckoned, was less than £10. I don't think it is. I think it was a lot more, actually. But David Beckham, now advertising chips, apparently, as well. Gets worse, doesn't it, Dave? It really does. Mind you, better than having a shop that's slowly going under, I'm afraid. And the hospital team in the paper today that's slashing the surgery backlog by treating the operating theatre like a Formula One pit stop. In, fast, do it, out. They have so long, don't they, to sort of sort out all these little bits and pieces. Somebody talking about in the Good Health today, NHS managers should be paid on results. It's funny, isn't it? I keep reading all these stories about the NHS, but every time I've been into the NHS, which is, fairly regularly over the past few years, I've had nothing but a very, very good experience. I've had nothing but good. I know people write in and say, this and that. I haven't experienced any of these things at all. And I'm a royal. Get my shoes out of here. Yes, Mike Tyndall's other half turned up in the jungle. Thank you very much indeed for your company today. Thank you for buying the tea towels. I don't know how many we've sold today. It's all up in the air. I have no idea.